What up? Welcome. And it is Saturday, about 11 minutes away from kickoff, from the draft starting the third day. If you watched my second video, day 2, I was an hour early on that, so I apologize for that, but I'm sure you fast-forwarded enough eventually to figure that out. I'm going to quick make a call to a Green Bay Packers fan, my hometown, see what they're thinking of the draft so far. Let's see if he picks up. I didn't tell him to be available or anything.
What up?
Oh, what up? How you doing?
Oh, good.
You're being recorded live on the internet right now. Just so that you know.
Oh boy.
I thought I'd get a real, first-person perspective from Green Bay. How's the draft going, and what's your opinion of the Green Bay Packers draft, sir?
Green Bay Packers draft is looking alright.
Yeah.
About fucking time, or about effing time, yeah.
All right, so you liking it? You always have.
I have to say yes.
Okay, cool. Savion Williams, not really a wide receiver. He could be, maybe in like 3 years. Specialty kind of guy. Can do you can line him up anywhere.
I was looking at his highlight tapes, and they have a lot of them out of the backfield. So.
Yeah. A lot of teams were looking at him as a running back. I've never seen a 6'4" running back in the NFL, so I don't quite get that. But he can do a lot of stuff.
Close to that?
No, he is taller, 6'2" and a half or something.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some example out there, but
okay. Patterson.
Well, yeah, he is.
That could be an example.
He is a big Cordarrelle Patterson. That's why I thought Pittsburgh would draft him actually, because they got the dude there who actually used Cordarrelle Patterson as their offensive coordinator. But yeah, I like him for Green Bay. He was somebody who, it depends the system. Like last year, there was a guy, Malachi Corley, went to New York Jets, and immediately I said, well, there goes his career. He's done for. So I'm excited about that. There are a lot of other players I would have gone with that second pick of ours, but oh well. What you gonna do? Can never complain too much about tackles. Have you gone down to the draft at all, or had to fight traffic? Going today?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, you enjoy that.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on how it is down there, but it looks packed, that's crazy.
The pack draft is packed.
But the pack draft is packed.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, I was thinking Jordy Nelson, how he's aged. He looks like he could be a part of the Halverson clan.
I'm looking at. I was looking at him. Yeah, you got to see.
He looks like your dad, like 30 years ago or something.
Hair growing out.
Right. Awesome. All right, my brother. Well, when are you planning on going down there? Mid-noonish or something?
We wanted to watch the Light Drone show, but apparently that was last night, so I don't know anymore.
It was last night.
So,
yeah.
That was a bummer. Yeah.
Oops.
Mom's not going to be happy about that one.
Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Well, tell your mother I said hello. I love her, and I hope you guys have fun.
All right, I will do.
All right, peace out, brother.
Bye.
There we go. Inside scoop from Green Bay. They're liking it. They can go hang out there today. Now let's get this show on the road. So we are about 7 minutes out. I'll have the telly on. Telly? Don't change the channel. Go off of mute. There you go.
Check out the new Wit. I fully custom. 45 lights for you to fit in there.
One moment, CC. How's the volume, CC? Can you hear the TV and then hear me over it? If you rewind, CC, you can see I just had a little interview with a friend of mine in Green Bay. If you want to check that out. All right, Ravens. Well, we definitely don't need commercials on, so we'll get that down. Ultimate, what's up, Michael? So I was this morning working on getting every draft pick's grades into one sheet, so it'll be easier for me when I start to make my videos. Baltimore's draft. So Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Emory Jones. So I thought strong start, of course. Mike Green is somebody who could get himself in trouble, get out of the league. And, yeah, I'm sure you know about the allegations made against him. Very serious stuff. Don't know if he's guilty, don't know. You know, he wasn't able to clear his name, obviously, enough in the NFL that he falls. And so, in terms of his on-field talent, you get a guy who I had as one of my top 10 players there, Malachi Starks. I think he's very good, very solid, and that's like, in terms of his career, a best-case scenario going to Baltimore. So I have an A grade on him, I have an S grade on Mike Green, and Emory Jones I have an F-, so I didn't really like that one, but here's the thing. When it comes down to it, am I going to trust my grades or the Baltimore Ravens grades on a guy? Clearly I was wrong. I mean, I could be right, but let's play the odds here. Obviously, Emory Jones probably not an F- prospect there. It was early for me. I had like a 5th, 6th round draft grade on him. He was once thought of as like a 2nd, 3rd rounder, pretty highly, but his draft stock had gone down, and yeah, that one didn't excite me too much. Where's Shedeur going today? Who has not taken a quarterback that needs one? I mean, at this point, he's a backup, so, like, now he could go to a lot of places. You know, would Arizona take a risk on that? Do they feel comfortable with that? I mean, it's going to depend on who's not afraid of... I don't think you have to be so much afraid of, like, Jesus, his dad, coming in and taking your job as a coach with that 5-year contract he got and everything. That's probably part of the reason they did that, was to help his son's draft stock. But just in general, having to deal with the stage dad who's got, you know, the whole world at his fingertips on Twitter and can cause a mutiny with your fan base at any point in time, the message has been sent. You know, I don't know. I mean, so I would say Arizona is a team that I don't think they have a great, like, backup quarterback. So, I mean, they could be in it. What makes sense in Buffalo? If Cincinnati were to like him enough, Cincinnati could be a destination. Cleveland went Dylan Gabriel, so they're not going to go with him. Dallas is, you know, that's an organization, too, that might think that they can handle it. So that would make enough sense there. Bring in another quarterback. They're obviously looking, you know, have one hand on the future there. I don't think Denver. I don't think Detroit. And, you know, Green Bay, technically. But I think they'll want to avoid the circus. Houston, still too young of a quarterback, still too unproven. You don't want to bring him into any situation where, like, there could be underground swell of start him over your starter that you are trying to, you know, establish as one of the best in the league yet. Indianapolis, I don't know about system fit there. Jacksonville, there's already enough people. I don't think that they'll go that route. Kansas City could bring him in. I don't know if they like him. So obviously Las Vegas, I think, is an option. They apparently, you know, they have ties with Shedeur. That'd probably be one of the most likely scenarios. Chargers, probably not. Although they could handle a personality like that in terms of their coaching staff. The Rams could. They're the same situation. They can handle that kind of thing. Minnesota could. Similar situation. Browns took Dylan Gabriel. I think you heard that. So I don't see that. Dylan Gabriel's a great fit. I liked him quite a bit. You know, he got a good grade for me. I had him as a 3rd round. He goes late 3rd. Washington, no. Tennessee, no way. Tampa Bay, probably not, just because, you know, they don't have a top tier quarterback. So if he struggles, all of a sudden people could start to make that argument. San Francisco could probably bring him in if they wanted. Pittsburgh's still very much an option. So I would say Pittsburgh, Las Vegas are still the 2 most likely scenarios. Ollie Gordon to the Browns today. I don't know. I don't really think so. They got Well, who did they take? Yeah, they took Quinshon Judkins, so I don't think so. They don't need like 3 big backs, because even Jerome Ford's kind of a, you know, not a super athletic dude. I think they need like Brashard Smith. Would make more sense to me for them. Receiving back. Actually, Jaden Blue, Brashard Smith, even a DJ Giddens, if they like him. I mean, Dylan Sampson, if they just wanted to get another running back in, but that would be, well, at this point in round 4, you can technically just get away with it. But LeQuint Allen, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Lan Larison, if they like him. Those are kind of the names I would be looking for more so. Like I said, like third down types of backs, receiving backs, speedy backs, those types of guys. So what do you guys think? CC, what do you think of the Ravens draft so far? Did I finish that satisfactory for you? Overall, I think it's up, you know, like an A, if we're including an S tier. Otherwise, like a B plus. Another good draft, and you know, once again, they get some guys who a lot of people had higher on their boards than where they go. But Emory Jones, bit of a flaw for me on that one. What are we looking for?
Good to see you, TJ. Good to see you, boys. We're all hanging.
Draft starts 12:01. All right, so I changed my setup a little today, so I'll be changing. You can't see. Oh, good. You can't see the mouse anywhere. I'll be changing right on screen, so I'll be zooming around here. I probably could have moved everything just a touch. Maybe move you over here. If I'm going to be like this more.
Looking forward to today. Well, I just would encourage everybody to just imagine off into the future, because you're going to see players
there.
selected today. They're going to
So much glare
on your team. Now,
on this screen.
You got to scout them. You got to find them. Bucky Irving last year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers was found on this day.
Just make it brighter. There we go. Plugged in. Not going to lose power. Everything going.
This day by Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh. So they're out there.
Let me get
starters, there's impact players. Now you got to go find them.
My internet reactions up.
Finding him in New Zealand, was it New Zealand? Going and bringing him in and making him a big time player. And then in the Super Bowl itself.
And
Patrick Mahomes on the deck. Jordan Davis was a first rounder. You expect that. Josh Sweat was a fourth rounder and made himself some money.
So we are starting at pick 103 today. 103, not on the clock yet. So right now, if I had a third round grade or better on a guy, they get an A. Third to fourth round grade would be a B. Fourth round grade is a C. Fourth to fifth round grade is a D. Fifth round grade is an E. Fifth to sixth round grade, or worse, is an F. And then after that, once we get to pick 112, anything that I have like a second round grade or better on will actually become a B grade. Because instead of an A, even though there's still an A grading system, because at that point I'm just going to assume that I had it wrong. So we'll knock him down a grade. Little weak on the boo, Green Bay. There we go.
Thank you to the University of Wisconsin Marching Band for setting the tone for what will be an important day for the NFL and all their clubs. And thank you, Green Bay, for the hospitality and for making this such an incredible experience. You were wonderful, so thank you.
No, thank you, Commish, for giving us the opportunity to prove ourselves.
Next to me, we have local Green Bay business owners who have helped make this draft happen.
Is Fabre on
Thank you.
stage?
We couldn't have done it without you.
They got the connection. I'm looking to see if one of my high school classmates is on stage. He probably is.
Traveled from around the globe to be here in Green Bay. Thank you.
Yeah. Probably could have been at least.
Also on stage are some amazing young women. They are flag football players from high schools around Wisconsin. Thank you all for being here and playing our game. All right, Green Bay, let's do it. You ready? Round 4 of the 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
The Titans are under the gun now. 5 minutes again for the rest of the day. Rest of this draft for picks. The Ravens have the most picks on this day. 8. The Vikings and Falcons have the fewest. 2. The Browns and the Raiders coming today tied for the most.
All right. On the clock, right?
5 each for each.
Do I have to refresh?
Player on Daniel Jeremiah's top 60 players still remaining, and that is, of course, the guy that everybody is talking about coast to coast because he did not get drafted, despite everyone expecting Shedeur Sanders. So we've already heard his name. Ian Rappaport will have the floor to start on that.
Where's my mouse? I can't find it. Oh. Let's refresh that tracker because Tennessee is supposed to show on the clock.
Where he might go. Because if you're looking at the draft board now, and you guys talked about it last night, you're not getting a starting quarterback now. You are not getting someone who's going to contribute right away. You're getting a backup, which is why this changes a little bit for Shedeur Sanders. You're not looking at quarterback needy teams like we were earlier, like say the Raiders or the Steelers. You're looking at teams who need a backup now, teams who can develop. So I would keep an eye on some good teams with established starters, with good culture who can take this on, deal with the storyline.
Yeah.
Let him come in and just learn. I think
Look at that.
would be one place,
Ian Rappaport saying exactly what I said in my answer. A little more concise than me.
He's still in our quarterback room and figure it all out. I expect him to go early today. I wouldn't be surprised if a team trades up to get him. And I expect, hopefully for Shedeur, better things today than he got yesterday.
Oh, and I'm hoping that way too for him, because he's.
I mean, I assume he'll get drafted.
Another opportunity to get a chance to play the game that I love. Thank you, God. #legendary. I guess that's a red flag that he's still tweeting out his legendary.
Look at that.
end. That's a red flag, right? Or dad's.
Look at that sarcasm coming from
Supposed red flags.
what's his face.
Hear about this. I'll be honest.
Supposed. I mean, they're red flags. Some of them.
Idea why he's still out there. I do hope it's early because honestly, he deserves to get this piece landed.
I think it makes enough sense that he slips.
That you hear the pushback about his interviews, and also maybe his abilities aren't as high as we all thought that they were.
Well,
But again,
no, I think his on-field would have been drafted by now.
Of yours still on the draft board. We started day 3. This is my umpteenth draft with you, Daniel.
Yeah.
I've never seen this before.
The only thing that's even remotely
Oh yeah,
would be
crowd's
when
much
Kenny
smaller
Gaines
today.
came out, I think he was my 18th player, somewhere along those lines, and had injury concerns and fell to the 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken. But nothing like this. I was talking to a former GM this morning, and he was like, "Some team's going to get a starting caliber quarterback with Shedeur Sanders." So he can play. He needs to get in the right opportunity and get a chance to just get comfortable.
All right,
with this.
Tennessee Titans pick is in.
The NFL,
Let's start
and
grading some
let's
picks
see where
today.
this thing goes. But value, I don't know that there's much of a debate at this point in time with anybody that you're getting value. as a
Metro.
Yeah, no doubt. And Rich, I'm glad you expressed the way you did. Those are not red flags. You stay with what
He's
you are.
a pretty good wide receiver.
Either pick me or I'm gonna wreck you.
Well, I think he's going to be the replacement for.
But here's the thing
I think you will need to use him
Could it be
in
one
like
of
2
those
years or
situations
whatever.
where Robert Griffin, the third, went number 1, and in the 4th round they got Kirk Cousins and they thought they were crazy? Could he
Who's
be-
that other wide receiver of yours that's not named Justin Jefferson? Not Naylor either.
A number of times I heard, well, you don't want to have cameras around the backup quarterback's locker unless you ask Hard.
The drunk driving one.
Honestly, I don't
Talked
understand
about that last night. It's all we did.
All right, picks in.
And third pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Chimere DK,
Just because Addison wants to stay, that doesn't mean the team wants him. All right, Chimere Dike. I'm just saying that could be the reason, is prepping. You always got to prep for the future as well. They might be prepping to let him go. He's gotten in multiple 3 incidents he's had. I mean, at one of these points, he's going to be out of the NFL because he's going to do something too stupid. That's kind of where I see that pick. I could be wrong. Chimere Dike, I have a 5th to 6th round draft grade on him. Am I on the right board? Yeah, draft day board. So, what? Tennessee. It's going to be an F. Plus. I like him. So, several my guys at wide receiver going in Tesla, Ty Felton, Chimere Dike. Guys who, if I was a little bit more confident in my own rating, probably would have been a little bit higher than they are. So these grades are a little tough. That's a good fit for Tennessee and what they need. Slot receiver, Chimere Dike from Florida. Played in Wisconsin prior to that. He's good. I was like, but we let Smith go to the Texans for no reason. Smith. Oh, yeah, you still don't have any secondary added in this draft. You gotta love that. But I'm okay with it. The rest of the NFC North adds receivers, and you guys don't add more secondary players. This makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It was a bit of a surprising pick, but that's why I think that your Vikings spent their 2nd round pick on him. Didn't they? They traded back first, at least, right? They got a little bit. Oh, they didn't even get more picks. They just moved a pick up. So, Chimere Dike, yeah, fine athlete, fine size, slot only. Probably player, but really tough. I like him a lot. Jacksonville on the clock. I think we're looking defense at this point. Maybe even another secondary guy? They only have one so far, I think. It hurts you, Metro? I'm sorry. Yeah, you haven't liked your draft at all, have you? Yeah, so DK's 9.72 RAS. I didn't get a grade on his athletics, I don't think. Because I don't think that he tested at the combine. And I only used combine numbers. Where's all my popcorn? And somebody's making something so I can smell something really good through the vents. I'm going to be hungry all friggin' day. Not at all. Well, I'm okay with that. I still think the guard was, position-wise, not a bad pick. Alright. So I meant to turn that up, but I forgot to in time. So first of all... Oops. DK was my 191st ranked prospect overall. And Bashal Tutin is my 123rd overall ranked prospect going here to Jacksonville. Back to the top 10. So, running back. Bashal Tutin to Jacksonville. Where are you? A lot of people were quite high up on him. This is going to go right in my bread house for him, so that should be a B. Yeah. That's going to be a B for Bashal Tutin. Not a my guy. There are some injury concerns with him. Smaller guy, speedster, ultimate speed. So, Jacksonville gets a home run hitter in Bashal Tutin. Pretty good all-around player, too. Not as good of a receiver as you would think for a smaller guy, though. I don't think.
Darius Alexander, the big DT from Toledo.
Yes, to their defensive line that they added to essentially on Thursday night with Abdul Carter and Ryan Burns. Just a big acquisition last year. Kayvon Thibodeau sticking in the business there in the middle. Giants do here. We will send things back to
Whoa.
the podium for that. As New England is on the clock.
New York Giants pick is in.
About Shedeur Sanders' day here on day 3. Remarkable that he is still there. That's where it got the 105th pick in. Clearly this won't be Shedeur since they went ahead and got Jackson Dart, the commissioner's now in the crowd now.
I listed them as a possible team,
Who are here for day 3 of the draft.
but
Which I don't know if the Jackets make it.
when do they pick next?
I mean, I try and get through. I think you get through round 5. I think you're gonna make it to one commercial.
So we set things up.
Yeah, not this round. I think you're probably pretty safe.
Daniel Jones made his final start as a Giant. Country of Germany. So here we go. The Giants with the first internationally made selection of the draft.
Well, I'm not going to have him in my... Oh,
Welcome to Berlin with the Giants are taking over Germany. I'm Brandon London here with the Berlin Rebels tackle and flag football team. All big blue German fan club.
there we go.
Mr. Salsa himself, Super Bowl champ, Victor Cruz.
Ooh, New York.
Yeah, and I'm out here in Germany doing hit checks. How's everybody's hit? Okay. Everybody's hit work. I like it. Okay.
So here comes the run on running backs. This is how my draft worked out, too.
2025 NFL
Early 4th round.
The New York Giants select Cam Scatterby, running back, Arizona.
So that's going to be an A plus for the Giants.
Our friend Bob Papa is going to be so happy about those radio games.
Great that he was announced overseas as well, because if there's anybody who could make a good career
This is going to be fun.
in rugby, it would be Cam Scatterby.
What's Cam's
He is a man. My 49th overall ranked prospect here. Not surprised that he doesn't go until day 4. Too many concerns about his health. Will you get a second contract out of him? And if you get a first contract out of him completely, will he actually be healthy for all of it? You know,
Physical running style.
very physical running back. He pretty much seeks out
Takes some huge
hits and hits others. But he's a really good receiver. He's a good pass blocker. Like, he is a 3-down back. He's not very athletic, but he's got enough. He's got enough to him that he can get big chunks. Well, I was just scrolling down. I didn't see a Vikings pick in 4. I think that might be... I mean, am I missing it? Do they have a different logo than the one I'm looking for up here? I don't see the Vikings picking in the 4th here. So New England pick is in, Jacksonville on the clock. Once again, that was an A+ for the New York Giants running back pick there in Cam Scatterby, and that is the perfect complement to their starter. Neither one of them, Tyrone Tracy, neither one of them do want to give a full allotment of carries. So, and they can both play on any down. So that's really nice for New York. In fact, that's an A++. I love the fit. I love the fit. I love the need. We'll call that a need. I love the need. Need/fit. Is it like the 6th and the 7th, your next ones? It's a good pick for their needs. It's a good fit for their needs, and yeah, I mean, it's what they needed. And he's my guy. I love him. Scatterboo in New York. Oh man, they're gonna sell some merch on that one. That's for sure. What we got up here? Let's see if anybody's making any fun comments on the internet right now. Giants grab Cam Scatterboo, a football folk hero. Giants fans, you should really read this. New York Times article. I can't read it because I don't pay. Cam Scadaboo is really good receiving back. That's not how people think of him, but he is. Yeah, exactly. The run on running backs came only slightly later than I figured. Haha, Danny Kelly. I beat ya. I knew. Because of practice. This was probably about when the run would begin. And it might take a little bit of a break, but you should see several of these go. I thought Jacksonville would take Damian Martinez, but I did have Jacksonville taking a running back with this pick in my my 3.0 mock draft. I probably had the Giants taking a draft. I wonder if I had the Giants taking Cam Scadaboo. Let's find out. Oops. Did I have the Giants? We are looking for the NFC East. I had them taking Dylan Sampson, who was still available with that pick. I don't know if Cam Scadaboo was probably not available, knowing me. Although I was, trying to predict, so he might have been. I had Cam Scadaboo go with the 83rd pick, so no. Well, no, that wasn't exactly a predictive, what I'm looking at. This is my 7-round mock draft. In my 7-round mock draft, I had the New York Giants going running back at pick 105. Yeah. Cam Scadaboo off the board, I had them go with Dylan Sampson, who's still available in the real draft. So who knows? Maybe they would have taken Dylan Sampson if Cam Scadaboo was gone. Do I think that the Pats go wide receiver? They already got a wide receiver, didn't they? I could see another offensive lineman. I could see an X-style wide receiver. Who would that be? Oh, did I get Cam Scadaboo off of here? Oh, I love this next pick. That's my guy coming up. Yeah, I took him off. My next pick, the next pick off of the board here, safety for New England, Craig Woodson, my guy.
He's a good football player. You are very high on what the Patriots are doing. I love what the Patriots are doing.
Yeah, same here. Patriots are having a nice draft. My 128th ranked prospect, but once again, I love him. And he was like undrafted. This is one of those cases too where like he was expected to go undrafted, so I was high on him, just not as high as others. But here we go, 4th round draft grade on him, almost perfect. It's a C+ for New England. Jack Kaiser, there's another guy who I was high on going here. I did lower him in my rankings since my video, but still right here, 4th, 5th round draft grade. It's a D+. I feel like he was kind of a my guy. I don't know. Let's call it a D/D+ on that one. Yeah, he's not very lateral. Jack Kaiser, not very lateral. Definitely a downhill, north to south linebacker. Solid in coverage, but once again, once the coverage is behind him, he struggles to transition into being a cover. So you kind of want to keep him in a zone and feeding in front of him, things in front of him. Jags are still all on defense right now. Well, they went running back, but they still need defense. Is that what you're saying? Oh, that's right. They had 2 picks. So that was Jacksonville. Did I give it right? Okay. All right. Yeah, Jacksonville's got no defense, so it's good. But they went offense and defense there. Bayshall tootin' a little bit ago. Tootin' scootin' tootin'. A rootin' tootin' scootin' Bayshall tootin'. So Jack Kaiser, good pick there for Jacksonville. Little early for me, but very good chance he wouldn't have been there the next time they're on the board, I assume. Unless do they pick late 4th? No. So, you know, makes enough sense. Get your guy. He's a smart player, too. I like Jack. I think he'll be an okay linebacker in the league. A little surprised he goes before Chris Paul. Not ultra surprised. And definitely not surprised that he goes before any of these guys, really. But Danny Stutzman, a little surprised. But Sean Dolak, Chandler Martin, they're my guys. Carson Bruner, my guy. Cody Simon, a little bit of a my guy. So, Las Vegas, will they take Shedeur Sanders right here? Here's his first chance to go today. By the way, Jack Kaiser was my 159th overall ranked prospect. Has it been a half hour already? Oh wow, 25 minutes. Well, the draft didn't start till 5:10 after. Tune was the only offensive player in like 6 to 7 picks. It feels like. For the Jags. Well, Travis Hunter's going to be a wide receiver for them, so. Who? Oh, Dante Thornton. Whoa, shit. I called this yesterday. I think that was for Las Vegas. Yes, I said they needed a Dante Thornton. Holy shit. I gotta try it. Try and find that. Metro, you should find that and clip it. Was that yesterday? Let's see. That would have been for which pick after wide receiver? So, yeah, that would have been yesterday. I know where to find that. I'll have to put that in my video if I remember to. That's funny. Good call. They must have been paying attention. So Dante Thornton, not going to get the best grade here, but the fit's going to get it a plus because I called the fit out. So my 181st ranked prospect, not a surprise he goes early. He is ultimate like size, speed, wide receiver. It's just tough to project those guys in that Tennessee system to the NFL. But boom or bust. It's either going to work or not, but with what they have, I really like the fit. So, I've had him as high as a 4th ranked prospect, pushed him back a little bit because I couldn't have, 200 players in my first 4 rounds. So I had to get a little bit selective and push some players back over the past month and a half. So he was one of them, but going to Las Vegas, that is going to be at pick 108. Be an E plus. Plus? Well, I wouldn't quite call him my guy. I don't have ultimate faith that he's going to turn out. So, Buffalo trades back to pick 132. They get pick 170. Or sorry, Buffalo trades up their 132nd, 169th picks to get to 109. They're treating this draft like I thought that they should. Go up, get your guys a couple times. They have the capital to do that, and they need it. We need this channel to grow. YouTube hasn't been helping. They haven't. No, not really, but, it happens. I'm going to start gathering clips and help making shorts for you. Metro, I would accept it. My email is, well, you'd have to let me know that they're coming in, because I don't always check it, but my email is my channel at gmail.com. I like Dylan Gabriel. I like McCord better, but Leonard, Leonard's probably going to go quite late. Sanders, I mean, they're kind of similar as quarterbacks, but one of them you don't have to deal with all the crap. I like Dylan Gabriel quite a bit. Obviously, I do think Sanders is a little better on the field, but there's all the other stuff. So, beautiful fit there for Dante Thornton. Gives them the electric, vertical, open the field threat with all of your underneath talent in Trey and in your tight end. And then you got, who did they have as a wide receiver? Was it Trey Harris? Your big X there? I don't remember who they added. Jack Besh, your power slot again. Intermediate kind of killer. And then of course you got your Z in what's his name that they already have on the roster as well.
Deion Walker, defensive tackle, Kentucky.
That's makes sense that Buffalo would take him. Deion Walker, big dude.
Kentucky for the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Maxwell Harrison, their first
Some injury concerns.
teammate in Deion
Not really a great player for how big he is.
had a nice year in 23, and you're thinking this guy has a chance.
Nose tackle, 3-tech, not sure.
This year did not play quite as well, but he is a massive, massive human being, and the message has been sent. Josh Allen, you got the offense. You got to deal with what you got. We're going to upgrade this defense in this draft.
I had him up as a 4th round draft grade earlier on in the offseason. I soured on him. Got concerned with some of the health stuff coming out on him, as well as just, like, he's a tough fit. So, home run hit here for Buffalo. They trade up for him. I don't love it. It is going to be an F. I won't give it a minus. Definitely a system player fit for them. They like their big guys. Oops, I don't know if I should have let that song play without talking during it. So, Deion Walker, let's see if I can't get his size for you, rather than looking at my own stuff. Was it posted? Yeah, Deion Walker, 6'7" 3/8", 331 pounds. Both of those well above average. Height-wise, almost like 1th percentile. Weight-wise, probably 2th percentile. Bench, only 22 reps, of course. With 34.25-inch arms, that does make benches, doing the bench a lot harder for him. 3.74 RAS, that was a part of his slide for me. It's RAS is not everything, relative athletic score, but you got to be an athlete to play a sport, unless it's darts or poker. Something that's played on ESPN2 while there's no other sports being played. You gotta be able to move a little bit. Yeah, Metro. It is wild. Wild and out. Dante Thornton's playmaker score was only 126, but that's not the lowest drafted. But that's not the lowest drafted so far. Ezek Tesla has a playmaker score of 11. The playmaker, I don't know what this playmaker score is, with a playmaker rating of 2.5%. He's higher in the variables than only 2.5% of prospects for the last 25 years. Okay. So yeah, neither one of them necessarily considered playmakers, but Dante Thornton with a 9.85 RAS, speaking of relative athletic scores, 6'4.5", 205 pounds, so a little light for his, he's a little bit of a twig, even though he's really big, tall, so he's not big, he's just tall. Vert, not explosive, broad, explosive, he shows some explosiveness on tape, 40-yard dash, 4.3 at 6'4.5". 20-yard split, also just as good. 10-yard split, 1.51, right up there. So, Shamar Stewart, and Deion Walker. Yeah, Deion Walker is a defensive lineman. Shamar Stewart's an edge rusher. So, and Shamar Stewart's an athletic freak. Are you comparing Shamar Stewart and Deion Walker? I wouldn't make that comparison. I get what you're saying, though. Boom or bust. Big size. But yeah, Shamar Stewart, much better athlete than Deion Walker. Both of them, similarities, are like quite raw at their positions in some ways. Alright. New York Jets pick is in.
Sunday nights on NBC, or Monday nights on ABC, ESPN, or Sundays on CBS, Fox, NFL Network. We've got some games, international games as well. Who plays in Dublin? Who plays in London? Who plays in Berlin?
Giving some free advertising here on the channel.
Plays in Brazil. I mean, it's just literally all over the map.
To whatever they're talking about.
Get that paperwork in our hands on May 14th. Meanwhile, in it is up to pick 110 right now. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. The Eagles have already picked. We're waiting to hear the Jets pick here in
Okay.
Green Bay.
So apparently the pick is in on 2 teams. This is where we start to
What are you thinking about?
get 3 players' picks in at one time.
We're seeing traits go off the board right now. So you're seeing height, weight, speed, or somebody has a specific trait. You saw size
Yep.
with Deion Walker.
Which is usually why I rank those guys with 4th round draft grades early on. It's like, you know, in the 4th round is the perfect time to get the guys who maybe didn't have the production and everything, but they've got the traits.
Someone who has just some rare trait that we're hoping we can develop.
Okay, so the
Then as the offseason goes on, I get influenced by other things. You see other numbers come in, you get concerns about this or that. And that's how Deion Walker falls for me, from being a really exciting 4th round prospect to, maybe not.
With the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arians
Traits. Traits guy. He's quite low in my rankings.
You say traits? Yeah, traits. That was
Look at that. Speed, fast as hell, 4.2 something.
disappointment. There was a lot of thought he could challenge
Okay, 4.36.
his track back.
He's thought to have like 4.2 speed, you know what I mean?
You love the speed.
Where are you? I don't think I had a draftable grade on him.
10 drops last year. So
Or no, just in there. 7th to a preferred free agent.
bubble screen
A lot of people like him.
as you try and get him a little more consistent.
I don't know. Georgia? Yeah, a lot of trades going on right now. Where'd he go? New York Jets. That is going to be an F. I was a hater, so we will give it a minus. I was definitely lower on him than a lot of people. But yeah, it's a swing. They need that in New York.
Let's get down to business, huh? With the 111th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
This is a good pick.
world champions, the Philadelphia Eagles select Ty Robinson, defensive tackle of Nebraska.
There he is. You can see I got a 3rd round draft grade on him. Really explosive. I'll read his profile in a second.
From Philadelphia, those kids would be very confused on how to talk as you're growing up. But they
So that is an A. What pick are we at right now? There we go. We go to a new grading scale.
out of Nebraska rocking that single digit
I can't quite call Ty Robinson a my guy.
really well. And that was almost surprising how well
So
he
now,
plays. He's very explosive.
around 3 pick or better,
He's a little bit tight.
grade or better will be an A.
Most fluid movement.
Sorry, now,
You want someone who can just dart up the field and play with burst and explosiveness.
3rd through 4th, 3rd, 2nd through 3rd round grade are an A. 2nd or better is going to be a B or a 4th.
Sometimes it obscures the fact that this guy can flat out.
4th round grade is a C.
That's what you dig into, and that's what you find.
Yes. Okay.
Makes sense for the Philadelphia Eagles. Would you say yesterday? They're always going to find guys who
Yeah, it's a bit. I changed my grading system a little bit.
and Ty Robinson helps them
Okay,
do that.
I got it.
well, the
4th round grade is a C now. So basically, if they're getting taken where I think they are, now it's a C.
for Shedeur Sanders as Thursday night came at the 40th overall pick when the
Let's get to that scouting report.
as the third
Oh, here we are.
taken in this draft and first on Friday night.
Hey, none of that music. All right. So Arian Smith. That's not the scouting report we want. We want defensive line. Ty Robinson. 6'5", 296 pounds. A lot of notes on it. A lot of pluses. Good pass rusher. Good run stuffing potential. Looked good in the drills at the combine. In general, he looked good in all of them. Big, strong farm boy kind of man. Versatile for a big man. Quick hands. Has some pass rush moves in him. Once again, 6'5", 296. Probably plays at a higher weight than that. Weakness, minor physical limitations to him because of that weight. His anchor isn't the best. Actual pass rush plan, he's not an edge rusher. He played some edge in college. He will not be, you can use him like he's versatile. So you could put him out on the edge in like situations where, what would be the situation? Short yardage against a team that you think might do play action and you want some pass rush potential there, kind of thing, like that. And he plays upright, so his pad level's inconsistent. That's pretty normal. I kind of remember that about his tape. What it comes down to is how well he moves for how big he is. It's really impressive, yeah. Just a smooth mover. So there you go. There's my notes on him. New Orleans pick is in.
Last year, as things began to spiral in Dallas, the Cardinals, Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, Bengals, after all of that, we are now in pick 1.
Ty Robinson was an A.
Overall pick on your draft board is still out there.
Did the bingo take your draft pick?
I like it.
The Mingo took my baby.
To use the Seinfeld line? Okay. So that's Daniel Jeremiah's still best available as top 200 players.
San Fran on the clock.
As we're here on a beautiful day in Green Bay.
Or you meant fast selections in terms of how quickly they came out. I assume not the speed of the selections. I thought you were talking about Arian Smith's speed. Oh, here we go. Nice pick. New Orleans. I think they're on an every other pick basis for me right now.
DeSantis, Global Flag Football Ambassador for the NFL, coming to you live from Paris, France, with the
Aaron Smith.
112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman, linebacker, Oklahoma.
So I had Ty Robinson as my 102nd ranked overall pick. Danny Stutzman, we'll talk about a little bit, but I said he looks like a dad who drinks Bud Light. Danny is my 110th overall prospect, taken at 112 there. Look at that. I'd say that's right on. All right, Danny. I had a 3rd to 4th round draft grade on him. That will get you an A. Maybe even an A plus. I really like him. New Orleans. Sorry about that. I punched my mic.
Leo Chanel is my comparison for him, just minus 20 pounds. All the things you talked about, DJ.
Yeah, Leo Chanel's. That's my comparison for him. Holy crap. Watch this. My note. I could see him thriving in a Leo Chanel type of role, where he has some specialty duties that are asked for him on a limited but important basis. One of those duties being a quarterback spy specialist. Look at that. Nailed it. So, Danny Stutzman, 6'3", 233 pounds. Great run defender. He thumps and he stops running backs in their tracks. High energy, disciplined quarterback spy ability. Weakness, bad to very bad in coverage. Don't ask him to do that. And he's not incredibly instinctual. Occasionally he'll overrun plays. Sometimes he hits the wrong gaps against the run. Sometimes he lacks good gap discipline against the run. Sometimes he gets stuck on the longest line of scrimmage when it's a pass play. Could play in the Mike, could play in the Sam. Once again, I see him as like a Leo Chanel type. So, like that about him, going to bring some attitude when he's on the field. And dude looks like a 40-year-old dad who drinks Budweiser. Was my last note on him. That I already told you about that one. So, that brings us to the 49ers taking C.J. West. Nice pick in C.J. West. 3rd round draft grade on him. That's going to be... He's not a my guy. That is going to be in A. Yeah. And they continue to add to that defensive line as they needed to. So, I like the draft strategy. Is Sanders ever going to get picked? Someday. Mid on the 49ers pick. Not a huge fan of West. Oh, no? Do you watch his tape? I love it. His tape's real fun. Yeah. Nose tackle. Big penetrator at times. Yeah, this is a good 49ers draft. This is exactly what they needed to do, and they're getting the right types of guys. So I said, very good pass rusher, 10.1% pass rush win rate. Very good to great run defender. That's where his bread and butter is A gap, B gap, versatile, 0 to 4. You can ask him to line up anywhere, but most likely he'll be asked to be a nose tackle, which is still what they needed there. He keeps his legs driving like a madman. Got good twitch in his legs, which I think that was just said by what's his face there. Great leverage due to his low center of gravity, body type. Creates knockback against offensive linemen, so you like that, pushing them back towards the quarterback or back into the running back. Extremely short arms, struggles to get off of blocks. He's inconsistent in terms of his reaction to the snap, and he often takes a false step. So that's where his quickness against the pass is very inconsistent, even though when he gets it right, he does win. Inconsistent pad level. His anchor, I had that as a weakness for him. He can get, once again, because of that inconsistent high pad level, inconsistent reaction to the snap, he can get pushed back. When he gets set, though, he's got a good anchor. Consistently impressed at the East-West Shrine Bowl, find himself in the backfield on drills almost every rep that he had there. I want Alec Manor come on to the Browns. How close are we to the Browns pick? Yeah, could happen, could happen. Let's see here. You know, like, Pittsburgh feels like a team that could take him if they saw him able to play in the slot, potentially. I don't think that's what they'll do. Green Bay's already taken 2 wide receiver types, so I doubt they will. Indianapolis, if they really like him, could just take him because they think it's a good value. Same with Arizona. I'll see. We'll see. Wanted Will Johnson to the Vikings. Took a guard. We all get the thing we want the least. The draft is mean. Will and Barron were the only players I absolutely needed them to take, but no. And they were still there, but no. Well, Barron was taken ahead of time, right? Barron wasn't available. Look, I mean, I think Will Johnson went fairly appropriately. I had him ranked 36th overall, so 23 would have been a little high for me on my board. Everyone says Browns taking linebacker was wrong. No, I don't care. I think you got a freaking fantastic linebacker, and they can cry about that in 2 years when he's one of the best linebackers in the league, potentially, and making plays for you guys. I don't think I had linebacker as a need for them. But, I mean, you draft good players, and you figure it out later. Players get injured, you can't pay them, all sorts of things happen. So, just draft good football players. Can't get too mad about that. Yes. Trevor Etienne going to Carolina there.
I sure wondered if you ever heard of any 4th-round picks and what they've been up to. Tomax Crosby up for size?
He's pretty good.
Okay. What else we might have heard of drafting the 4th round?
So, CJ West is my 99th overall prospect.
Dakota Prescott?
He's well paid.
$60 million a year, I've heard. And,
I'm not a big Trevor Etienne guy. He's my 167th ranked prospect. I found him a little bit hard to evaluate.
Trevor Etienne, the running back out of Georgia.
I have a really good offensive line there. And I thought a decent amount of his production was in thanks to that offensive line.
Another thing to keep in mind when we do get the schedule release on May 14th, your 2 cents, gents.
Yeah, he's battled some
There he is,
injuries.
4th, 5th round draft grade.
Able to stay healthy, and you saw him at his best. You could see him come off the board a little bit earlier. Runs low to the ground. He's got good feel, good vision. He's elusive in space.
We knew Carolina was looking at running backs because, well, you know, they invested last year and then he got injured again. So they didn't need to get a running back at some point in this draft, unfortunately.
When the Carolina Panthers had double trouble. Remember the running backs they had back then?
I don't hate him enough. I'm not going to give it a D-, but that is a D grade for me for Trevor Etienne.
I really think this pick is the hedge their bets a little bit Chuba Hubbard, who we saw here announcing picks.
Well,
It looks like he's on the road.
It has more to do with
Got hurt late last year after having a heck of a season.
Getting paid.
their other running back got hurt too. The one they took in the 2nd round.
And the young man out of Texas last year, who was the 2nd-round pick, who hurt his knee. But he got hurt his knee for the 2nd time.
And I think Jonathan Brooks would have been a 1st-round pick if he didn't come in with an ACL injury.
So close to the Paris pick being done.
So my top 10,
Is the name Steven,
I think we've seen one guy go from my top 10 so far today.
We're hooked on fun.
Cam Scadaboo was in my top 10 to start the day. Other than that, that has stayed the same.
Hello, everybody.
Arizona.
This is State linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, and we live here from Sonora, Mexico at Fernando Valenzuela Stadium.
There he goes.
Home of the Niner Herald
I like him.
Hello, I'm Juan Castro, manager of the Naranjeros de Hermosillo, and we are honored to announce the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 115th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State. Let's go, Cardinals.
Oh man, when I thought it was an international pick of the Cardinals, wow, would have been if we
Let's see, the Ohio State kid. I like him. Little limited.
know it was from Mexico, and it is the latest Buckeye to move on from the national championship.
Sorry if I hit my mic.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Cody Simon, he's a dog.
Over right in order here. Simon coming off. I thought this would be the sweet spot, this 4th round range for this handful of linebackers.
And I at one point did have him higher. Once again, got to push some guys down.
He'll dip under block.
So I didn't have too many guys with high round draft grades on him. 6'2.5", 239 pounds. Very good against the run. So near elite against the run. Explosive downhill guy. Great twitch. Great quick first step. Good play recognition. Good in zone coverage. Good communicator. So makes sense that he goes in this area of the draft. He over pursues plays, however. His change of direction isn't the greatest. So a little bit limited in his side to side, sideline to sideline ability, and he doesn't flip his head in coverage at all. So that's where he struggles in man coverage. Will linebacker there. Going to Arizona, they needed linebacker help. They get it. Yeah, good communicator. I don't think he'll have to be like he's not going to be the Mike linebacker, but it's all right. Maybe he will be. Yeah, it's a good player.
Yeah, I've seen some teams go with that strategy, trying to get picks next year. But it's interesting for me for Houston. What are they coming up for? And I'm looking at a couple different options here. The offensive line they've really invested in and tried to change. They've only made one pick.
As a reminder, right now a C is the baseline. A C is a good pick. If a player gets drafted where I have them graded right now, in the 4th round, that's a C. So don't get too disappointed with some of these lower grades.
What's interesting, you say, what are they coming up for? I don't think this is just a specific player. Obviously, you're going to draft someone. This is a Houston team I think is coming up.
It's just at this point in the draft, if you want an A, you got to earn it.
The first year was a joyride with D'Amico Ryans and crew, right? C.J. Stroud. Last year, they found out just how difficult it was. Because now you're getting everyone's best shot. But guess what? They found their way through, won their division again, and won a playoff game. Now they've gone through that. I think they felt they've got their legs under them a little bit. Got that maturity that runs through the team with your quarterback and your star defender, Will Anderson. They're thinking about a big run.
Houston.
Trying to fortify this team.
Where are you going?
That's why I think Nick Casero's making these kind of moves, Rich.
What does this say about the draft?
Braden Swinson?
Point of view, where they're like, well,
Marcus and Bo.
we didn't even have a
Add a little bit more on that offense. I got a feeling it's going to be defense, but we'll see.
pick. We'll just take a 6th and a 3.
Tight end, Gunnar Helm?
It's also
Probably not.
A, secure that they're going to be around. Chris Greer feels comfortable.
Could be a running back.
Have understanding of ownership that we just
Maybe
value
Brashard
what
Smith
we're
even.
doing in the future, next year's draft versus what we're staring at this year at this point in time.
That's actually going to be my
Stability involved in
I'm going to make that my call. Brashard Smith,
I think if Houston
running back, receiving running back, or Jaden Blue, for that matter.
Yeah, we've seen the Bears do it in free agency as well.
The guard from Purdue, that's Marcus and Bo. Yeah, that was my other call. It would be a good fit for what they need, system fit, everything.
Write that check for their quarterback. So the time is now for Houston. Seize the moment, and that's why you see aggressive moves like this one.
But like Damian Martinez would be a nice fit. I don't think Dylan Sampson would be a fit.
What are you doing? He said, no, we're trying to win right now. The fans will look at this as you're rebuilding. You mentioned there must be security there. Take it for what it's worth. Those player polls.
Can't be a wide receiver. There's no way of that.
Report card. Mike McDaniel, the head coach, got an A+. So that tells you something about probably how the organization is viewing head coach, GM in tandem. I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon.
When we just saw the Texans celebrating the pick, I feel it's an internationally made pick.
Has a team ever been mad about their pick?
Saying, hey,
Does that happen? Why do you keep doing this to me?
But the sandwich now is still. Where is this coming from?
From Mexico. 10 spots behind him. So they know who the Texans already acquired and immediately moved up 10 spots.
Yeah, because they have a system internally where they see what the picks are when they get submitted. Duh. So the Rams moved up. Quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Who would they be trying to jump for that? I don't know. Falcons, center, tackle, Bengals, Tennessee,
Overall, in the 6th round to move up to 10 spots.
wide receiver.
Nicole, so I will take your 6th. I'm happy to move down 10 spots. So Atlanta's now on the clock after that. Where
Tennessee, Atlanta. Could be wide receiver that they would be trying to jump them for. Linebackers started going. It is a running back. I was right about that. To Houston. It's going to be Woody Marks. Not my favorite running back. I was low on him. This is somebody who other people liked a lot. 6th, 5th round draft grade on him.
Live from Santiago, Monterrey, Mexico. Enjoying a traditional carne asada with Texans fans and friends. And so let's do it. With 160 pick in 2025 NFL draft, the Houston Texans select Woody Marks in the position of running back from UCS. Vamos Texans!
So, like I said, pass-catching running back. Excellent pass-catching running back in Woody Marks. I couldn't remember for sure when I was listing off the running back potential picks for... What team was that I was giving those out? When he sees the hole, he goes. Solid second year he can hit. Solid second gear that he can hit. Oops, let me fix that.
About 261 career receptions. So they've added those wide receivers from Iowa.
So this is a good fit. Overall production numbers weren't great. His wiggle, yak, missed tackles aren't good. His pass protection was not good, but he's high effort pass protector. His short arms aren't going to help him in that department ever. In college, over 5 years, he played all 5 of those years, but he finally broke out in his 5th year as an average runner. So pass catching, 3rd down back.
The 117th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 117th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jarquez Hunter.
What did I say? Running back, probably. Wow. No, I eliminated running back from the potential. I can't believe they're just like San Francisco every year, taking a 3rd, 4th round running back. I love Jarquez Hunter, by the way. Love the pick.
No, this is legitimate. And I actually forced me to go back and watch a little bit more. And
116th overall pick,
he saw it.
overall player. Had him higher at some points. Didn't think I needed to get up higher to get him, though, because you didn't hear him talked about at all during the offseason. So Houston, that's going to be an F on Jo'quavious Marks. But the Rams, 3rd, 4th round draft grade on him. That'll get you an A+. I don't know about the need for the Rams, but whatever. All right, so David Walker, question mark, to Houston, were you guessing? Jarquez Hunter played at Auburn. Really good all-around running back. He shows, I thought, some really good burst at the 2nd level. Surprising burst that would take defenders by surprise. Good contact balance. Like I said, 3 down back. He actually, my comp for him was a smaller, less talented Nick Chubb.
DK Metcalf or what have you. We've now seen 20 drafts since the Titans got put on the clock, or at least the Jaguars got put themselves on the clock.
Here he goes. I'm a little bit lower on this pick for Atlanta. Doubling down on their safety situation there. But good player, nonetheless.
The location of this year's NFL Germany game. My name is Contra K, and I'm proud to announce the Falcons' next pick. With the 118th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Billy Bowman, defensive back, Oklahoma.
So like I said, you get to see if you're taken at this point in the draft where I thought you should be taken. So I was lower on Billy Bowman than consensus than a lot of people out there. But he goes exactly where I thought he should go here in the 4th round. He's an exciting safety, exciting potential, downhill, physical safety. I just thought he was a 4th round kind of guy. I didn't see, day 1, day 2 kinds of talent with him. but could be a starter in the league for a long time. My 147th overall ranked prospect there for Billy Bowman. Did we get Jarquez Hunter off of here?
Watch Andre Diggs. And that's Kyron Williams, which we were just talking about.
Yes.
Bad intentions coming up. Making the play. And Billy Bowman, married to an Oklahoma outfielder in the softball team. There's won, 5 straight innings.
You love Billy Bowman? Yeah, a lot of people loved him. He wasn't my guy. I was lower on him than others. I could almost put a C- there. But then it's like I don't really have anything I dislike about him. Good size, as you can see too. Physical. Dark green color there. Means that is a major advantage. No. Sorry, that tricks me. He is not big. Let me get his scouting report up. That is the opposite. It is a major question mark. That is part of the reason why I have him as a round 4 guy. Billy Bowman is 5'10", 195 pounds. Very good acceleration, speed, average for his size, though. Good coverage, thrives in zone coverage, high IQ. He has experience directing the defense, a good communicator. Versatility, though I'd rather not put him in tough man coverage situations in the nickel. So, in a zone heavier system, more of a fit in Atlanta. They do all of the above. He has a knack for making the exciting play. He plays with some tenacity and awareness. He is, however, a poor tackler, doesn't necessarily finish plays even though he gets there, and once again does make some exciting plays, but just all in all, the highlight reel's better than the play-down, play-out consistency. Also, major physical concerns. He's extremely short. He has a very extremely small wingspan, which is part of the reason that he's a poor tackler. And he is very underweight, which doesn't help for tackling either. He's a senior who's shown little improvement over the past 3 years as a starter. I like to see improvement. He hasn't shown any improvement. Doesn't mean he was bad, the whole way through. It's just that he didn't ever improve, which you like to see at the college level because then you think, well, now they can continue that improvement. And if you haven't improved at the college level, tough to project any kind of improvement at the next level. Not that it doesn't happen. And he received last rep honors day 2 of the Senior Bowl. I like Lathan Ransom more than him. 3rd, 4th round draft grade on him. Downhill guy. I like him quite a bit. My report on Lathan Ransom, 6 foot 206. PFF's number 1 ranked run defender at the safety position. Unfortunately, his tackling could use some improvement. His average depth of tackle is also bad at 4.1 yards, although he was often very far off of the line of scrimmage, so that would make some sense. He displays good game IQ. He does a nice job of keeping his eyes on the backfield and diagnosing pre-play. He has the speed to chase down a play in pursuit, which normally he shouldn't have to do as a safety, but he can if he has to. Great weakness, versatile. He's not very versatile. He is a role-specific player, so you got to get him into that star role, that linebacker/safety type of role, nickel. Could he develop into more? Could develop into more. Otherwise, I think that he is too much of a liability if you're going to ask him to be a traditional safety too often. So once again, I don't want him like protecting my back end as a free safety. Want him more as like coming downfield. He takes ultra aggressive angles, which could burn him more at the next level, and he doesn't wrap up when he's tackling often enough. Didn't like his tackling form. 5th-year senior, 4-year starter at Ohio State, who's taken 2 leaps of improvement over the last 4 years. While his role has also changed a few times with them. So, I like him quite a bit. Borderline my guy, not quite a my guy, but I like him in the right situation and the right role. Hey, Gunnar Helm to Texas. What did I say once upon a time? Tight end possible. I wasn't too high on Gunnar Helm to them. There we go. So Gunnar Helm is my 77th overall ranked prospect. He struggled this offseason. Okay, so we got to catch up here. I'm going to get this. Because of an injury at the combine, so he's very athletic. His athletic numbers, however, don't look so great. So Tennessee, Gunnar Helm, 2nd to 3rd round draft grade on him will get you an A+. He was a my guy. And prior to that, a not my guy at linebacker to Cincinnati. Wow, they're really getting some linebackers there.
I like the value here.
Oops.
Watching with some of the plays made against Georgia, this is a great pick here at this point in time.
Here comes the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So Cincinnati goes Barrett Carter. That is going to be a 5th, 6th round draft grade, an F minus. I wasn't as high up on Barrett Carter than others. But the fact that it's an F, I'll keep the minus away. Maybe I'll add it later.
The 121st pick in the 2025
This girl's
NFL
attractive.
Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select David Walker, linebacker, Central Arkansas.
There goes David Walker, baby. Glad to see you're a fan of David Walker. That's my guy. Is he up here?
Yeah, you knew I fell in love with this kid.
Yeah. He's a demon. An absolute demon. David Walker, my 89th overall ranked prospect. What a great find. Exactly what Tampa Bay needs. A guy with some juice in that edge rushing room. I love it. This is a plus. So, where are you, David? 2nd to 3rd round draft grade on him. A plus fit. My guy. What's the other plus that I could give him? I can't remember. So, David Walker going to Tampa Bay. Amazing. I called him a chaos goblin. I believe is the descriptor that I used for him in my write-up. And so, to everybody who had Braden Swinson over him, they can suck it. And now I regret not just keeping Braden Swinson down a little bit further and maybe not having David Walker just a little bit higher. I love him. I was high on him. Looks like you were too, Michael. So love to see that. Speaking of Lathan Ransom, look at that. Did we get the others covered? Yeah, so Cincinnati going doubling up at linebacker. And here we go. Ohio State. Carolina getting safety. Yeah. Is that another safety to Carolina? Are these teams just doubling down at this point? No. So Carolina needed that. That's going to be, they need both, all types of safeties. So this is a good fit for them. 3rd round draft grade. Going to be an A. Like I said, not quite a my guy. Doesn't quite get my juices going like a guy like David Walker does. You know, that's what we try to save those pluses for. Sometimes I'm a little liberal with handing those out. But we just went over the Lathan Ransom scouting report a short bit ago there. So to Carolina. Yes, my guy. Michael in chat is a Ohio State fan through and through. And a Cleveland fan. And he has faith in his teams and his team's players. So Lathan Ransom was my 102nd ranked overall prospect, goes at 122. So a nice little deal there for Carolina. Pittsburgh on the clock next. Oh, bye. My Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Pittsburgh their pick is in, actually. So my Green Bay Packers are on. Yeah, I know what's in. I misspoke. Next commercial break, I gotta go refill all my drinks and maybe grab some more popcorn. See, this is gonna be it. We're gonna be going through a lot of guys that I really like around this portion of the draft. That's why, well, we'll just see. We'll see. Maybe we won't. Maybe some of these names won't be called of guys that I like. But, you know, cornerback, I think some really good names. Some of these I know will fall for sure. Some of them, I'm a little surprised. Actually, I can't say I'm surprised by any of these guys not being taken yet. A lot of people might be surprised. Not yet. But Dorian Strong, Quincy Riley not getting taken. I was a little bit lower on him, but I'm, good with him now. Linebacker, no surprises, but definitely several my guys left in Chandler Martin, Sean Dolak, Carson Bruner. Not a surprise, once again, though, that these guys aren't getting drafted yet. Braden Swinson, a surprise for many. Not, like, the biggest surprise for me. I did think he's, like, a day 2 guy, though. So, little surprised. Yeah, that would be a surprise. Josh Farmer, little surprised. Not shocked that, the only reason I thought that NFL teams were higher on him because of Dane Brugler being kind of higher on him, and yeah, he makes some of his opinions based on that. Hey, another Ohio State man going. Look at that. Do the Browns go with Tez Johnson? Teaming back up with Dylan. Maybe. I think. I'm trying to remember. I've gone 2. Yeah, I've taken Tez Johnson. I think in 2 drafts that I did this offseason. I don't remember to what teams, but like Cleveland, might have been one of them. Captain Jack Sparrow. There he goes. 83rd overall ranked prospect. Going to Pittsburgh. Oh, nice fit. That's a fit there. That's a team fit. So we will give that a plus. Second, third round draft grade on him. That's an A+. Look at that. A+ to Captain Jack Sparrow going to Pittsburgh for the fit. He is a Pittsburgh man. That'll make sense. I expect him to find many successes there. Not the most athletic guy in Jack Sawyer, but I think a bit of a playmaker. Might have benefited from JT Tuimoloau being opposite of him. Would make sense. And yes, Steelers defense, adding some pieces around on that defense, making sure it's going to continue to be one of the best in the league for now and into the future. Which was something I thought that they would probably be doing in this draft. So, also digging their draft plan, and Green Bay Packers are up next. Cornerback got a lot. Oh my gosh, Za Frazier, give me Za Frazier, give me, if it's not going to be Za, give me Zay Alexander, give me O'Donnell Fortune, give me Marcus Harris, give me Mac McWilliams, Jordan Hancock. Heck, I'll take that. If you gotta, I'll take. No, I don't want a nickel like Roger. I think Robert Longerbeam's probably a nickel. Give me Corey Black just to surprise everybody. He's not even on a lot of draft boards. Who's it gonna be? No offense, I don't really care what Fields thinks. Yeah, my favorite commentator. No, don't take him. I want guys that can cover. Denzel's in the slot. We got enough of that. I don't need that. So, edge rusher, interior defensive line, linebacker, wouldn't be a shock here, I don't think. Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey. Ivy's kind of a Green Bay Packer kind of guy. Josh Farmer. Wouldn't mind that. Aeneas Peebles. JJ Pegues. Cameron Jackson would fill a hole left behind. Let's see what they do. Running back?
With the 124th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Barron Sorrell, defensive end.
Edge rusher. I like him. Slow reaction on that. I like Barron quite a bit. It's a D. Bit of a my guy, though. I was higher on him earlier on in the offseason. This is kind of... This grouping here, Ja Joyner, Kamen Rucker, Barron Sorrell, we're all three like my guys that I was higher on them than consensus. So we'll cover Barron Sorrell here in a moment. Texas, I believe. Yeah.
Gino was just the second round. It wasn't a very long wait for him.
But everyone thought he was a lock first rounder and came back
All right, so Barron Sorrell, 6'3", 253 pounds, high motor, relentless edge rusher. Like that a lot. He is close to a my guy. Yeah, he was a my guy. Heavy hands. He plays strong and he can often control the block. So there we go. Green Bay likes that kind of guy. Good game IQ, agility and change of direction, run the hoop drill. Yeah, he's a good fit. I'll give him a double plus. He's a good fit too for Green Bay. Is he exactly what I wanted them to take? Maybe not quite. But he is a good fit for what they like. Weaknesses. He's a little inconsistent. He lacks explosion. That's a good Green Bay fit. We don't like explosive edge rushers. He doesn't have very many finesse moves. That's, once again, a fit for Green Bay. Cannot beat the double team. Hopefully as an edge rusher, you're not getting double teamed too often. Struggles to finish the play. His tackling, not the best. Yeah, that's a problem around the NFL. Very short arms and wingspan. There you go. There's a reason for that. Don't expect that tackling to get a whole lot better. 3-year starter at the University of Texas. Took a big jump from 2022 to 2023, and then he did not improve into 2024, which is part of the reason I wasn't even higher on him. Had a strong showing at the Senior Bowl practices. Had a final rep honor on day 2, which is, it shows that he was taking to coaching well and everything. The coaches make that determination based on guys who had the best practice that day. After a tie, this was the rep where he and somebody else, they went back and forth like 3 or 4 times. So I'm a big fan of him. I want to hear this. Inconsistent.
This is someone who's got it all on his body to see. I mean, you can see it. He's really well built and he can run.
Really enjoyed him at the Senior Bowl because you remember they always had that one-on-one challenge at the end of practice. He seemed to end up in it much more often than other people and never turned down an opportunity.
So I guess Sorrell doesn't have far to walk to shake the hands of the people who drafted him. They're really across the parking lot here. As the Green Bay Packers have put on quite the show for the draft, and wonderful moment for this young man. Finally getting out of the green room, finally under the commissioner, and now meeting and greeting his new fans one-on-one under a beautiful sunny sky here in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Chargers pick us in. All right, I think. Are we going to commercial? Fries! Is this one of the fries that's here during the fantasy football season? Barron Sorrell getting the golden treatment being in Green Bay. No. Well, hello. I was just going to head out, but what's up, my man? How are you doing? Yeah, I'm not going to head out. I'm coming back, but I'm just going to run away for a moment. So give me a moment, Fries, and welcome in. Come back later if you get bored right away here. But just keeping up, giving instant grades on players. You can see my edge rush grades are on the screen right now. And I got my top 10 going. Oh, by the way, Barron Sorrell was my 156th ranked prospect. Once again, though, my guy, big fan of him. So happy to see that. Did I miss anybody else? Jack Sawyer? Nope, look at that, staying up to beat. Alright, there's the last several picks while I go and come back. I'm doing well, can't complain, got a draft, and Packers took another guy that I do like at least. Even though I think it's a bit of a reach, that's normal. Packers do that all the time. So, I'm having a good time. Who's your team, Fries? Let me know when I come back. also have to go to the bathroom, but get this TV on.
Defensive end, South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina saw him at Georgia Tech. When he entered into the portal, they knew it was just a 1-for-1. You're only going to get 1 year from this guy, but they thought there was some real upside with him. Well, how did he deliver? Just the SEC Defensive Player of the Year with incredible production. CD's got long arms to 34 inches, takes those little short, choppy steps. He can get into your chest. Does a nice job of finishing as a rusher. He loves that rip move. So Chargers get one of those long-armed edge rushers, put him next to Tui Pelotu and company.
The SEC Defensive Player of the Year was the 125th pick in the draft, so we just assume by that. That sounds like a value pick. So here comes the Cleveland Browns. This was the 4th-round pick. They traded down in the Travis Hunter trade with Jacksonville.
Greetings from the British Bulldogs, Browns backers in the
Gosh,
UK. We
I'm
cannot
falling
wait to
behind.
welcome Browns fans from all over the world to London this season, where the Browns play at Tottenham Stadium. But first, with the 126th pick in the 2025 NFL
Pro or
Draft,
college?
the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Sampson.
Fries, he likes. Oh,
Tennessee.
yeah, that makes sense. That's a good fit. What do you mean, why Dylan? It's a good fit. That's a good running back. All right. What have I missed here? Kyle Kennard. I'm not a huge Kyle Kennard guy. So that was to the Chargers. Good need, though. So, is that their first edge rusher? Yeah, so good pick in terms of need. So I'll just give it a D instead of a D minus, but definitely not like a my guy. And then Cleveland, I like this a lot for you. Didn't you already get a running back though? What happened? Didn't I say that earlier? They could take him.
NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jalen Travis, tackle, Iowa State.
So Dylan Sampson, that's going to be an A for Cleveland. Gap run blocker. Has more juice than Quinshon Judkins, but both of them kind of good backs. That could be a bit of a camp duel. I don't know that Quinshon Judkins gets some guarantee there. SEC. Okay, I got you. You didn't like the positional pick. I thought you were complaining about, the player more so. All right, so Dylan Sampson was my 82nd overall ranked prospect, top 10 available guy. And then we've got
128th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select
Jalen Lane.
Jalen Lane,
Nice. That's a my guy.
Virginia
Very nice. So Kyle Kennard, 153rd ranked prospect, a little bit ago taken.
You got guys that can really run. That's been the theme. That's who you're seeing go. He ran 4.
And then Jalen Lane and Jalen Travis, both good my guy types. Jalen Travis is my 141st ranked prospect. We'll get into grading him in a moment. And Jalen Lane,
But CD, not only the 4.344, he jumped 40 inches. He broad jumped 11 feet. And this is
my 137th ranked prospect. Big fan, though. Very electric player. That's a nice fit for Washington in their terms of needs. So let's go to the offensive line there. Jalen Travis can be down here a little ways, but not too far. 4th round prospect. That will be a C grade on him. C plus. He is a bit of a my guy. So nice find there. Tackle prospect. Did they announce him as a tackle? Yeah. So they came back from a commercial, and then they flew through those. And then Washington, wide receiver Jalen Lane, ultra electric. I actually think he's the most electric player in this draft. Where do you think Arch Manning will go next year? I think he'll stay in Texas. Where do you think he'll go? Otherwise, Cleveland. They've set themselves up probably in the best situation to be able to go get him. But I don't think they'll be the worst team, so actually, no. New York be right up there. So Jalen Lane had a 4th round draft pick on. That is a my guy. That, well, I don't know about team fit, but that does hit a need. So we'll give that a C++ just because I want to. But yeah, Jalen Lane going to Washington. You love it. When do the Browns pick next? Probably not till the 5th. Don't they have like a bunch of 5th or 6th round picks? One or the other? Yeah, I feel like you got a bunch of picks coming up soon enough. Well, this was one of them. 126. One of their extra picks. So, they pick next. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I thought that would show. I don't know what their next pick is. You're gonna have to look. It's out there. No 7th, so all their picks were beforehand. Yeah, I think Quinn Ewers has enough going for him that he'll get drafted. I kind of figured he's like a 4th, 5th round guy, so I think we're right in that area where he's most likely to go. But, you know, sometimes backup quarterbacks just don't always go the fastest. I wasn't very impressed with Quinn Ewers anytime I ever watched him, but there is enough in there to where New York Jets, you know, I think could be a team that's interested in him. Any of the teams, Las Vegas, you know, any of those teams that just kind of could use a quarterback, want to bring somebody in. Who's taken one so far? Giants probably wouldn't double down on that. Yeah, I mean, Las Vegas, Cleveland wouldn't make enough sense if they want to. And I mean, just, you know, I mean, any team that, for him, I don't think it'll be like a Shanahan style system. So that kind of limits maybe. But at some point, you know, a team just says, oh, we like him, we'll take him. Baltimore, going Ted I. Buchanan. It's Teddy, but it's spelt like Ted Dye. 262nd ranked prospect. Not extremely surprised that he goes up here. I had a 7th to preferred free agent grade on him. I just wasn't very impressed by him, but he does have some qualities working in his favor.
Eddie Buchanan off the ball, also can rush the passer a little bit, had 3 sacks. The coverage to me was the only concern, a little bit of the knock there, but I thought the instinct...
I care about coverage.
Excellent, he can really, really run. To me, it's just clean up some of the coverage stuff, CD.
Plays like his hair's on fire, too. That's what you like about him. That fits Baltimore perfectly. 1 year at Cal.
Yeah, good team fit.
Well, the Eagles were
Good division fit. More so. Gonna be in the AFC North. Gotta have players. I like Texans head coach. I mean, I like teams who draft players that I liked in the draft process. So Houston's like on that list of more than other teams. They're on the plus side with some of their draft picks, like safety last year. Your wide receiver, why can't I think of his name? Oh man. So many names in my head that none of them come to it anymore. I'm just totally drawing blanks. I keep thinking of Dart for who I'm trying to say not. But Texans are not a franchise that I've ever liked the most. But they've had a lot of players that I like at different times. And I definitely liked Tennessee when they were in Tennessee quite a bit. The Oilers. At 166 to the Browns in 30 picks. I mean, I think a lot of people could. You know, maybe that would be like a Quinn Ewers or something. Speaking of him. Let's go to wide receivers. I know you want wide receiver. Well, I think Andrew Armstrong would be a nice pick. Obviously, you like Alec Einemander. Keandre Lambert-Smith would be a nice addition. Nick Nash would work there. Daniel Jackson, Jackson Meeks would be kind of like... I feel like you got that already. DeCorian Clark could be fun. Kanata Mempfield. Ja'Cory Brooks. Kind of those... Some of those bigger guys that maybe could be a slot too. Malachi Moore! Game over for Sanders. Are you going to New Orleans? No. Oh, he goes to Jets. A lot of people like Malachi Moore. You're not going to like Mike Grady on Malachi Moore. I had a 7th to preferred free agent on him. Wasn't ultra impressed. That is going to be an F. I won't put a minus on that. Let me get you my write-up on him. Another one of those guys. Not a surprise that he goes this high. A lot of people did like him. I actually don't have any weaknesses written for him. 5'11", 196 pounds. Great in coverage, 23.3% forced incompletion rate. That's really good. Elite type of number there. Very good tackler, 6.8% missed tackle rate, so that's really good. He's versatile alignment, locates the ball well as well, so that's nice. 5th-year senior out of Alabama. He's going to be 24 by the time that the 2025 NFL season begins. He did end up taking a nice leap forward in the 2025 season, so you like that too. I just must not have been impressed by the tape, so I never got too high on him. Well, I don't know that Justin Fields is necessarily the future, for sure, to where you don't bring in another quarterback. There goes one of the guys. Who dat? Malachi Moore, my 259th ranked prospect. Teddy Buchanan, did I get him off of here? Yeah. Quincy Riley, my 149th ranked prospect, going here at 131. I have a 4th round draft grade on him, so I think this is going to be a B grade. We're at pick 131 there. Where are we? Cornerback. So yeah, Quincy, I had a 4th round draft grade on him. Apparently I was too high on this cornerback class. 4th round, that is going to be an A. I'm going to call it a minus at this point, though. I wasn't like a huge Quincy Riley stan. So just get that in there. But going to New Orleans. Nice addition. They need cornerback help. So actually, that works in terms of team need. So I guess I'll go back to an A on that. But nice pick. Saints picks your guy. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people liked him. I didn't have anything wrong with him. I just thought he was a 4th round guy. And, you know, here he goes later on in the 4th round. So I guess I was right on him, even though there's a whole list of guys above that have not been drafted yet. So only right on him to some extent. Right. I mean, the book is yet to be written. My mock draft board is not meant to be predictive of the draft. It's my thoughts on the players. it does get influenced a little bit by others' opinions, by the consensus. But for the most part, not supposed to. Chicago Bears pick is in. Kansas City is on the clock. There it is, and I don't know who that is. I don't believe I have his name written down. First one. Last year I only had like 3 or 4 of those. Let's see. No Rubens. I don't know who that is. Cheer for it, Green Bay. They just picked nobody. Out of Maryland. Okay, so late buzz kind of guy. I love Andrew Makuba. He's my guy. You know, the Eagles do it again. Basically how I feel about that. Andrew Makuba was tied for Malachi Starks as my #1 ranked. I give that an S+, S tier. Good value. Where they were able to get him gets you an S+ at that point in the draft. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. Borderline top 5 favorite player in the draft. And they have another previous one too in Sydney Brown in there as a safety already on that team. Alright, so Kansas City on the clock. Where are they going? Man, I really had Jalen Royals wrong. And Torrey Horton, apparently. We'll see. Maybe Torrey Horton can go here soon. He gave you gloves? Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. So I guess you live in Texas? Or you just went to a Texas game that was at your home state? I guess could be a possibility too. Do you wear them, or are they up on display, or in a case of some sort or something? There's a minion. Why is there a minion there? Hey, stop that. Get that music off of my broadcast. Yeah, I liked a lot of the Texas players this year. I mean, you know, it's a good team, so makes enough sense. Oh, that was nice of you. Too kind, in my opinion. But very nice of you. Does he use them? Is that why you gave them to him? Because he actually would use them? Oh, come on. Stop the song. It's enough. I wonder if my friend made it down there yet. Friend was gonna go with his mom. On display. Alright, nice. I mean, you know, they could be worth something someday. There's always that chance. Oh, there's some nuns checking out the... Gotta love that. Catholic town, Green Bay. There we go. Are we done jumping? We're done jumping. Kansas City. Hey, what did I say? One of my guys here goes off finally. My 40th ranked wide receiver. Let's listen in.
Was geht, Green Bay? Chiefs Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 131st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
Oh, is it Kansas City?
Time, running back.
So, that is my guy. I'm also going to say a great team fit for that Rashee Rice kind of role.
There as well, but Royals, there's some people who thought he'd go off the board in the second round.
Yep.
Compact build. You think about guys who played at that size and then that.
I liked him more than Luther Burden.
The guy who used to play here, Randall Cobb, who's got that compact build but can really get out and go. A young Randall Cobb, that was someone he reminded me of. Big time one-handed catch, by the way, the Utah Eagles.
Don't you think you could run some Debo plays with him too?
Strong.
All right, we're having a lot of fun here on a Saturday, which means stump the truck later on. We'll be able to run Rich Run later on, part of our tradition. Okay, there they are.
We got puppies.
Puppies are in the house. Which one's gonna pee on DJ? Yeah, baby.
The puppies are coming in. Yeah, DJ got peed on one by one. College National Football Championship, I would say I was probably rooting for Ohio. There were more players I was familiar with than Ohio. I don't follow college football really during the season. But between the two, I was familiar with more players for Ohio State, so I think that's who I was rooting for. To be honest, I could be wrong, but I think mostly I just wanted a good game. It's never too early to start your sheets. The Ohio State University. Nope, it's never too early to scout. There are people who are already scouting next year's class. I won't do it until January. But that's just my process. Texas should have beat Ohio State. We're going to have a rivalry in chat. So, love that pick, obviously, for Kansas City. Jalen Royals, a guy who I'm a big fan of. Let's see here. My write-up on Jalen Royals. 6 foot, 205 pounds. Great athletic upside. Extremely good acceleration. Highly efficient. Good at getting yak. Good speed. Playmaker. He can be a deep threat. He's got strong hands, good body control. He attacks the football when he's as a receiver, which I always like. That helps the quarterback, makes life easier, gives it a lower chance that the defensive back will get in front of you. And he is a nuanced route runner, I thought. He has extremely short arms, smaller target, so having a more accurate quarterback will go a long ways. He can struggle against man coverage. That's probably what hurt his grading the most. He's more of a zone beater, and people like guys who do better against man and in-man coverage just because that's the way that the NFL works. He doesn't contribute as a blocker enough, so that would have hurt his status with some teams. He had very poor strength. His physical and athletic profile did not suggest that he'll ever be able to contribute as a good blocker either. He shrinks the target zone along the boundary, so already a smaller target, and then you shrink it a little bit more when you go vertical. But I don't think he'll have to go too vertical with Kansas City too often. I wrote that he's a Z, Amari Cooper-esque, super smooth gauntlet drill at the combine, foot injury in 2024, 2 good years at Utah, consistent, didn't show improvement from 2023 to 2024, so that's a knock. Did get a lot more work from the slot than previously, 22% snaps. And that's where I actually think that, I think he'll probably get utilized more at the next level. His tape, his college play was more of that, like Amari Cooper-esque. I don't know that quite translates to the next level, but it could. It definitely could. Bo to the Browns. I mean, yeah, at this point, I think he's a good deal. Take good players. I don't know that he's No, he's not a Browns guy. But with the running backs that they took, I don't know that he'd be a great fit necessarily for that kind of gap blocking is really what you're going to want for those running backs. And Bo's not a good gap blocker.
Things really start to take off.
All right, Q Robinson here. Looks like this is a selection. You remind me of Jalen Hunt, just a little bit lighter version. We saw Jalen Hunt.
Oh, the Q go. This is a good pick. I'm a little bit lower on him, but I get it.
What he developed into, especially once you got to the playoffs. Very fluid, very sudden. Someone who's played a lot.
195th ranked prospect. A lot of people liked him. Makes sense that a team would take him.
If you watch the Georgia game and you see him pull that guard, you'll see him pull and snatch guys on the
A lot of
edge.
potential.
I think he's got some twitch. I think he'd be a fun one to develop.
He really hung in there too, as you mentioned. Had to wait
Yeah, definitely a developmental guy.
hurt late in the season, and the team awarded him one of the
5th,
highest
6th round draft grade on him.
teammate, which tells you what it was like during his time there. Like waited to get on the field full time.
Where does he go? To Denver.
This pick from folks in Vegas. Fourth to last
That's an
pick
E.
of the fourth round.
Not exactly my guy, but I do like him. His injury concerns are a concern too.
Ilya Aria Roman, I love you. I want to give a huge shout out to my football teams back in Australia, the ACT Women's Monarchs flag football team and the Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders
Wow.
select
A little surprise here, but good player. 7th round draft grade on him. I like him. He had a good off season. Showed up, and that seems to be a bit of a.
Is he built like a truck?
I'll get my sheet out on him.
You gotta be able to do a lot of different things. That guy-
Guys who showed up at like the Senior Bowl and stuff this off season are getting drafted at a pretty good rate.
games when they'll be able to loop him and stunt him.
6'3", 284 pounds.
Able to balance at the point of attack.
Strengths, very good pass rusher, 10.6% pass rush win rate. Converted from a pass rusher to defensive tackle, has pass rush moves, part of why he does that. Keeps his eyes on the backfield, 10 batted passes in the past 2 years, that's nice, I like that. He's still a piece that needs years of development, I said, but he's a bit of a blank slate as to what specific role he could be developed into, so that did make him more, a better catch for a wider net of teams. And he has special teams potential as well, which is good, coveted. Does not do well against the run, bad pad level, and lacks ideal position at the next level. 5th-year senior out of South Carolina. Showed off a nasty spin move during the East-West Shrine Bowl practice. Got a sack in the game. So like I said, good offseason. And we got a trade. Is this Green Bay Packers coming up? Green Bay Packers fans just got excited. No, it's Baltimore coming up. I don't know what that was about. Or is it Tennessee that's coming up? Tennessee must be coming up to Baltimore. So, Tonka was my 247th overall ranked prospect. Like I said, I think years of development ahead. That's why I wasn't as high on him. But
I just thought they wanted to go right now. They go out and get an older quarterback, go out and get an older coach, and it was.
I like him. I like him enough.
We've reached the flyer portion of the draft.
Yeah, definitely in the flyer portion.
These guys are going to be starters at this point in time. You're trying to find a place for them, and I would argue that if you could hit on a quarterback here,
Tennessee.
even if he's a successful backup quarterback, it's a heck of a value.
Ask the minority owner of the Vegas Raiders about that.
And Seattle. What if Tennessee comes and takes Shador? There's no way.
So allegedly, and essentially
Want to get ahead of Seattle, San Fran.
choices.
Defensive line, linebacker.
Ravens draft, but it is into the fifth round.
Could make some sense, maybe. Cornerback. Cornerback, I bet. Just because there's so many available.
The Raiders doing. John Spytek, new GM.
Yaya Black. I have a 7th undrafted grade on him, so maybe take him a little bit later. He's not really a great football player,
Even if he's not going to be a starter right away.
but he's got the physical attributes. He's a developmental guy.
And now here's the latest.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded.
His Sanders Fall is being documented.
To the Tennessee Titans. With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select
There he goes. Oh, okay.
Stanford.
That's why you jumped Seattle, who I thought had them pegged as a potential Iron Manor
94 yards against
team
Colorado in 2020.
around earlier, but
A lot of that damage was done against a guy he's going to
I wasn't a big Iron Manor guy.
twice a year.
It's a nice fit for them.
Bad tape that Travis Hunter's
They need this kind of help.
years at Colorado, but he's tall, he's long, he can go get it, a vertical wide receiver.
Well, it's an A minus.
Stopping and starting quite as much, CD, but get him on the move and
Like I said, not a great, huge fan of him, but at this point, it's a nice addition.
Quarterback, aren't they, DJ? If you look at what Tennessee's accumulated, and here's the game that you're referencing. Iron Manor had a big ball game. Won these one-on-one balls against Travis
He's
Hunter. And this was a game that Stanford was down huge and came all the way back.
just like not a very well-rounded receiver.
No small part because of what
So he's still got some receiving stuff to learn,
receivers.
but definitely some good potential.
Canadian receiver came out of there.
It's a great good player. So if you're pointing this out, was that, do you think, part of the reason why the Titans just drafted him?
I mean, Barry has drafted wide receivers. They just haven't really turned out yet.
And they could draft a kid that's already proven it against somebody like the. Is that even, you can even factor in a smidgen into what the Titans.
But that could count as not being able to.
if you've got a tie, they say tie.
So New England has traded up ahead of San Francisco.
Maybe that's that little tiny little nudge you could get to push him over the top.
One quick note, Rich, because you remember our man Tom Pelissero
Offensive line
to arm wrestle
would make sense.
down at the Senior Bowl.
You could be afraid San Francisco would take your guy. Marcus and Bo
Formerly an arm wrestler.
could make sense to come up to get. Cameron Williams. You could think that San Francisco would be interested in him. Logan Brown, same story.
He'll take that trip.
I would think it might be one of them.
So the Patriots just chose.
Chase Lunt,
Popped in. And it looks like
Miles Frazier.
They moved up from the top of the 5th round, 144.
Or is it going to be one of the big guys like Holland Pierce, Gerard Christian Lexington, Brandon Crenshaw Dixon, some bigger bodied linemen.
In the draft that they have, which is a 7th round.
So they give up pick 144 and 238 to move up to 137.
Some changes.
Lambert Smith would be nice. Yeah, I think he was one of the names I said. I like him.
At the end of the 4th round for this selection. So that's what's up.
All right.
Might be a little Jerry Judy-like, but that's okay. At this point, you know, not really drafting starters. Usually. Sometimes they are. I like Iron Manor out here yet?
Zero expectations for that team going into the season. Zero. They upset
I like Iron Manor's with my 105th ranked prospect.
and went right back to being what everyone expected.
And it could have probably been a little bit lower.
Different. I'm not saying they're going to put him in the Super Bowl.
A lot of people that I watched really liked him a lot, so they might have influenced my ultimate draft grade on him by a half round or so.
Free agency into this draft. It's going to be an entirely different looking.
So I still would have been a little bit higher on him than where he gets drafted.
One of the things you look at the
New England.
That's a good teaching coaching staff. So a lot of these good young players, talented young players, I think you're going to see them get them up to speed and get them going early.
Depends what you want. Smith and Tez are two different players, man. I have Tez a little bit higher ranked, but Tez is like less of a sure thing than Lambert Smith is. Tez is a tough sell. I mean, he's small, didn't test well.
NFL draft that has been all about why Shedeur Sanders is still on the draft board. And man, would I love to have that storyline end for everybody who's maybe sick and tired of hearing it. And that obviously
Or Troy.
Shedeur and the Sanders family themselves. So, and you can see there's still a lot of other top 100 players still sitting out there on the draft boards, from Daniel Jeremiah's best available.
Troy who?
The penultimate pick of round 4, and it belongs to the Patriots.
Tory?
Hello, everyone.
I'd rather Tory.
Which is defender for Flamengo and the Brazil national soccer team. Proudly
Nice
representing
pick.
Pat
All right.
from the
It
beautiful
was
city
defensive line. I thought maybe San Fran had picked enough of them.
137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State.
I don't know if they were keeping tabs on San Francisco, who already drafted two interior defensive linemen, but nonetheless, great pick.
How do you clear custom
tosses it ahead. Just wondering. Joshua Farmer.
Bit of a my guy, so we will give that a plus here for New England. I think they're getting a good dude. I really like the tape on him. Very explosive.
Some injury concerns and some
Wrecker.
longevity, I should say. But this is a player
Injury
who
concerns
deserves to
for him?
go much
Okay.
further than this, who has got some pop in his hands. He's got a quick first step.
So that makes sense as to why he falls back.
I think there's what we saw at the Senior Bowl. I think there's more pass rush upside with him, CD. So to me, that
Yep.
everybody's like, oh, how
I agree.
Look, this guy, give me him for the next 5 years. If that was all I were to get, that's a heck of a pick at this point in time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, he fits the mold of what they're trying to do and trying to upgrade their team. They've gotten better positions on
Oh, they're trying to get better?
Again,
Wow.
sacrificing
What kind of team's trying to do that this time of the year?
and how they want to play because they're going to play in the image of their head coach. All right, Mike Vrabel is not going to tolerate anything less than that. Farmer fits that mold.
I have some teams talk to me about players, and not just him, but other players that get labeled, okay, he might be a one-contract player. because they have some concerns. And I
San
say,
Francisco's pick in the final pick of the 4th round.
if he helps me win for the next 3 or 4 years, that gets all of us another extension.
So,
Pick 138. Who could it be? Mr. Semi-Relevant.
obviously, we're talking a lot about Shador.
Offensive line, I think, would make a lot of sense. There's some good choices there for a team like San Francisco available.
We haven't mentioned
He's a national champion.
Logan Brown,
He's a national champion, Will Howard.
Cameron Williams. I don't know about Marcus and Bo. I could see them not maybe liking him, but
In the final regular season
maybe.
year for Syracuse. And then there's the question of Quinn Ewers, formerly of the
Miles Frazier, once again.
The college football playoffs and back-to-back years. I mean, this is a
They're crazy. Garrett Dellinger, you know, they don't care about draft boards. Could they like him?
unless San Francisco chooses
Could they like Timothy McKay? I think just like a good solid player. Thomas Perry, same thing.
8th year.
Willie Lampkin, are they that nuts? We'll find out. I think that means the pick was in. Wide receiver. They did go wide receiver. Okay.
What an amazing place. I just want to say hi to my son Flynn back in Australia.
I like this player.
What an amazing
Not the
place
highest
to
up
be
on him, though.
in Green Bay, where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing battles in the past. And with the 138th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Mississippi? Yeah. The other guy there. Actually, I might. I think I was thinking of somebody else. Let's get it. Let's get his.
It's incredible. He ran 4.37. I was a little bit surprised he ran that fast. I thought he'd be more in the high 4.4s. But this guy can play inside, outside. You watch the goal line fake work. To me, that's what I got excited about because he can adjust and go get the ball.
Okay.
there in the red zone.
Got some stuff on him.
Another one to me, CD. I think he's best on the.
So, 5'11", 196 pounds for Jordan Watkins. Very good speed, very good to great against man coverage. Good to very good efficiency, 2.5 yards per route run when he's on the field. Good hands, 3.9% drop rate. Slot / perimeter versatile. Weaknesses, extremely short arms, not very explosive, not great production, and he's an inconsistent player on a week in and week out basis. I said that his body was built like a denser Jaden Reed. I thought that he looked good in the gauntlet drill at the combine. That's how he's good. 5th-year senior, 3-year player at Ole Miss who has shown some mild improvement year over year, which you like to see. So, there you go. Maybe that could be the... That's probably going to be the backup to... I can't remember any actual players anymore.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big.
So we're on to the 5th round.
Now through May 7th, shop spring deals under $20 at the Home Depot.
Yeah, commercials. Alright, 5th round's going to open up with... Who's got the first pick? The Minnesota Vikings, followed by Carolina. Might get a Vikings fan coming in here shortly. So I think Jordan Watkins would be the natural backup of Juwan Jennings. That's what I was trying to think of. Is I think where you would place him on their roster. who might be missing some time, right, to begin the year. So maybe Jordan Watkins, they felt had a little bit of ability to come in and play, even if he doesn't have the best ceiling. And just kind of be like a smart player. Danny Kelly regrets to tell us that he likes the Patriots draft. Yeah, so we made it through the 4th round. No Shedeur Sanders. Seems like Kansas City. Seems like people are on board with the Jalen Royals to Kansas City pick overall. Jalen Royals, by the way, 9.01 RAS score. Going back to that. Yep, they said the same thing here. JJ Zachariason, he's the Rashee Rice of their team. So whenever Rashee Rice isn't healthy, unable to play, that's your man. And that's why it's such a great fit. And I believe he got an extra plus from me for that. Right? Yes. Great team fit. Couldn't give him a plus for team need. I don't know that they absolutely needed more wide receivers there in Kansas City. But never hurts. There we go. All right. Are we up to Tyrion Ingram Dawkins going? All right. Is he? Nope. Do I have him ranked? I do. My 21st ranked player. He's an interesting player, so let's try to get to that.
Unexpectedly, on April 12th, at the age of 45, Coral was a lifelong sports fan who loved cheering for the Colts, in addition to being a devoted wife and mom. Matt Turpin and the couple's daughters, Stella and Gwyneth, are in the Colts draft room together today.
Yeah, I've known Turk for over 20 years.
Okay, so I think I might have him in my edges, actually.
See them all coming together. It's our way
Yeah.
of giving.
So I have him on my edges sheet.
Pete Carroll and the Raiders draft room.
They drafted him.
All just trying to, Turk, let you and let Stella and Gwyneth know
Is he an
how
edge?
much this scouting community, this NFL community, is hurting for you.
Yeah.
We love you.
And I think they drafted him as a defensive tackle. Yeah. So there we go. I never moved him over. 6'5", 278. Not a good 4-bag agility drill. I didn't write many notes for him, for a guy who I'm aware of. Didn't do too good at the combine. I never updated his notes.
We love you, buddy. And we're a phone call away. Anything you need, anytime you call any of us, we all love you. We're praying for you guys. Stella, Gwyneth, we love you too. We're praying for you as well.
Well said, DJ. We send our condolences.
6th round draft grade. That is going to be an F there for Tyrion, for Minnesota's Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. And then Cam Jackson, same here.
You could see the support around
At pick 140. Also going to be an F. But this is a better. This is an F+. Big nose tackle type from Florida, Cam Jackson, as you can see on the screen. Going to Carolina. Okay, so nice team fit too. They need help all along that defensive line. And that's the first one they take. So yeah, definitely earns the plus there. Baltimore's pick is in. Minnesota back up on the clock at 142 then.
Is again on the clock for a second time here. This is their last pick in the draft.
Final pick of the draft for Minnesota coming up. I have not the most impressive draft
The Vikings will be done. They came in with the
so far. Maybe they'll trade this pick.
and this will wrap it up once they are done with this selection.
They're getting good weather in Minneapolis. They gotta get out into it.
So these are the picks that went down
You know what?
He is the first pick of the 5th round.
Georgia defensive player, you know, there's a bunch of them, and it's been like that for a long time. Inside, outside. Look, last year he could have gone in the portal and got a ton of money, and he decided to stay at Georgia, wanted to stay with his guys, and ended up, you know, also could have come out to the draft as well, CD.
Cameron Jackson's 6'6", 339 pounds. Very good run defender, heavy man, A and B gap versatility, even for a man his size. 5th-year senior, showed improvement over the last 3 years of his college career, and looked good at Senior Bowl practices. Earned an honor rep at the end of practice.
They started running around the field, everything shook. You had to make sure you check your balance because those are big people. They clog things up inside.
He went to the Panthers.
So once again, guys who stood out at the Senior Bowl, they're doing well in this draft.
Careful here because there's so many trades all over the map. I believe this is the Ravens next.
Here goes Baltimore.
On the stage.
How we going, Green Bay? We having fun?
Cameron Jackson, by the way, my 213th overall ranked prospect.
And 2012 world champions, we back-to-back AFC North champions. We'd like to announce 141st
Oh,
pick.
nice pick here. I like this one better for Baltimore.
Baltimore Ravens will select Carson Benson, tackle, Alabama A&M. Let's go Flock! Woo!
That's a big man.
Let's check on Carson Vincent here. There's just been a trade that of note once you're done with this Alabama A&M tape series.
Sure, yeah, he's massive. Baltimore loves to collect these big offensive tackles, and he's raw. CD, we saw
Yeah, Carson Vincent, big, raw,
development that needs to take
tackle,
place there. Didn't have
F+. I do like him, and the potential. Not surprised to see him go a little bit
mentioned size.
earlier than I had him ranked and all, but
Orlando Brown, I mean, this has gone on for a long time. They've collected big tackles.
wow. Really surprised Marcus Mbow is still available.
Seattle Seahawks just traded into the
Fairly surprised Logan Brown's still available.
draft, so the Vikings moved down to 172.
And same with Miles Frazier.
Move up to 142.
Other than that, nothing too shocking there.
Was Sam Howell. Now, you know when they drafted Jalen Milroe last night in Seattle, that gave them Drew Lock, gave them Sam Darnold, that gave them Drew Lock and...
So, will Minnesota trade out? They do. Minnesota gets Sam Howell from Seattle, so they're not going to be drafting, and they move back to pick 172.
Seattle can then
And Seattle comes up here to 142. Look at that.
for the Vikings to get a more veteran presence in-house for them to...
We calling Sam Howell a veteran now?
With J.J. McCarthy, there was tons of talk about
Cavs up by 20
Cousins wind up
at the halftime against the Heat.
happens with Cousins in Atlanta. Will the Vikings even be interested? What will they do? Because they've given J.J. McCarthy all the opportunity to take this job. So Sam
Are we listening to...
is from Seattle, where Jalen
That sounded like
and Sam Darnold, too many quarterbacks.
not a professional singer.
Vikings get theirs, Ian.
Yeah, and this is a trade that has been discussed between the two parties for a couple weeks now. You're right. Once the Seahawks landed another quarterback, once they got Jalen Milroe, it was all about finding a landing spot for Sam Howell. Certainly someone the Vikings have been.
So Seattle are now on the clock at 142. Once again, Sam Howell going to Minnesota.
If there was a return to Minnesota, especially because they have now secured a veteran backup for J.J. McCarthy.
Nice.
Support for him as well.
All right, so these are
Down with the Heat.
parts of the intrigue in draft rooms. And
This kid looking very serious as he points towards his hat
quarterback carousel spinning. So who does
with the Seahawks logo on it.
Seattle get? We're about to get that.
Don't know why he looks so serious.
Hello, everyone from Germany. I'm Omari Williams, defensive back for Ryan Fire.
Okay, I like this pick. Enough.
Jeffries, the quarterback for the Rhine Fire, and we're coming to you live from Düsseldorf, Germany. As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks,
I was once
we are here to
higher
announce the
on
Seahawks
Riley
with
Mills.
12s everywhere.
And with the 142nd pick in the 2025 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from Notre Dame.
Let's get to my notes on him.
I love
6'5.5", 291 pounds. Bit of a my guy here.
He had that injury where he hurt his knee late in the season.
Yeah.
And to tell you just a little bit about the character of this guy, he wanted to be with
I'm surprised I don't have an injury concern on him. Great pass rusher, 14.3% pass rush win rate. decent production throughout his career. He's a good tackler. He finished plays when he's involved in them. He's strong and powerful. His bull rush and his rip are both great moves, and he also has a nice swim move that he tries from time to time. Notre Dame, by the way, player. Poor against the run. A little inconsistent from game to game. His first step was not very quick. His pad level, once again, an issue. Twitch, not the most explosive, twitchiest guy in the world. And he goes north to south well, but he's not so good lateral. He doesn't have great range. He's a B-gap defensive tackle, 4-eye defensive end, and an odd front type of guy. 2024 was a down year for him in some regards, after a really good 2023. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, Sampson's not necessarily a power back, but he's also not really a speed back, but he's got some good explosiveness, I would say.
And with the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins selects Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle, Maryland. Go.
I think Q and Sampson could be a pretty good two-headed monster right off the gate. Be able to keep them both pretty fresh. Jordan Phillips, 3rd round grade. I like him a lot. That's going to be an A+. Guy who I thought like San Francisco might have a lot of like for going to Miami here. He is a bit of an odd watch on tape. He ex-wrestler, definite football guy. And when it comes to the oddities, he leaves his feet a lot, which is a concern. You don't want to leave your feet. That's how you wind up on your butt. So, let's go to my notes on Jordan Phillips here. Cleveland on the clock. Next. Jordan Phillips is a nose tackle, 6'1.5", 318 pounds. He is rocked up. He's got an explosive first step. A very good pass rusher with a pass rush win rate of 10.5%. He is raw as a pass rusher, even though he did do well in college. That translating to the next level, you know, may not be so much. Good explosiveness, good power, good hand usage, great job at creating leverage, and good pad level. Extremely wide stance, beyond athletic, beyond the typical like shoulder wide stance. He can beat double teams. He's got good lateral mobility, works really nicely side to side. Contact balance is great. I felt that he was constantly above average, good in each and every drill at the combine. So yeah, I thought he was pretty impressive at the combine. He does have extremely short arms. He's unreliable against the run. He's got poor eye discipline. He gets caught fighting the block instead of going after the quarterback. That's kind of common for wrestlers, especially. And so you do see that show up where they're literally like wrestling with the defender instead of trying to beat the defender. And sometimes he leaves his feet when popping out of his stance. Like he will literally do a bunny hop. And once again, defenders can start to take advantage of that. He is young. He's only 20 years old. Loves football. He loves reading. He doesn't do much else. And that's why I thought San Francisco might go for him. Stood out at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Ended up winning the Pat Tillman Award there. Most outstanding player at practice. He likes Keanu Benton, Cam Ward. So, you know, would have been very happy to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's a student of the game. He studies all of them, his quote. He's got to be a leader. He told one of the media guys, ladies first, when himself and a woman were asking their questions at the same time. So, you know, he's not afraid to pipe up and tell others to shut up or to listen or whatever. Or that they're doing something wrong, even when maybe he should shut up and do that, apparently. You know, I don't know that in a media session you should do that. So, it was, yeah, kind of funny. And I think told me a little bit about his character, and that I think he is a leader. So, all in all, I like him. What was that? An A+ pick there for Jordan Phillips. And he was my 100th ranked prospect, going at 143. Here we go. Subbed. Appreciate you, Fries. Cleveland traded back? Traded up. Okay. Chubb and Hunt? I wouldn't say 2.0. That means it'll be better than Chubb and Hunt. I don't know about that. But, I mean, in some ways, yeah. I think Hunt is probably a better receiver than both of them, though. Yes, Fries. I appreciate it very, very much. Muchos gracias. I do a lot of fantasy football stuff coming up. Hold up. Ian Rappaport.
Perfect landing spot for him. A veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture.
Yeah, is this Shedeur Sanders? It is, okay.
I wonder here, obviously they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shedeur and just maybe, we'll see.
Well, that would be something. I mean, that would be something. And that's the only way I would say it, but let's see how the next 10 minutes plays out here. The Browns, as we all know, had a shot to, they were the team that had Travis Hunter.
They'll have 4 quarterbacks if they take him.
And then they passed up.
Right?
Chances at Shedeur after that. Let me get this accurately.
Or am I thinking, would that be the New York Giants that would have 4? Did I add one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and including the selection of Dylan Gabriel last night, 94 to complete the Heisman Trophy finalist quartet from Manhattan being drafted in this draft. The other 3, including Travis Hunter, drafted in the top 5 picks in this draft.
I told you they traded for 2 to 5 and got Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, it is official.
I don't think you would have thought we were saying.
My 32nd ranked prospect.
All right, here's the Cleveland Browns pick. Is this the moment?
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders.
There he goes. Not a my guy, so not going to give him a B+. But there's going to be a competition there in Cleveland, and they might find their guy out of this bunch. So, I mean, why wouldn't you take the shot, you know? Makes a lot of sense. Cleveland looks to be very happy. Y'all are underselling the guy that they took before this, though, in Dylan Gabriel. But Dylan Gabriel goes from being excited yesterday to going to have to buck up. It's going to be a competition. That's exciting. Let's go. Gets a B for me because of how my grading system works.
You'll see that here on this tape. Also, the offensive line under a lot of duress over the last 2 years, a lot of collapsing pockets. He's able to hang in there, show his toughness. Watch.
Let me get my quarterbacks up here.
Sit there, take your medicine, and deliver an accurate football that drops right out of the sky on the money. Now, this was the negative side of it. It was the drifting out of pockets. It was taking bad sacks at inopportune times. The thing to me was just playing faster. He just got to speed up his clock and play faster. But CD...
And play with anticipation. So, I have Shedeur Sanders. Is highly accurate, very good ball placement, dwindling returns the deeper the route is, because he does lack a little bit of arm strength. Definitely. So does Dylan Gabriel. You know, this isn't an offense that gets too vertical. So they like to have a guy who can get vertical, but that's not how you're going to attack. In fact, the goal is that you pass it to a guy, and then the player takes the ball and makes a big play. And not, you know, the ball doesn't have to be in the air for a long time for the big play to happen. That's kind of the whole idea of a system that's running in Cleveland here. He's also good off-platform. He has a 1.2% turnover-worthy play rate, very low. That's great. He handles quick pressure well, improves once out of the pocket. He's tough mentally, I would say, probably, and physically, for sure. Mechanically sound and consistent. So, all good things. Weaknesses. Poor pocket presence. He leaves something to be desired there. He drifts backwards way too much. Gets a little bit. You gotta learn how to step up in the pocket. Obviously, there's all the off-field stuff. But arm talent, not the best. pocket presence, not the best. Drifts back out of the pocket too much. Okay, I got that twice. 3.0 second average time to throw. Holds on to the ball for far too long. 20.5% pressure to sack conversion rate. Takes way too many sacks. Didn't run a lot of NFL-style plays at the college level, so he was a tough prospect in order of, in terms of saying how well he can translate to the NFL level. Nice, one of my guys goes to the Eagles. God, they always do that. He's fairly athletic, and he's improved year over year over year. And with that off done, there we go. Shedeur Sanders has been drafted. All right, so that brings us on to Mac McWilliams. He is my overall... I love Mac. My 166th ranked prospect. So this is a little bit higher than I have him ranked, but it doesn't make him any less of a my guy. I was higher than him than consensus, than most any board that I'm aware of. And he goes to Philadelphia. So they always do this, and that's going to be a D grade. And had he done this just a little bit later, it would have been a C. But that is going to be a D+, and that is, I believe, a great team fit. I think we'll be able to get another plus in here. Let's double check on that. Mac McWilliams. 5'10", 186, very good to great in coverage, excels in zone. His mechanics are a plus, good quick footwork, good click and close. His ability to effectively be aggressive along the line of scrimmage is something I like, plus athleticism that shows up on the field. His size is a weakness. He's short, he's got small arms, he's got a small wingspan, he's got small hands. His tackling is an issue, in part because of all that, right? Lack of ball production. He's not going to turn over the ball a whole bunch. His transition is inconsistent when trailing. He is a developmental slot defensive back with the flexibility, dependent upon the system, to pitch in on the perimeter in an emergency. He has had a strong day one at Senior Bowl practices, fifth-year senior guy. We'll just keep that at 1+. But yeah, a big fan of Mac McWilliams. A little bit of a development. I guess they're just bringing in. I mean, yeah, he's a depth piece. I was thinking he was somebody else for a little bit when I said I might give him another plus, but nonetheless, really like him in terms of the fit. I think that they're better fits, or what I would classically think of in their system would be more like an O'Donnell, or Zy Alexander, or Za Frazier. Like, I thought Za Frazier was an excellent fit for them.
Over here. But the opportunity remains. What are you going to do now?
That was the Browns' day there.
Are you going to continue to say, "But I wanted this over here"?
I mean, it's exciting. You got a future first-round draft pick next year. You got two firsts next year. You might have found your quarterback here, so that might not matter in terms of having to use them both to get a quarterback or something.
That's part of what they're talking about the Sanders family right now. You get a chance to show the guy who picked.
All right, so New England ends a lot of people's drought on Braden Swinson. This will be a B for me. And we'll just leave it as a B. Well, just to make a point, I might take that minus off later.
Well, in case anybody's wondering how often we see a draft where
We'll be back at pick 170, so the Browns still have more picks.
It happened last year. The Patriots chose Drake May third overall, then later on chose the current backup quarterback.
San Francisco, the pick is in.
And part of the reason why
Where will they go?
drafted fourth overall.
One of those offensive linemen I talked about?
Won a game at the very end of the season that turned out for being Gerard Mayo's
Linebacker?
head coach. But
Safety?
neither here nor
Cornerback?
We're currently looking up. Pittsburgh
Tight end? Could they go for a tight end? Haven't seen one of them go in a long time.
Well, but it's I'll ask that question because that was there. Because I remember
Thomas Fidone?
And I remember I looked right at you guys. I looked right at Mayock, who was sitting at your
Maliki Mataveo? Oren Gadsden would make a lot of sense for them. That's going to be my dark horse pick here. I'm going to say Oren Gadsden to San Francisco here.
For RG3, and then
Let's see.
it did, and Cousins then became one of the most generationally enriched year-to-year players this league has ever seen.
No doubt.
And now one of the most highly paid backups in the league. where a lot of folks thought he could wind up in Cleveland if things didn't go right in this draft. Now, I mean, it's standing room only in that draft room, especially since we're assuming Watson needs one of those rascals to get around right now. And so, bottom line is, what happens now? Like, how do you do that? Like, Denzel Ward just told him it's time to be legendary. Let's do it. Now, that's the leadership that you need in your locker room. That's what I was talking about last night. It was like, it could be a circus. This, that.
Running back. Should have known. Should have known San Francisco would go running back.
Word that he normally puts a hashtag.
Thank you, and don't think for a second Denzel Ward's not being intentional by using that word.
Right.
You've used it. Here's your opportunity. Let's go ahead and be legendary.
Right, and that's a way of him saying, welcome to the team. But what you just said, that it's now time to compete for your spot and show that particular...
So, Braden Swinson was my up there. 62nd overall ranked prospect.
Let me explain what is going on in the Cleveland Browns quarterback room. You have Deshaun Watson, retore his Achilles, not expected to play this year. Everything else is now completely up for grabs. You want to take a look at this draft? Let's do it. Dylan Gabriel, a high-energy, kind of run-around future backup. That does seem to be where the Browns have him targeted. Shedeur Sanders is a lottery ticket. Some view him as a future starter. If he develops, he could be more. We will see. The Cleveland Browns also, as you guys know, acquired a first-round pick in the future. They still need a franchise quarterback, one that can help them next year get whoever that ends up being. If Shedeur turns into the franchise quarterback that he believes he can be, and other teams believe he can be...
All right, so I gave a C/C+ to Jordan James. He's kind of borderline my guy. I really liked him quite a bit the first time I watched him, in the same manner of how I liked, to a lesser extent, but how I liked Tampa Bay's rookie running back last year. You know, that guy. Coming out of Oregon for Jordan James, same type of back in my opinion, in a lot of ways, but to not the same extent. So, wasn't quite a my guy. I didn't fall in love with him, but I did like a fair bit about his game. Interesting pick for San Francisco. Not their usual burner. Quite the opposite. I guess he's their version of Thunder. But yeah, he's kind of tough to bring down, kind of guy. Surprisingly bouncy, maybe might be a good word, or a good contact balance would probably be a better way of saying it. Ty Hamilton, there he goes. I know I don't have a high grade on him. Yeah, not a surprise here. Preferred free agents grade, so I don't think he's in my top 300. Nope. So Los Angeles Rams taking Ty Hamilton. I'll just accept the loss on that one, but nonetheless we'll grade him harshly. F- on that pick. I know people liked him more than that though. Man, look at this defensive line though. Just getting drafted. Insane. I should have had more graded. I had a hard time. I didn't really get back to a bunch of these guys that I wanted to in this range. That could be a part of why some of them don't end up getting graded, because I did have them in a range where I thought they were like potentially worthy of grades. I had to kind of go through them quickly and make a decision, and most of them ended up landing here. Some of them last second did find some grades, like Thor Griffith made it out of there. Zeke Biggers made it out of there. Tyrion Dawkins made it out of that grouping. Vernon Broughton made it out of that group. And that was it. So Dallas on the clock. We're going to pick 149 now. So actually... No, that's right. Well, it seems like Shador has handled this slide well. He is excited about getting drafted. He's not pouted. He has continually said that he's excited for his opportunity on Twitter after each night and morning. So I think he's handling it well. That would give me some hope if I drafted him. I think I'm going to stretch for a moment. Oh, Jaden Blue going to Dallas. My boy. Staying in state. Look at that. Let's get that done. I like Jaden Blue a lot. And that is a nice addition to their running back room. Because did they take anybody yet? No. Very fun. Alright. And third round draft grade on Jaden Blue. So this is going to end up being a B+ here. Just giving some room for my evaluation, maybe being a little bit too optimistic. If guys go a full, like, 2 rounds later, essentially, via my draft grade. Like, 4 draft slots lower. So, Jaden Blue, great receiving back. I think he has potential as a running back, but probably going to be a guy who maxes out if he hits his ceiling as, like, a 12-touch guy, and most likely, especially early on, going to be, like, a 3 to 6 touch guy. Couple runs, a few targets will be about what you're going to be expecting from him early on. Although, Dallas getting him here, I mean, he's going to get an opportunity. He's going to get an opportunity to compete. So, I like Jaden Blue a lot. Definite third down back. I think some first down back potential in there. He played in Dallas behind a lot of running backs. I mean, he played in Texas, at Texas, behind a lot of running backs over the last few years. Never broke out. Never, was the guy, obviously. But he just kind of stayed there. A lot of people thought he should have stayed in college for one more year. But obviously he didn't want to. So, my 10th ranked running back going to Dallas. Very exciting. Very great electric receiving back. Once again, I think he's got some pretty decent vision. But there's just not a whole lot of usage on tape, and the fact that he struggled to break the starting role obviously isn't like, oh my gosh, we got to get this guy on our roster. Jason Marshall, cornerback of Florida, I do believe I have him in my group in here, but yeah, as an undrafted free agent, so this is going to get a negative grade at this point in the draft until we get to that point. Jason Marshall, going to the Dolphins. What do they see in him? So let's give it a F-, but let's see what's the enticement here for Jason Marshall, because I don't remember a whole lot about him. I don't know that I have a whole lot of notes on him. I do have some notes. 6'1.5", 198 pounds. Very good in man coverage. Good hip flip. Transitions well. And he plays well along the line of scrimmage as well. Weakness? Ball skills. Only had 1 interception all the way back in 2022. When he does flip his head, it's often quite late. So yeah, that's, when you don't flip up your head, it's tough to get an interception. Especially if it's late too. Unreliable in run support. You're going to want to keep him on the perimeter. Not a good tackler. He's kind of a jag. Too often, he takes gambles that don't pay off. He had a torn labrum in October of 2022, so yeah, a major injury issue did not help his grading for me. It required season-ending surgery. He's a senior who didn't show much improvement over his 4 years as a starter. Hey, what's up, Martavius? How are you doing today? Feeling good so far. Can't complain. Just kind of trying to take it easy, but also, keeping up with everything. So, a little bit of both. Sometimes I'm reading things, sometimes I'm not. But I like the Green Bay Packers pick. Once again, I thought I would have preferred getting him 30 picks later than we take him. But, what you going to do? maybe he wouldn't have been there. It wasn't my guy. I had a little bit of a lower grade on him. How are you doing today? I forget, who's your team? And how are you feeling about it so far? We're back.
And now here's two rookie quarterbacks on this team.
Still talking about it.
There's only so many reps. There's only so many preseason games. I don't even know how you evaluate what you're going to do.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I know you've got some thoughts on that.
What do you mean? You're going to have a competition at camp.
To Berlin for a pick where the Colts are going to host the first ever NFL regular
Whoever's doing better gets more reps.
Berlin, and we're going to get their pick now at 151.
Oh yeah, I was wondering how Atlanta fans would feel about that. I do like Lathan. Was it Lathan?
From the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin, Germany.
I do like him.
The Indianapolis Colts would make history as the first NFL team to play a regular season game right in this beautiful stadium.
They're not at the Olympic Stadium.
Let me introduce you to
They're totally green screened in. Why are they faking like they're at the Olympic Stadium? Bull crap. They look green screen.
The Indianapolis Colts select
They are outside though.
DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State. See you in Berlin.
Indianapolis takes DJ Giddens. So yeah, Atlanta safety.
They must have been looking at the. Look at this. They must have been looking at the rankings.
Oh, Billy Bowman. So I mean, it is two different types of safeties to some extent, at least. Xavier Watts is going to be more like your free safety. Billy Bowman more of your strong safety. Xavier Watts a little bit like scheme agnostic, and he can do a little bit of it all just fine. I'm not in love with him. That's why he's got the minus there after the A. Billy Bowman, also not in love with him, but thought it was a fine pick. But yeah, it's, you know, two different types of players, so it's not like you didn't double down at the exact same position. Yeah, exactly. More of a strong safety. Actually, I mean, I just have him straight up as a nickel in my notes. He's a star kind of, you know, linebacker safety kind of guy, which is a nickelback. A lot of people loved him. I didn't love him, but I thought he was good. He went right where I had a 4th round grade on him, and he went right in the heart of the 4th round. So, you know, he went right where I thought he'd go. A lot of people had, like, 3rd round grades on him and stuff. So DJ Giddens going to Indianapolis. I did have them pegged to take somebody. I don't remember who in this draft at the running back position. 3rd round draft grade. That's going to be a B. He wasn't quite a my guy, but I like him. It's a good backup there for Indianapolis. How many more picks do you have for Atlanta? Oh, there goes Shamar James. Not the biggest fan of him, but another guy we knew would go relatively higher than I had him ranked. Is he the edge rusher? Did I miss him? I probably missed him because he's... Oh, no. Yeah, I got him lower. The heck are you, Shamar? He didn't get moved to a linebacker, is he? Ah, he is linebacker. And that's probably where I got him. Freaking Shamar Stewart was playing with my mind. Alright, where are you, Shamar James? There he is. Like I said, not high on him. Some physical concerns, some athletic concerns for Shamar James. Out of Florida, I believe. Yep. That's gonna be to Dallas. They've had a very up and down draft for my grading. I think every other pick is either I love it or I hate it. Yeah, that's gonna be an F minus. Some people liked him quite a bit though too. Not a complete surprise. Not until the 7th round. And it'll be a little while here yet. What is it? 2:30. Are we in the 5th round or 6th round at this point? Shamar James. 6'1.5", 226 pounds, extremely undersized. Pursuit ability is a strength. Extremely undersized and as a strength. I screwed up something with that. He has a high motor, good game IQ and leadership abilities, good agility. His footwork, his change of direction, drills at the combine looked really good. He's really bad in coverage, which is something that I like. He's a bad tackler, which is something I value. He struggles to shed blocks. He's slow to diagnose plays, which is something I value as a linebacker because you don't have long to react there. Sometimes he just over pursues plays. He has athletic limitations. Like I said, he's got size and athletic limitations. So yeah, let me move that extremely undersized portion. Don't know why I wrote that in a strength. It's not a good thing. Other notes on him. His speed is an issue, especially for his size. He is a junior, 1-year starter at Florida. I thought it was an uninspiring year in terms of his grading. Previous 5-star recruit, though. So, I guess there are traits. I didn't see many of them. Some people did. Is DJ Giddens up here on my list? No. So DJ Giddens was my 103rd ranked running back. Get him off of there. Shamar James was not in my top 300. Ooh, there we go. Offensive line, finally going. Neither was Jason Marshall. Okay. Jalen Rivers is, like him a fair bit, and offensive tackle / offensive guard of Miami, getting drafted as a guard to Cincinnati. So nice backup. Going to make sure that they have that spot filled. At a good value there. Same with the New York Giants. A good value here for Marcus and Bo, who is definitely higher up in my rankings. 74th overall ranked prospect. 4th up on my top 10 board right now. Gone off of the board there. So let's get those grades in. And so at a certain point for a guy like Marcus and Bo, I just assume there's some reason that I was too high on him. He was invited to the draft. Like, he's in Green Bay. He could have gone night 1. Was expected to go day 2. He goes now. Or, they were just showing Golden. I thought they were showing Marcus and Bo. No wonder why you're so skinny. But Marcus and Bo is not like a big dude. So Bo going to the New York Giants. It's going to be a B. And he wasn't really my guy. I was a little bit lower on him than plenty of people. But, and in fact, I had him as a 3rd round grade for a long time. But anyways, it's a nice pick. And yeah, at a certain point, I just assumed that I was too high on a guy, or maybe there's medical things that we aren't aware of, or attitude concerns for a kid that we're not aware of. So I don't give them an A if they're, if I had them rated too significantly higher than where they went. And then Jalen Rivers, right? Or was it? Yeah, Jalen Rivers, 5th round draft grade on him is going to get you a C at this point. And he is a bit of a my guy, so we'll give that a C+. Going to Cincinnati. Towards the end of the 5th right now. Thank you. It's all a fog, you know? So I appreciate you keeping me within, understanding of where things are at in my life. Green Bay Packers, not on the clock. Miami Dolphins are on the clock. They're showing Anthony Belton. For some reason, they're recapping the Green Bay Packers draft picks right now. I don't know why. But we got a pick coming up kind of shortly. Miami, pick is in. Kansas City on the clock. Yeah, the 5th round's, I think, the deepest round, so taking a while to get through it. Great streams. Appreciate you keeping me updated with all these offensive linemen. Yeah, there we go. So Miami just drafted a little bit ago, right? Yeah, they got Jason Marshall. I did not like that pick. Any picks you want to see? Martavis? Anybody? Any prospects that you were interested in hearing what I had to say about him that got drafted? I know we needed safety. That's why I asked to look yesterday. Yep. Yeah, you needed actually. I think you needed more of a Lathan Ransom type too. So they probably just took Watts because he was, high up on their board. Because in terms of role specific, I feel like that nickel. Well, no. So Xavier Watts can play as your other safety, and then Lathan Ransom can be your nickel back. But you needed that nickel. That's why I had Jahdae Barron as a potential pick. What am I doing? Lathan Ransom. Billy Bowman. Sorry, Lathan Ransom was the same type of player. There goes a safety. Look at that. You got me on track here. Somebody who a lot of people loved. Not surprised to see him going to Miami. That might be a good team fit. Exceptionally good. That might be worth a plus. Let me get Dante Trader up here.
Big in the 2025 NFL Draft. The only undefeated team of history of the NFL. The Miami Dolphins select Dante Trader Jr., defensive back, Maryland.
So, not for lack of scouting. I didn't have a whole lot of notes. I have 0 strengths written for him. I didn't have anything that stood out to me. 5'11", 196 pounds. He's underweight, and he has some athletic concerns. He's not very explosive, and his agility is pretty poor, especially for a guy his size. He did stand out during Senior Bowl practices, so he had a good process, and what we have been seeing here since the 3rd round was if these guys stood out at Senior Bowl, they're getting drafted high. And that just tells you how poor this class is overall, according to the NFL. I cannot believe Torrey Horton's still available. Oh, Jaden Blue went. He's off the board. Missed that one. Jordan Birch went yesterday, didn't he? Missed that one. Alright, there we go. There's my new top 10. So yeah, Dante Trader, I didn't find anything special about him. Had a good process this spring, so that's good for him. There are a lot of people that liked him. Good production all the way back in 2022. He had his best year, Only 2 years removed from his best college days. So, I thought he was a end of the draft kind of player. Call him up if he's making it towards the end of the draft and say, hey, if you don't get drafted here, we want you as a preferred free agent. Come here. But you're not going to be available to do that. Quinn Ewers, Kobe Bryant, my 2 guys that are still out there. That you're surprised about, are you saying? I assume you don't want Quinn Ewers for Atlanta. Kobe Bryant, not totally a surprise. He's undersized. He is not as good as Andrew Phillips was last year. A lot of people did like him a lot. I kind of liked him as much as Mello Dotson, and apparently I was just high in general on these cornerbacks, which I did know to an extent that I was on several of these guys at least. But, yeah. The NFL was not high on this cornerback class. I can tell you that. You want Kobe if he's there, and that would make sense. I mean, I'd take Kobe if he's there in the 7th, too. Jeffrey Bassa going to Kansas City. Nice. Get himself a nice leader, solid player, I believe. Yeah, I mean, basically, this is the grading that I had for him. That's going to be a C. Not quite a my guy, but, I love his leadership qualities. Out of at Senior Bowl or East-West Shrine Bowl, it might have been actually. For all of the defensive players, he was the one who took control of everybody, and he was the leader. So he's a leader amongst leaders, and that says something. So Kansas City getting themselves a good player, a solid player, not great athletically, You know, has some limitations overall, but does have some of those other qualities that you really like in a locker room. And, you know, I think could be a solid starter, but definitely a good depth piece there. Somebody with a little bit more upside going here in Elijah Roberts. They took him as an edge. Do I have him listed as an edge? Yes, I do. 4th round draft grade on Elijah Roberts. This is going to get you a B. Right? 4th, 5th, 4th. No, this is going to get you an A. Isn't it an A+? I'm going to have to read his... I'll have to read up on him. This is Tampa Bay. Getting another edge rusher. Very nice job by them picking up some of the scraps here. I like their draft. So Tampa Bay, or at least like what they've been doing here on day 3. I know that. Elijah Roberts, 6'3.5", 290 pounds. Strengths. He's versatile. He was kicked into the interior at the Shrine Bowl for some reps. So they were, you know, the NFL was looking at him not only as an edge rusher, but also as a defensive end / an interior defensive lineman. Because he is extremely girthy, which means just he's got a lot of pounds on him. You know, he's wide, we'll just say. His acceleration and speed are extremely good for a man of his size, though. Generally speaking, his athletic profile limits his upside. He lacks explosiveness, most notably for a man of his girth. Martavius, have you met my cat? Come here. Elijah Roberts was showing off his strength at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Literally tossed a couple of guys to the side. Impressive showing there. Once again, you know, guys who had good springs are getting drafted. And I said that he would be a best fit in an odd front, a 3-4 defense, which... Tampa Bay, what do they run? Because we'll give him a plus if this is a good fit. Because he's not quite a my guy, but I did like him. Yeah, they use 2 linebackers. There's going to be a 3-4 system in Tampa Bay. It's got to be. Yep, good fit. We'll give that a plus. That's an A+. Look at that. We haven't had an A+ or an A for a while. There we go. Which means we will late. Make sure I get in the fantasy league too. Well, I do a lot of fantasy content. I've fallen short. The interest in the off season, always very high on a fantasy league. Then when I start talking about it in the off season, and during the season, people, you know, hey, we got to get one going next year, and then nobody's there. Not nobody, but not enough people to make a league are there. So stick around, make it known in the comments whenever I do bring it up in videos, or don't even watch the video. Just say, hey, I want to get in that league, bro. And if there's enough demand and everything, and we can get it going, we can get it going then. So Elijah Roberts was my 131st overall ranked prospect, and he went at 157 there. So I like that. Chargers are up next. Then Green Bay on the clock. Pick is in for the Chargers. Let's go, Green Bay. Who are you going to get me? One of these linebackers, Sean Dolak? Huh? We'll see.
Good evening from Athens, Greece. I'm Maria Olson, the interim U.S. ambassador here. And as a Wisconsin girl myself, special shout
nice wide receiver pick there for the Chargers.
Behind me, you'll see the
this is a fit.
Acropolis of Athens. I want to say a special thanks to the Chargers and to the Spanos family for bringing the NFL to Greece. And now, with the 158th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Keandre Lambert-Smith, wide receiver, Auburn. Bolt up.
Like in the Chargers draft.
Smith here, Penn State transferred down to Auburn. Part of the reason why Penn State had such an issue at the wide receiver spot last year.
Goes pretty much right where I had him going here in the 5th round.
Yeah, I love that quick release of the fade. And then again, the ability to separate. That's the one thing receivers now have more than I've ever seen, is that ability to separate and create at the top of their run.
Well, that's what Ladd McConkey did last year for him. Why he was so effective. That ability to separate and give Justin Herbert a real clean target to throw to.
I like that one a lot as the Chargers continue to upgrade targets.
High five. I love it.
Yeah, for sure. Remember they got Trey Harris too out of Ole Miss. I really like Trey Harris. He got us some big time speed. So
they lost some guys too. Remember they brought back Mike Williams, but you lost Joshua Palmer.
Right.
Obviously Keenan Allen last year. So you're trying to rebuild that receiver room.
Yep.
They're gonna get more explosive.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and Lambert Smith will be more of their, like,
I love the running back selection there for the Chargers.
kind of does some dirty work. Green Bay Packers pick is in. So let me just get to Lambert.
It was my favorite fit. I had him ranked a little bit lower, but I believe that he had to go to a place where he had to get on track. When you're the Chargers, it is A-gap track.
Lambert Smith, 6'1", 192 pounds, athletic upside, very good speed, average for his size though. Good body control, paced route runner. Just reminds me a lot of, who was that they lost in the offseason? Great ball tracking, does okay with yak, highly efficient, 2.7 yards per route run, highly efficient. Does well against man coverage, and that just, high efficiency just means good productivity. Left a lot on the table, should have been more productive in his college career. Doesn't prioritize football. A rift grew between himself and the coaching staff at Penn State. So some character concerns there. Not helping him. Fifth-year senior, 2-year starter who showed steady improvement throughout the entirety of his career, was able to get open in 11-11 drills at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He also showed off his ball tracking skills and hops several times throughout practice. So another guy who had a good spring. There we go. He goes, high up in the draft, higher than a lot of people had him. He was my guy though, so I had him a little higher. Oh, the bootleg guys are gonna like this one. Colin Oliver to Green Bay. I did guess linebacker. He wasn't the top one that I wanted, but he's a cool, interesting prospect here. Where are you? I have him right next to... Where the heck are you? Do I have him as an edge rusher? Yeah. Did they take him as a linebacker? Okay. He's going to be right here. 6th, 7th round draft grade on him. Could be another poor grade, but, like, I do like him. Colin Oliver. I was higher than him than the expert consensus. We'll just... The expert consensus, the consensus rankings. Not as high up on him as the bootleg crew, as, what's his name? I don't know. But that would be an F+. I like Colin Oliver. Enough. So they took him as a linebacker. I've got him in with my edges. 6'2", 242 pounds. Really good athlete. Oops. Extremely good acceleration. Gets to the quarterback in a flash. He's very fast. He's explosive, even more so for his size. He did well in coverage in 2023, so I like that. That's probably why they might be looking at him as more of a linebacker. He's still a work in progress. He works well in traffic. Bit of a tweener type, Weakness, he's short. He's a very bad tackler. More of that for the Packers. Gotta love that. He's quite poor against the run. He's not very strong. He has short arms and a short wingspan. So this is where I had some issues with, I don't really see him getting better as a tackler against the run. Being able to disengage from blocks, all that good stuff, because he has physical limitations that you can't teach that kind of thing. Season-ending foot injury. Week 2 of 2024, so that definitely did his injury, hurt his stock, but he participated in the combine, so I assume that he's all healed up from that at least. But there was a chance of some medical concerns for him as well. Great pick by LAC, yeah. I thought so too. Yes, here we go. That's a my guy going to San Francisco. They have a habit of taking my guys in the past, so let's see what kind of grade that's going to get them. I got a feeling an A, maybe. Sigle. 4th, 5th round draft grade. That will get you an A. And that'll get you an A+, because that's a my guy. That's probably a team fit. I think that's going to be an A++ there. Definitely feels like, off the top of my head, like a San Francisco treat. let's see. You love it when you get him right. Well, hopefully right. We'll see what his career looks like. 5'11" and a half, 197 pounds. Athletic upside. Extremely good acceleration and speed. Above average for his size. Extremely good explosiveness. So elite speed, elite explosiveness. He is light. Very good to great against the run. So near elite against the run. Aggressive physical play style. That's what I was talking about. That's the 49er in him. And he's versatile. He's short. He's a limited wingspan. He can get a little bit too aggressive. He gets lost in open spaces deep down the field. So you want to keep him playing, to the line of scrimmage instead of playing away from the line of scrimmage. And it doesn't take long to see his NFL potential on the NFL film. And that's what I always think of when I think of San Francisco is this guy a football player? And if the answer is yes, then they feel like a San Francisco player to me. So yeah, very, very good pick there for San Francisco in my opinion. I love it for them. Good job. I don't love San Francisco. They have eliminated my Green Bay Packers from way too many playoffs. I don't appreciate that. And I got to freeze my butt off and watch them live do that to us in a game that a year that we really thought that the Green Bay Packers had Super Bowl winning potential. Maybe our 15-1 year was that I went to that playoff game. It was, what's his name? The guy who got kicked out of the NFL because he was taking knees. Because he was standing up for our flag by kneeling down to the flag. And the people didn't like that. Well, the NFL didn't. Colin? Whatever his name was. I don't know. Sigley was my 152nd prospect overall. Eagles get another Georgia player. Smile. Weird dude. He goes up to the podium at the combine, and that's what he does. He goes, smile. That's my memory, at least, of it. Maybe that was a nightmare, a bad dream that I had, but I'm quite sure that happened. By the way, let's see. Lambert Smith was my 168th prospect overall. Oops, what did I just do? And Colin Oliver was my 223rd prospect overall. I had him behind Curtis Rourke. That looks bad now. That looks real bad now. Ooh. Yeah, not going to like that pick. The New York Jets getting some bad grades here as of late for me. So Smile Munden Jr. going to Philly. Getting another linebacker. Wow, dude. They're going to deep linebacker room. Chris Paul fallen. Ouch. Smile. 5th, 6th round draft grade for him. For me, he's going to get you a D at this point in the draft. Yeah, I thought he was a little bit of a weird dude. So we're going to give him a minus. Sorry, Smile. You're actually a good player, though. To Philly. And Philly took you, so obviously you're a great player. And I just was too low on you. Since you pointed it out, let's quick give you my rundown on Smile. So linebackers are... The run on linebackers is happening. Why did that open up? Close. No, I don't want to open anything up. Smile Munden Jr., 6'2", 229 pounds. Very good to great tackler. Very good pass rusher. He's nearly there in the running game. Extremely good acceleration. He is extremely undersized. Athletically, you'd wish he was a bit faster at his size, but he is fast nonetheless. He is very unrefined. He's untrustworthy in coverage. He falls for eye candy against the run too much. He received last rep honors during the Senior Bowl practice and won. So once again, you see these guys do well in the spring, and then they get drafted. Rotational role player with developmental upside. Apparent injury history. Played almost every game over the past 3 years, though. So, yeah, I couldn't find much on the injury history with him. So much so that I never did list it. So, I can't give him the minus. He's a good player. I just have concerns about the transition to the NFL. But Philly's going to give him a good shot to transition well to the next level. Francisco Malaga, however, I don't think is in my top 300. I do remember him a little bit. I do have a free... I have a asterisk next to him. What's that about? I probably just wanted to look at him more. Or I didn't... I felt like maybe I could have given him a better grade. 6'2", 231 pounds. Run defense, good. Low average depth of run tackle. He plays with good energy. Got good game awareness. He appears to be athletic. Oh, I wanted to check out... Let me see. Let me see if he had any RAS score. I wanted to get his RAS. I wanted to see what he did athletically. Francisco Muigoa RAS. 9 point, yeah, very athletic. I am gonna do something I don't normally do here. Let me finish him, and then let's see if I want to do this. All right. Quickness, speed, and agility are all pluses I wrote, and let's see. Did that? Yes. Well, I don't know about the agility, but explosiveness and speed both show up in his numbers. 9.09 RAS.
With the 162nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Francisco Noah, linebacker from Miami. Let's go Jets!
Let's go! Let's go Jets! All right, tackling and his pass rushing, lack of any bend moves, pass rusher are not good skills for Francisco. I'm actually going to move him up to 7th. I don't think this will improve his grade, but his athletic testing did come through. I was kind of waiting on that. Never did come back and get it. Hopefully I remember to fix this elsewhere. So, Francisco, that's still going to be an F. We'll give it an F plus, just to be kind. No, we'll give it an F. His tape wasn't enough for me to think he was a for sure dude. Alright, so there we go. Francisco updated a little bit here. Mitchell Evans, tight end. I like him a lot. Carolina, good pick. Good pick here, Carolina. Yeah, Browns drafting 2 quarterbacks. I like it. I'm fine with it. I like Dillon Gabriel quite a bit, so, you know, I'm a little bit concerned for him because Shadeur's kind of a better quarterback. But I think he's up for it. He did get drafted before Shadeur. It's going to be a competition. I love it for Cleveland. I'd be so excited if I was a Cleveland fan. Between the two of them, it's like we're going to figure it out. So, I like it. And they traded back earlier, so like they got a first round draft pick next year. You know, this is how you quickly go from being in the gutter to being somebody. You hit on one of these quarterbacks, and you got 2 first round picks to add to a pretty good roster anyways right now. And all of a sudden you're in a Super Bowl before anybody knows it in 3 years, you know? So I love it. And if they don't hit, they got 2 first round quarterbacks, 2 first rounders next year to try to move up to get one. I wanted to go to tight ends, not safeties. So, that was Mitchell Evans, 5th round draft grade on him, going to Carolina. They had a need here at tight end, so I am going to give them a little C+ grade on that one, because he's kind of a borderline my guy and a need there. So yeah, that's my take for Cleveland. I think that was a good use of their resources with the falling Shadeur. Take advantage of it. Why not? And, you know, I think that really pushes Dillon Gabriel, too. Like, yeah, he would have been excited tomorrow. He's a little bit disappointed today, but he was excited yesterday. He's going to be disappointed today, and you know what? He's going to be driven tomorrow. He's going to come in and he's going to want to compete, and he got drafted first, so he's not going to want to give that up. He's going to want to beat Shedeur, and a lot of Cleveland's going to be rooting for Shedeur, so there's going to be a chip on his back. We'll see how he responds. If he responds well, then you might have found your guy, you know, so it's going to push him too. So all in all, I like it, and two very different guys. You know, I think Dillon Gabriel's more of the humble leader by example, and Shedeur's more of the, you know, verbal, arrogant, cocky, not humble, but maybe he got a little humbled in this process guy. So two totally different leaders, so you'll see where the locker room gravitates to. Dillon Gabriel, reportedly, and I assume this is true, went around and he picked up all of his wide receivers in a minivan. And, you know, these guys got money these days, right? He went to Oregon, so he got some NIL money, I'm sure. Maybe not a whole lot, but he got some. And obviously, you know, he's not about flash. And then you got the guy who's all about flash in Shedeur. So it's two totally different kinds of guys there to compete. I love it. One of them's going to be picking everybody up. The other one's going to be talking shit to them all.
I'm here in beautiful Dublin, Ireland at the historic Croke Park Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take the field this fall in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers select Y.A. Black, defensive end,
Yaya. Or Y.A., I guess.
Here we go.
I assume he didn't just randomly pronounce that Y.A.
Want to get a little bit better against the run. We talked about those Baltimore Ravens games. They go right back to the line of scrimmage again, and that's what Y.A. Black is. 336
All right.
pounds.
I didn't know that's how it's pronounced.
6'5".
Yeah, I don't think he's a very good player of football. But he's got some tools. And he's going to Pittsburgh. They're going to try to get the best out of those tools. Out of Iowa. I originally was higher up on him. I know his RAS score is really bad despite having size. He did not test well at the combine. His RAS score is 2.56. So Y.A. Black, 6'6", 337 pounds, just a giant. You're a big fan of him. Very good in the run defense. He's heavy, extremely long arms. He anchors well. He's got good gap discipline. He can stand up to the double team. He doesn't necessarily beat double teams, but he can take the double team and be fine, you know. Good eye discipline. For his size, he's an elite three-cone and shuttle drills. His agility, his change of direction, and his quickness were great for his size, which is a specific thing that I keep track of. He doesn't have a very quick first step. For his size, it might be, but it actually is not, in all reality. He's not much of a help as a pass rusher. He did not look good in his pass rush drill at the combine either, to back that up. He has some athletic concerns, major athletic concerns. That's that big purple blob there that I have on him. And that's what pushed him down further in my rankings. He was originally, I think, like a 6th-round draft grade for me, but I pushed him down a couple of times. 2-year starter at Iowa. I think that he could benefit from a top-tier workout regime and diet to get the most out of his body. So, yeah. And you know, I think he has some development to go on the field as well. So, we'll see. My boy! Going to Seattle. All right. You could get on the field there. Torrey Horton, my second best player available for a long time now. Well, a top 10 available guy for a long time on this list. Going to Seattle. I'm jacked. He is a big crosser kind of guy. Kind of think like a Rashee Rice would be a good way to use him. Where does he go? Seattle. They can get some good use out of him. He's very good, very explosive and fast laterally. He can beat you vertically, but really, where he was used the most, where you saw it the most on tape, lateral type of stuff. So jacked. Let's go Torrey. So there he is. It's going to be a B+. I wouldn't exactly call him a perfect system fit. So I think just 1+ on that one. Seattle already has an A+++ guy, or S+++ or something. Going to Seattle, so I'm going to like their draft when all is said and done. There are some injury concerns. I don't know if that pushed him back or not. He did participate in things, but I know that he wasn't for sure cleared in terms of his injury concerns. So my notes on Torrey Horton: 6'2.5", 196 pounds. Great footwork, great hands. Thrives against zone covers. That's where that Rashee Rice kind of comp comes. Extremely efficient. Lineup versatile. From the outside in, he can play in your slot, or you can put him on the outside. Great body control. He high points the ball really well. He releases his route tree. His releases and his route tree need some development, and you'd like him to contribute as a blocker more, which is why I'm saying not really a perfect system fit. A lot of times Shanahan's system, a lot of them would prefer guys who can block well, but what can you do? He had a season-ending knee injury this last season. He's had a very productive college career. You can view him as either a Z or an X. Probably just depends on the scheme and team fit. I guess he's probably going to get used as an X in Seattle, most likely. If he's starting, he'll be used as an X there. Center Drew Kendall going to Philly. Nice. And Jackson Slater, not a surprise. I moved him up in my rankings a little bit late in the process just to not be so wrong on him. Where are you, Jackson? Maybe I didn't move him up. Maybe I said that's cheating. Yeah, I didn't, because I think I looked at him again and I was like, well, I don't quite believe in it. I like the 7th round. Jackson Slater, guard, center prospect. What did they draft him as? A guard. 6'3", 316 pounds, very good speed, very short arms, very small wingspan, so that's where get a guard center for him. 3 to 4 year starter at Sacramento State Hornets. Late season knee injury in 2024, so some knee injury concerns for him that show up. Impressive reps in one-on-ones versus Nolan Smith day 1 of the Senior Bowl, and he had last rep honors day 2 of the Senior Bowl. So once again, these guys who did well at the Senior Bowl are going high in this draft, a draft where it's not thought of as being a strong draft, and we have seen teams drafting from all over the board since the 3rd round. Definitely more so than last year. So Jackson Slater going to Tennessee. Okay, good. Got some more offensive line help in there. Why not? That's not going to be a good grade for me, obviously, but yeah, I mean, I liked him. I thought he was impressive at the Senior Bowl, so we'll give that a plus there. I know I was low on him. I probably could have at least pushed him to like that 6.5 there. I didn't. After that was Drew Kendall. Center, Boston College, solid prospect. I don't have him a whole lot higher grade. You probably saw him there. Where are you, Drew? Yeah. BNF, he's not a nobody. Just wasn't sure if he'd be too highly drafted. While I've got my offensive lineman, Drew Kendall, 6'4", 306 pounds. Very good to great run blocker, scheme agnostic, better though in a gap run blocking scheme. Very good pass blocker, so he was elite at his level of play. He's a technician, so you like that. Consistent player. Does have small arms, small wingspan, small hands, just like a small guy in general. 3-year starter, who improved year after year. So, yeah, plenty of reasons to like him and to bet on him. Makes enough sense. Where did he go? Yeah, Philly. Well, yeah, they're a team who's going to develop guys, get the most out of them. Here we go. The Bears, you freaking jerks. Getting a good pick here. Yep. The Bears take Zoff Frazier, definite my guy, cornerback, physical, man coverage guy, 3rd round draft grade on him, so this is going to get a B+. Plus, because he's definitely a culture fit as well there in this new Chicago culture. Going to Chicago, jealous, upset, all of the above. Let's get my opinions on him. Got a ways to go, right? But it could happen. Zoff Frazier, 6'3", although this is probably going to start a run on cornerbacks, I assume. I don't recall. I don't think Buffalo's taken a cornerback yet, so they're probably about to take one. Zone coverage is a plus, 6'3", 188 pounds, so, you know, good size on him. Good run defender, good tackler, highly athletic, got a 9.68 RAS. Very long arms, so good for press man coverage type stuff. Although he's not good in man coverage. That's where he does need some work, but he's got the tools to do it. Good ball skills, 6 interceptions in 2024, plus straight line speed. So you do want to keep him on the perimeter. Special teams upside. He has very little experience in man coverage. He has the tools to succeed in press man coverage, but they just didn't use him in man coverage much. And he's got heavy feet. Depends who he's having to defend. First year starter as a junior who had an excellent year. Could work out as a safety if cornerback doesn't work out, I thought. Some of his profile reminds me of Tyreek Woolen, another guy who some people thought would be a safety in the league. Who I also did not realize at the time of writing that went to the same college as Zoff Frazier. So, there you go. Zoff Frazier from Texas San Antonio. I believe a Roadrunner, if I recall correctly. Are they the Roadrunners? I think so. Yeah, pretty sure. Roadrunner there. So, yeah, I like the fit there for a lot of reasons to Chicago. Jealous of that. Going to get as good of a grade as I can get of them. Based on my grading system. Jordan Hancock. Oh, nice. We're going to Buffalo. Told you they'd go cornerback. Not too far. I think this is going to be a C because I believe... Oh, it's going to be a... No, look at this. We are... By the way, okay, so hold up. No, that's still going to be a B+. But we are in a different grading since 167. I got to make sure none of these grades are supposed to be different. Nope. Nope. Okay, we're good. So now, a 5th to 6th round draft grade will get you a C. And look at that. John Hancock, 5th to 6th round. Jordan Hancock, I like him quite a bit. Going to Buffalo. Is it an excellent scheme fit? Possibly. Might have to give him a second plus. Let's go right over there. I believe he's of Ohio State. Slot, safety, cornerback. It's a need fit. 6 foot, 195 pounds, good in coverage, significantly better in man coverage than zone, which I felt that they needed. 9.1% missed tackle rate, good tackler. Versatile slot defensive back / safety kind of guy. I think that's a really good need fit. We're going to give this the need fit plus as well as being a my guy. Weakness, not great play strength. He gets overly aggressive, and he did not show up for the majority of the playoffs, unfortunately. Did not have a good playoff run, so... You know, a bit of a knock there. Could have been a little bit higher on him if he had done well throughout the playoffs and stuff. Suck at drawing. Hello, how are you, my brother? I will try to look into that. The draft is flying right now, Michael. Thoughts on Shedeur going late and by the Browns? So I love the double quarterback pick. I've talked about this a couple times, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. But I love it. You know, Dylan Gabriel on notice already in a good sense, in a good way. I'm doing well. Appreciate you. This is my time of year, and gonna, you know, finish up doing team draft grades after this, and then take some time off of the internet by doing household chores, big spring projects that I do every year, maintenance type stuff. So, you know, it won't be much of a break, but it'll be nice while I listen to all of the other people who were doing the same thing as I, listening to some of their opinions on the drafts while I do that kind of stuff. So yeah, Shedeur going late. Obviously, it's off-field stuff. I mean, you know, just basically on his on-field stuff, he should have gone by some point, like in the second round, I would say for the most part. Some people might think, but day 2 should have gone day 2 based on his on-field performances. But yeah, he drops because of who his dad is. Some concerns about his dad, probably because of who he is a little bit as a person. I think he handled it really well, it seems, based on, you know, he was still excited to get drafted. He wasn't pouting or anything like that when he jumps in the pool or whatever. Every morning, every day after the draft, you know, he wasn't putting out tweets of anger or anything like that. He's just like, hey, you know, just blessed to be drafted by whoever I get drafted by, stuff like that. Like, okay, cool, you're handling it well. So I thought that was really mature of him, which is, I think, some of the concern about him and his maturity. So, and I don't think he's a bad kid. So, you know, that all goes a long ways. He's obviously cocky and arrogant. Of course he would be. You know, his dad's been fluffing him up since he was a little kid. So, for Cleveland, though, I mean, I would be extremely excited if I was Cleveland, and I got both of them. I like Dylan Gabriel a lot myself, too. And like I said, you know, Dylan Gabriel's going to be on notice. And they're two, like, very different personalities. So the locker room's going to gravitate towards one of them, and, you know, you kind of figure it out. And then you got the trade back on day 1 that they made, and so you have 2 first-round picks next year that you may not have to combine together to get a quarterback now, because hopefully between the 2 you find your future quarterback. I love it all. I think it's a wonderful draft for Cleveland. Just because of those 2 quarterbacks alone, even. I had a break there, and you suck at drawing. You had to make me go all off on talking, and we're right back in it, and the picks are going to start flying again. So Miles Frazier, offensive guard, going. By the way, Jordan Hancock, Za Frazier. Did I get him off of here yet? Probably not. So Za Frazier was a 91st ranked overall prospect, 3rd on my Big Ten board here, top 10 board. Jordan Hancock, Herbie Hancock, 193rd ranked prospect overall. Going here at 171. 170. Miles Frazier. Did we get everybody graded there? Right, we did. Jordan. There we go. C++. Guards. Offensive linemen. There they are. Miles Frazier. 4th round draft grade on him. That's going to get you an A. Bit of a my guy. Going to get you an A+. Good draft pick there by Detroit. Look at them, getting a good offensive lineman late in the draft. Who would have thought? Very well done, Detroit. Rams pick is in. Cavs beat the Heat by 37. 124 to 87. Killed them. Look at that. So we are coming to the end of the 5th round, the longest round of this draft, if my memory serves me correctly, but 6th round I don't think a whole lot shorter. And then the 7th round this year, not incredibly long at least. $3:30. We're 3.5 hours into this. Approaching halfway point. So, I don't know, did we get done at like 7 something tonight? Possibly. Of course, the final pick always takes like a half hour, so. Gonna be a long one. I'm hitting a bit of a wall. It's commercial break. I'm gonna stretch. Alright. Bring the cat in for a little bit. Chris Paul going. Yeah, I was a little bit low on him. Apparently the NFL was too. To the Rams, I do believe at least once I might have taken Chris Paul to the Rams in like the 4th round. What? I had a 2nd to 3rd round draft grade on him. I felt a little peer pressured. I had a 3rd round grade on him for a long time. But then I kind of rewatched him, saw an interview with him from the Bootleg crew and everything. And I was like, I do like your personality. Undersized. Plays physically for undersized, and I don't know if that's like a good thing at the next level, you know. Tries to go through people and successfully does a lot. I mean, he's strong. Instead of going around them, just don't know how well that will translate to the NFL. I assume that was some of the concern. Like, you love to see the physicality, but also, is that going to translate? Question marks to that. So, Paul going to have to beat the haters yet again here to prove himself at the next level. He's done it before. He could do it again. This is going to be a B. And not quite a my guy. But I definitely like him. And, you know, nice landing destination. I mean, he's going to get an opportunity with the Rams. They need help at linebacker. Jackson Hawes going to Buffalo. Nice blocking tight end. Yeah, they could probably use that there. So, that's a good pick. Good job, Buffalo. I had a 5th round draft grade on him. And that's going to get you an A these days. Not a my guy. But Jackson going to Buffalo. Good pick. Like I said, I mean, he is what he is. He's a blocking tight end. Would have liked him to see him do a little bit better against Fred the Sled at the Combine. Didn't quite kill it there. That was, honestly, probably a part of the reason why you see him. I mean, that's why I pushed him down by like a half round in my rankings. Part of the reason. Arizona on the clock here. Who do they go with? Could it be a linebacker? They already got one, I think. By the way, Chris Paul was up there, 95th overall player on my big board. Jackson Hawes. Hold up. Did we get rid of Miles Frazier on here? No, Miles Frazier was my 140th overall player. Ooh, don't want to get rid of Andrew Armstrong yet. And, who was taken before that again? Miles Frazier. Oh, never mind. Jackson Hawes, though, was my 157th overall player. Didn't Kyman Rucker... No, Kyman Rucker didn't go yet. So the pick is in for Arizona. Just making sure none of them have been gotten yet. Kansas with 2 players in my top 10. Wisconsin with another 2 here. Oh, Kansas with 3 players in my top 10. Look at that. And then Wisconsin with 2. Denzel Burke off of the board. Cornerback. Disappointing final season in Ohio State. Had a 5th round draft grade on him. Here he goes later on in the 5th. So this will be a B. Look at that. Not a my guy. Going to Arizona. Okay, nice. Yeah, different kind of cornerback than what they got earlier. Gadsden went to the Chargers? Did I miss that? Or is that just what you want, Martavius? Did I miss that on my... Is he up on my big board? I missed it completely. Where the heck, when did that happen? Oh, because Torrey Horton happened. Yeah, right between those two. Thank you. Oran Gadsden, a H-back type of tight end, going to LA. Cool. Cool pickup from LA there. That's fun. They'll use him as probably an H-back. I mean, kind of think like how San Francisco uses Juszczyk, but less fullback. So he'll have some roles with them. That is 4th, 5th round draft grade on him at pick 165. I think that's going to be an A. Yep. That was an A. Not a my guy, but I like him. So good pick there. Thank you for that, chat. I got distracted by my boy Torrey Horton going. My 161st overall player. Going just about around there. And then, what's happened here? Still at a commercial, so waiting on that. But Denzel Burke off the board. Before that, Seattle. Can we jump ahead here? Let's see if we've got this one yet. No. Nope. Don't know. Don't know who's drafted yet. Probably about to come back. Nope. I thought maybe about to come back from a commercial. But that's not the case. Next set of commercials, I'm probably going to have to go grab some food. I might have to put real food in the oven would be a good idea. That would be smart. And I'll just mute this while I quick gobble it up later. This thing right here is already hungry. She's already always hungry, even though she doesn't eat for another hour and a half at the earliest. What? Oh my gosh, he does go. I actually had a higher grade on him for a little while, and then I just was like, there's no way he gets drafted. Let's just make him a preferred free agent, even though that's not how I try to build my draft board. Okay, I'll help you. I'll help you. There you go. There. You got space if you want. Robbie Oust. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oust. Tight end. Fullback? Really? Going to Seattle? Okay, so... Okay, they had Elijah Royal. Yeah, way the exact opposite of the tight end spectrum of Elijah Royal. Elijah Royal, deep threat, slot wide receiver. You could even put him out as an X. Robbie Ousts, Not a deep threat. Probably a fullback. You can use him like Kyle Juszczyk. I thought he might go to San Francisco. So Seattle takes him. That's an F, but that's an F+. He is the widest human being you will ever see. Look at that. See that? Let's check out his mustache, I believe. Yeah, there you go. Now you gotta see his quads. They look less impressive in photos, and I don't know why that is. Here you go. See those quads? They're not like Quadzilla. It's just like he's just a wide human being with very big thighs. There you go. You know, very classic build. Looks like a 1940s dude almost. There you go. That mustache, look at that hairdo, you know? I mean, these are things that you take into account at this point in the draft. If Tate Ratledge was still available, he'd have been gone. Look at the glow up from his freshman year to his sophomore year. That's growth, okay? That's what you want to see in guys that you're taking 5th, 6th, 7th round. Growth. There's high school. No mustache. You see that? Growth. The kind of analysis you come for. He runs. He can run. Robbie Outs. Best player in this draft. Great pair with Milroe. Yes. He could run out, block in front of Milroe for that first block. Give him a little extra room. Yes, you get it. That is where Milroe went, right? Seattle. I don't remember like what teams drafted who at this point in the draft. Okay, so to finish this first round, Tyler Barron, edge rusher, going. Yes, my guy. I like Tyler. Where are you, bud? 5th round draft grade on him. That will get you at pick 176. An A, I believe. Yeah, baby. That's an A+. I'm a big fan of Tyler Barron out of Miami. And that was for the New York Jets, coming back strong after a couple of picks I didn't care for so much. Boom, baby. Boom. That brought us to the 6th round with that. Milroe is in Seattle. Okay, see, I remembered correctly for once. Buffalo on the clock again. Then Baltimore, Miami, Las Vegas. You see the board. Baltimore again. I think Baltimore has like 6 picks in this round, if I recall. There's a couple by Minnesota there. Another Baltimore. And I was close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they might have traded one out, or they just always had 5. But, yep, this is Baltimore's time to shine. Gonna take a bunch of guys I love. By the way, Robbie's gone, but so is Barron. Barron was my 175th overall prospect. So, yeah, he went 76th in the draft. You love when a plan comes together. And I gotta stress, again, I had Robbie higher. I didn't think he was gonna get drafted, so I just moved him down a little bit because I you can only have so many guys that are supposed to get drafted. And I try to even out my rankings eventually. But then some guys get the short end of that stick, apparently. According to, compared to where they get drafted. I did not have a 5th round or 5th, 6th round draft grade on him. I just thought he would probably get drafted. And then I thought about it again later, and I was like, well, maybe not. Maybe he's somebody we can just call and bring him in. I do know Boss is gone. Did I miss him in this list? I didn't mean to make that bold. Yes, nice eye there. I have a grade for Bossa. By the way, we got some sort of interview going on here. Oh, Tomlin.
Receiver position. We
he's a component of this weekend as well in terms of that agenda, no doubt.
Hey, Coach, in the past you've had big man presence and physicality at the quarterback position when you had Big Ben. Aaron Rodgers, we've heard so much talk about the possibility of him joining. Where do things stand right now, and how fast can you get him going if you do get him?
You know, that's certainly a possibility. But, you know, I'm not going to forecast the ifs and the wins regarding not only him, but any potential free agent. Just rest assured that we've had really productive talks with him. And personally, I've enjoyed having really productive talks with him and getting to know him.
Well, you know, we're always looking for breadcrumbs here in the media, Coach, and I know you don't usually dole those out or talk about assumptions very well, but the fact that you haven't chosen a quarterback in this year's draft yet is a sign that a lot of us in the media take that you do expect Aaron Rodgers to come. Is that fair to connect any of those dots in your mind?
Hey, Rich, I will give you the latitude to run with it because I know you will anyway.
Right?
You know.
Thank you.
But we've had good conversations. We feel good about our plan at the position. Certainly it's yet to be revealed at this point, and I understand the angst, not only your community, but this community that supports us. We're excited about what potentially awaits us there, but really I have nothing to add other than that.
Was adding Jack Sawyer from Ohio State a Cam Hayward pick? Is that a Cam Hayward pick right there?
It's certainly Cam Hayward endorsed, but Jack is our type of guy as well. He's got Steeler DNA. His relationship with the game is impressive, and his resume speaks for itself.
Lastly, we're coming there next year, Coach. I'm wondering if you and the staff there and everybody in your building is looking at this scene here in Green Bay and imagining what it looks like in your town next year.
Man, we are.
The NFL is just holding these picks. Do we know
Hats off to Art Rooney and company,
who these picks are? They got to be like 3 picks deep. They're gonna all fly out on us. Derek Harmon is doing remarkably well, handling things after his mom's passing the night that he got drafted.
Well, always appreciate you taking time out of the draft because you do have some.
Tyler Barron, 8.65 RAS.
Or are you choosing the best Michigan man available so you can be fair and balanced after choosing Jack Sawyer? Just keeping an eye out for that, you know.
Rich, you know, Big Blue's always in consideration.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate because you're smart and so is the franchise. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it. Let's go, baby! Mike Tomlin, our host for next year's draft.
Robbie Oates. Are we really going to commercial now, too? Oh, my gosh. We don't have to take a half-hour break at the end of the 5th, going into the 6th round. We can just keep this thing going. That would be okay, right? Jack Sawyer, my guy. Wasn't Sawyer taken, or was he not? Yeah, he went to Pittsburgh. Yeah. Was he mentioned? Oh, was he talked about in the interview? I wasn't listening. Love Walker, love the safeties they added, absolutely hate the bonkers trade for Pierce. Wondering what Mina Kimes thinks about the Falcons' defensive draft capital. Wisely spent? There you go. Dorian Strong, there we go. Hey, this is a match that I made myself between Buffalo. Buffalo's taken a few players now that I did have connected to them, so there we go. That's a fit. That's going to be a plus. Dorian Strong. Nickel, probably, for them. Going to Buffalo. 4th round draft grade is going to get you an A+ there. Look at Buffalo. Doing good in this draft. Boom. So they got Maxwell Harrison, yeah. So Maxwell Harrison will be on the perimeter. Dorian Strong going to go in on the in the slot along with Jordan Hancock. They'll be fighting for some stuff. Jordan Hancock could also play some safety for you if you wanted to get both him and Dorian. Dorian could go out. You know, you can shuffle these guys around, so you're getting some versatility between them as well. Nice draft pick. Dorian Strong, let's get him off of here. My 148th ranked prospect overall there, Dorian Strong. Zone, I believe. Zone is a strength for Dorian. I've got my cornerbacks right here. Dorian Strong, 6'1", 182 pounds. Very good in man coverage. Opposite. Allowed a lowly 46.6% completion rate when targeted. Tackling, ball production, hip pocket. Oh, you know what? I always get him and Quincy Riley confused. There's a chance that I just flipped him and Quincy Riley. Leadership qualities, was a team captain in his final year. Sticks in the hip pocket really nicely. But nonetheless, Buffalo needs some more man coverage guys. So that makes sense that they're going to add some. That might have been my logic. If I did draft him to them, that might have been my logic. I can check, actually, if that's the draft pick I made in my... Quincy Riley. Yeah, there we go. Picked him for in their nickel. Quincy Riley in my 4-round mock draft at pick 132. Where did they get him here? A little later than that, 177. Good for them. I took Jarquez Hunter for them at 177. Weaknesses, he's light, unreliable against the run, which you never, I don't love that in the slot. He can be too aggressive. He's got some tight hips, plays with a high pad level, which, whatever. Good recovery speed, or bad recovery speed, gambles and takes losses too often. Fifth-year senior who's played a lot and shown a little improvement. So that's why I had a little bit lower of a grade on him. And honestly, once again, him, Quincy Riley are guys that, I probably would have had lower grades on if I had more confidence in some of my evaluation ability. But some of these guys, when I just see everybody have a 3rd-round grade on him, I put a 4th-round grade, it feels like, well, I showed I was low on him. But yeah, some of his profile does concern me, and that's why I was a little bit lower on Dorian Armstrong, and it appears the NFL was too. So every year I gain more confidence in my own abilities and create more of my own identity in what I like and dislike, which is a part of it. That was... Those two, Quincy and Dorian, were both a group. It was a small group of guys that I want to get lower. But at the same time, you look at this, well, there are several guys that I had higher than them that haven't gone yet. So, hey, it's never perfect. And I'm not the only one who had Kobe Bryant higher, at least, than them. I think that's about the only one, though. The rest of these 4 I was high on. Was that a pick? Bill Hall Cone, not a guy who I liked a whole lot. So this was a guy who I know I could have put higher, and I didn't. Bill Hall Cone of Western Michigan going to the Ravens. The Ravens have, usually the Ravens and I are in simpatico. We are not in this draft. 6'1", 188 pounds. He's a good tackler. His hips do not lie. He's very agile, good anticipation, good click and close. He's very technical with his back pedal. Weakness, ball production. I felt like he was a jag. Bad eye discipline. He's coming out as a junior from Western Michigan. He's got tools that can be developed, which at this point in the draft is something that you take. So that makes enough sense. I was not as high on him as some others were, to the point that, yeah, I would have rather taken him after the draft. But Baltimore's going to take him here, and that's going to make him... What pick are we at? 179. Yeah, still an F. I'm not going to get it an F minus. I could. But he's already got an F, so we don't need to stack onto that. There's Ollie Gordon going to Miami. There we go. I like that. Miami could use some size to get it. So Bill Hall wouldn't have been on here. Did I get everybody else? Yes. Ollie Gordon was my 182nd ranked prospect. Goes 179. Big back, had a much better year 2023 than 2024 season. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things to like about him, but he's just a big project, ultimately. And so that's why I had a 5th to 6th round draft grade on him, so exactly where he goes, which will get you a C at this point. He is not a my guy. He's just one of those guys where between... there's some athletic concerns, but for his size, the athletics were fine, you know? So it was one of those things where, like, he was for sure going to get, you know, an opportunity from somebody. And you know what? I mean, I like that landing spot there in Miami. Actually, I am going to give that a C+. Miami, good job. You needed some size there. So that's going to give him a little beef in that running back room. Once again, much needed. Yes, your guy. Okay, I'll try to get to that, to the picture you sent me when I get a chance, probably after this. Played running back overseas. He has the biggest upside out of the most running backs in this draft. Yeah, there's upside there. Exactly. McCord, going to the Eagles. See, the Eagles know what's up. They know what's up. They're getting themselves a dude. I love McCord. Here we go. My, what was that? 61st ranked prospect overall. I had a second to third round draft grade on him. So this is going to be a B plus for Philly. He's a bit like Jay Cutler. He's a bit of a Jay Cutler type of player, which, especially in the modern NFL, is, you know, to his detriment in terms of what the NFL is looking for from quarterbacks. But I think he's like pro ready and can play as a great backup, you know? So I think he'll be in the NFL for some time, a long time. And I think he has starter upside. He's not going to realize that for some time being in Philly. But if he does have it, it'll have to be at his second stop. And it'll have to be proven because of an injury. So for Philly fans, you don't want to see that happen. Before that, J.J. Pegues went to Las Vegas. He is a fun prospect out of Ole Miss. My 174th ranked prospect. Smaller guy. Can get after the quarterback. You know, penetrator type. Doesn't have great size. But very fun. Cool addition there. You know, to that line in Las Vegas. You like that. They want to get after the quarterback, I think, with the pieces that they already have. Not too surprised to see him go over Aeneas Peebles. I had him very closely ranked at one point because they're kind of similar types of prospects. And I have to make sure that I wasn't screwing up my draft. So that was a 5th round draft grade on him. That's an A. Not quite a my guy. To the point where I'm just going to make sure that I got you the right kind of analysis there for Pegues. Very good run. 6'2.5", 323 pounds. He might be the opposite of what I said. Very good run defender. 9.3% pass rush win rate. Very good, despite his 65.6 PFF pass rush grade. Good leadership qualities. Word is that he's well liked by his teammates. Good change of direction ability. Nice wave drill at the combine. Had himself a good East-West Shrine Bowl at practices day 1 and day 2. Then he had a really good game with 2 interceptions to top the week off. 2 interceptions. He's a defensive lineman at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I don't have any weaknesses. There was nothing that stood out for me as like, oh, he sucks. So, yeah, not even undersized. That's Aeneas Peebles who's undersized. I just him and Aeneas Peebles for some reason like in the same bucket, but they're a little different. So, there you go. There's my write-up on him. I don't think he's bad at anything. I guess you could say he's a developmental prospect. I don't know if you always want to call that a weakness necessarily. It's just the reality of it for him. So Martavius, here is the thing. Anytime, you mean a 2.5? I think you meant. Anytime that at a certain point in the draft that I get to, the only A's can happen. For instance, right now, I'm in the anybody that I give 5.5 grade to is where they go where I expected them to go, and that's a C right now. So a C is good. That's my baseline right now at this point in the draft. You get a B if you had a third to fourth round grade or better, and you get an A if you had a fifth round grade on it, so just a little bit better, a fourth to fifth round grade, or a fourth round grade on it. So the reason is that at that point, if you're getting drafted this much later than where I have the analysis, I'm just accepting the fact that I don't have all the information. I got something wrong. There could have been medicals. There could have been player concerns, off-field concerns, and stuff that I'm just not aware of. So I bake that into the grading, and so at a certain point here, the best you can get is a B, even though I might have had a first-round draft grade on you. So a guy who has a first-round draft grade who goes in the 5th, 6th round, like, look, they clearly weren't a first round, or the NFL wouldn't have allowed him to get there. So I'm not going to give you an S-tier pick for that, or an A for that. Like, something's wrong with you. I got something wrong. I didn't know some information on you, possibly, etc. By the way, I don't grade kickers. I don't know. I know Andreas, I think, was the #1 kicker prospect, but I don't know. So New England gets another new kicker. So that's the reasoning behind that. I just allow for the fact that I know I'm not perfect, and I know that I don't have all the information. So at a certain point, the grade actually goes down, even though I had a higher grade on them.
I had some screens, maybe some runs here or there, but I was pretty much an O lineman, the 6 O lineman out there that pick up blitzes. I just want to get on the field. Yeah. Just get me on the field. So if you're Shedeur, you have to find ways to make yourself valuable to this team.
They're getting everything out of this Shedeur pick. That happened like an hour or two ago.
You're making the tight window throws. You're anticipating all the things you've done.
Talk about other things.
The reps are taking care of itself. All of a sudden, you'll go from 2 to 10 to 15 to then playing more in the preseason to then, we need to see more. Yep. It just again, you earn the once you're there, you earn. Cause I've seen second rounders get cut. I've seen first rounders get traded.
But you know the thing is, Reese, and you know this, like the team knows when you're the best one to do.
That's right.
You can't lie to the team. And so
so I could cap that off. For instance, with JJ Pegues there, I had a 5th round draft grade on him. But if I had a 3rd round draft grade on him, it would have been a B, or even a 3rd to 4th round draft grade on him. Just because I assume at that point I got something wrong. It's outside of the error, the room of error, in my opinion. Marcus Harris, my guy, going to Tennessee. Nice. Very nice. Where are you? Marcus Harris. 4th round draft grade on Marcus Harris. Gonna get you into the A. Look at that. A+ for Tennessee with Marcus Harris. Let me get you my graph report on him, and then I think I'm going to go heat up the oven and get some food into that thing. So, cornerback, Marcus Harris. I keep wanting to use my fingers on this, and it's not working. It's not a touchscreen. 5'11", 189 pounds. Great combination of speed, agility, and explosiveness. Great change of direction. Great click and close. Great recovery speed, great deep speed, great closing speed. So those are all things that I had written down before he did any kind of athletic testing, and then the athletic testing confirms it. So then I combine all those notes under one grouping there. So all those things were things that I thought, and then the athletics said, yep, that's there. That should translate to the next level. That's what I like about athletic testing. It says, I saw this on film. Now they've tested to a point where I think that should translate to the next level. So that's where I have confidence in the athletics for Marcus Harris translating. And when I say the athletics, I mean the on-field stuff that we saw that take good athletics to be good at. He thrives in zone coverage, so Tennessee, I'm not sure about their defensive system. Times the arrival of the ball well to knock it down with his hands. He gets there just in time. He plays with the energy and with great energy and attitude. He has that dog mentality, which you always love. Of course, he's a very strong tackler, which probably guarantees that he's a slot defensive back at the next level. He's a really good run defender, which, once again, probably guarantees that he goes down into the slot. Not the greatest man coverage guy, maybe don't want to fit him up against some of the better tight ends around the league or something like that. Sub 30-inch arms could be viewed strictly as a slot defensive back yet again. He's inconsistent. Level of competition that he faced was, a question mark is a question mark, and question marks hurt your draft stock. Fifth-year senior who hasn't necessarily shown growth as a 4-year starter. Usually these aren't my kind of guys. I like to see growth. 3 years with Idaho, 1 year with Cal. Note to self to find out his results from his pro day, which I did if I combined all of those combination of speed, agility, and explosiveness into one group. So I probably could have deleted that at that time. So Marcus Harris out of Cal. Love him. A+. I don't know about the scheme fit to say. But I think that's going to fit a need for Tennessee. Can I give them a 2 A++? Is that their first secondary guy? Yeah, they needed that. That's a need. We'll give them an A++. Because I'm proud of that one. Devin Neal going to New Orleans. Cool. Nice fit there. My 94th overall ranked prospect going here at pick 184. A lot, like, everybody's their guy. Watched him my first time, and I was like, he was my 4th ranked running back early on in the offseason. So he's not anymore. Marcus Harris, by the way, was my 129th overall ranked prospect. Now, let's get on to Devin Neal. There we go. Fell down to my 11th ranked prospect. Still had a 3rd round draft grade on him. That's going to be a B at this point, but that is a B+. And, not a perfect system fit. I'm not going to give him an extra plus there. But coming out of Kansas, great player, running back, going to New Orleans again. Yes. So there we go. Love him. So if he was projected 3rd round and went 5th, that classifies as an A. So my scale does change throughout. In the 5th round... What picks were in the 5th round? What picks were in the heart of the 5th round? One moment. I know it's probably just like 30 picks ago. 155 would probably be in there. Yeah, it would be. 3rd round would have been a B. 3rd to 4th round would have been an A. But 3rd round was far enough away at that point in the draft. And these aren't projections. These are grades. I did projections my first year. But I'm not trying to project where the NFL is going to take these guys. These are my grades. So, a little bit different. Sometimes there is some projection in my grades. Like I've pointed out at times, like guys where I was high on them, the league, the entire draft community was much lower on them. Sometimes then I pushed them down. Or when the draft community was much higher on them than me, sometimes I pushed them up. Just kind of, caved into peer pressure, which I know happens with pretty much every evaluator out there. You see it with how all of a sudden there could be trends in players, they, skyrocket, and then all of a sudden their grades are changing. Ooh, wow, how does their grade change like 2 months after the fact? So I'm trying to get better with being less influenced by things, but especially in my 3rd year of doing this, yeah, I still I don't always have the most confidence in what I'm seeing being what the NFL is going to see. And once again, it doesn't really matter what the NFL sees or somebody else sees. It matters what I see. These are my grades. So every year I'm getting better at putting my full self into the ultimate grade. And this year I was much more proud. But I have pointed out a few times where I'm like, I wish I would have trusted my eye a little better on that guy and whatnot. ultimately, though. Running backs, it's no surprise that these guys are falling. So, great pick up there for New Orleans. I think Devin Neal has a chance to be a really good player in the NFL. Yeah, New Orleans, pretty much every team has gotten a steal at running back in this draft, except for Cleveland with Quinshon Judkins. Just in general, like, they were always, after the first few go off, they were always going to be worth it. I would say same with Omarion Hampton wasn't a steal. They got him at value, which in the first round is an A. Now an at value is a C. See how that changed, evolved as my draft grades evolve, while the board evolves, while the draft evolves. You know what I'm trying to get at. So right now at 186, this is the final pick in a set of grading that I have, and then I'm going to change. And then it's going to be, for a C, it's going to be a round 6. Right now for a C, it's a late round 5, early round 6. And all of these are done in quarters. So the last quarter of the 5th round to the first quarter of the 6th round was in that grading sphere. That was pick 168 to 186. Pick 187 all the way to 207 will be the next set of grading. So it's very by the numbers, one draft pick, one spot in the draft. You can move a guy from a B to an A earlier, or from a C to a B to a C, and everything, either way. So it's a little harsh in that sense, but it keeps my grades coming out evenly. There's no bias, at least, even though sometimes it's like, man, one pick later, it's a way different looking grade. At the end of the day, when I do my videos, there will be more subjection in my final grade. But this just keeps it fair. So Will Howard goes to Pittsburgh. Will Howard goes to Pittsburgh at pick 185. I did have a 5th round draft grade on Will Howard, 185, and so that does get you an A. Oh, why I gotta give Will Howard an A? Okay, I'm not a big fan of Will Howard. That'd be an A minus. Yeah, this is where you take a chance on Will Howard, Quinn Ewers by now. Quinn Ewers, I've jumped around so much. I'm not very impressed with Quinn Ewers. I did think that there was enough there where it's like, man, if Quinn Ewers succeeds, he'll really succeed, and to take a chance on that. So that's where I got a little bit higher on him. But Pittsburgh, Will Howard, there you go. A little mobility. That seems like a fit. I can see why Pittsburgh went Will Howard there, just given their quarterback history, a bigger guy, a little bit of mobility. They like that. And in the cold weather, he could take a hit. I think he's a little bit bigger, isn't he? That's why he's so crazy. Yeah, no problem, Martavius. Yeah, no problem. So right now, well, after the Ravens pick is in, I'll let you know the new kind of how the grading system will work, or has changed. Roll out that barrel. They're rolling the barrel on TV. This girl's killing everybody else. They must have had a course. She was way ahead of the person behind her. Both of my guys still out there. At quarterback, you talking? Was it Riley Leonard and Quinn Ewers? I remember that correctly? Alright, this is my chance. I'm gonna go preheat my oven. I'm just gonna go put some food in it. All right. Got some food on the way. Quinn Ewers and Kobe. Oh, I thought maybe they both got drafted for a moment. Missed another kicker going to Baltimore. Then Jalen Reed. A lot of people like him. Safety. Yep. Going to Houston. Makes enough sense for them to add another safety there. As a little bit lower on him. But that's going to work out just fine here for his grade. A D. He's going to get a D. Is he going to get a D, though? This is pick 187. No, that's going to be a C. I thought so. So, yeah, he ends up going right where I had him graded. A lot of people were higher on him than me. But, I was right. Alright. 187, 207. There we go. And then Kalel Mullins going to Tennessee, running back out of Michigan, beating out the guy who was on the cover of the NCAA 2024 in Donovan Edwards. I also had him ranked higher. 6th to 7th round draft grade on him. That's going to be a D for Kalel Mullins. I like him. Cool guy. Wasn't quite a my guy. To Tennessee. Cool.
With the 189th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the world, select Riley Leonard, quarterback, Notre Dame.
Bringing in more competition in Indianapolis. I have to set my alarm.
Coach Philip Rivers with the Chargers. Philip Rivers, the man who's been working and training Riley Leonard through this process, who he's very close with from that same hometown there.
And Philip Rivers coaching high school ball in Fairhope, Alabama, and that's
All right.
where Riley's from. So, what a great person to go and be mentored by.
So,
Toughness is never going to be questioned. Just watch the national championship game.
And 9 carries in the first series.
On the first series of the game, and just taking big
Indianapolis getting an E there for Riley Leonard.
as a passer for sure. But as
I had him ranked higher at one point.
athlete, go watch his basketball highlights if you want to see what type of athlete he can hoop. So,
Yeah, he's athletic.
person to work with, a fun person
He's
to
fine
develop
quarterback.
at this point.
I'm not shocked to see him go here. Between him, Ewers, and Will Howard, they started out all in like with the same grade for me this offseason,
Leonard, and they put it in the end zone and went up 7-0.
which was like 5th, 6th. So they're kind of going around that range so far.
They got an athletic quarterback from Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, a really good athlete. Riley Leonard's a great
You have a
athlete.
little decathlon, that could be fun, couldn't it?
Here's my fault. It was the first time I ever rooted for Notre Dame. That will be the last, most likely.
Don't play that music. Stop playing music. Gonna make YouTube mad at me. Not much analysis. Quarterbacks are the one position where I trust the experts as much as I can. I just kind of gather. I have metrics that I look at. I make my original opinion on them. And then I just listen to all the people who know what they've talked about, previous quarterbacks and stuff like that. Try and garner some of their takes to do some movement around on them. But I will never claim to be a quarterback guru. Tim Smith, I like him. That's a my guy. There we go. Indianapolis. Back-to-back picks. Oh, this is a commercial. Why do we got that on the back? We don't need a commercial on in the background. Tim Smith. Very boring name. Also a steady player. I like him. It's going to be an E+ here. So Indianapolis getting 2 E's. 7th round guy, prospects here. But I like him. I was high on Tim Smith. This is another guy. His average draft grade. This is another guy, actually. He had an impressive East-West Shrine Bowl, I believe, is where he participated. Let's see what it says on him. Like I said, everybody who did well during those practices is showing up. Impressed during Senior Bowl practices. Received last rep honors during Senior Bowl practice and won. See? I don't have anything negative written about him. 6 foot 4.5, 311 pounds. Good to very good run defender. Pass rush potential, 8.3% pass rush win rate. His pass rush drill was good. He's a good tackler. 5th round senior out of Alabama who has shown improvement over time. So it makes enough sense. A little bit of a jag, you know, along the defensive line, but like with some upside to him. Developmental, you know, juice type of upside, even for a guy with the name Tim Smith. I suck at drawing. Let's go. Riley Leonard got drafted. Go Notre Dame. He did, baby. Indianapolis. So I mean, you know, there's an outside chance too. He's gonna get reps. He's gonna get a look. He's gonna have to really impress with his look to actually compete in that room. But there's a path in Indianapolis. And their eyes are wide open too. They're keeping eyes out for these guys. All right, so last few picks here. Miles Hinton. I don't recall that name. 246th ranked prospect overall in Tim Smith. Riley Leonard, by the way, where were you? Riley, 243rd ranked prospect overall. Why is he behind Max Brosmer? Is that normal? I feel like it's not. Jalen Reed, did I get you taken out of here? No, he was my 220th ranked prospect. Tyler Loops, not one of my top 300 because I don't do kickers. Will Howard, I think I got him off of here. Did I? Yes. Well, maybe not. No, Will Howard was my 180th ranked prospect going a little bit ago. I know I took Devin Neal off, so there we go. We're caught up. Miles Hinton, I do remember the name. Is he in my top 300? No. So he's going to have a preferred free agency or undrafted tag on him. Grade. Yeah. Wasn't able to get enough information on him to give a grade. So I don't know what I think of Miles Hinton. Let's see. We got another one of those. Bryce Cabido. Do I have his name on here at least? Bryce. Was I aware of you? Yes. Have an undrafted free agent. Alright, there we go. Okay. So Bryce. Sorry, been a while. I don't remember you. Ooh, he got into my preferred. There we go. That's still going to be an F. Yeah. Kansas. Hey, I like Kansas guys. Bryce went to Seattle. All right, there we go. Hey, add into their interior. That's good. Let's see what I had to say on Bryce. I guess they're going to commercial or something. Bryce Cabeldu, tackle, 6'5", 306 pounds. Very good to great zone scheme run blocker. Good in gap as well, so kind of scheme agnostic. But yeah, he's gonna be a system fit there in Seattle. Let's give that an F+. There we go. You earned it. Small hands, small arms, short arms. Was he drafted as a guard? Yeah. Makes sense. Let me change him to a guard on here. Those short arms will do that to you. 5th year senior, 4-year starter. Showed improvement year over year. So there we go. That always helps a guy to get drafted if you show improvement. He'll have to move to the interior after playing right and left tackle his entire college career. There we go. So, just a couple of baseline notations that I got on him. Didn't get too deep on him. And yeah, he goes though. Todd Brooks, nice pick there for Cincinnati. Knew they'd be taking a running back at some point. And yeah, they get an interesting prospect. Good pass blocker, receiver type of guy out of Texas Tech. I was never as high on him as some people. There we go. Yeah. So Taz Brooks, I think they're talking about right now there. I think he's talking about him. Let him.
It's like the rib cartilage, something every season.
Injured.
You know, something every season. Where I do
A lot of
think
injuries.
A ton of points though, was he dealt with the specter, Arch Manning, his entire career. He's walking a campus at Texas, and I don't think this is a bold statement.
4th round draft grade is going to be an A. It's going to be an A minus though. To Cincinnati. I don't. Is he a system, ultra system fit here?
Yeah, but that's way late. I'm talking about every time there was a chance. Even when he got hurt, he got back and reinstalled.
I'll tell you what though, this is good news for the current running back. He's not going to come in and be the A. So we are going to be. This is good for fantasy football for Cincinnati. Athletic upside, very to extremely good quickness and agility. Force a lot of missed tackles, good vision, good pass protection, like I said. One of, if not the best in this class. His pass catching, oddly, is not the best. Ran a lot of empty routes. Not so great in open space. He's much better like while his vision is helping him. There are some athletic concerns on tape, and he lost 15 pounds for the combine, so I was a little bit skeptical of those athletic testing numbers. Still, they were quite good. Elite PFF numbers in man gap blocking scheme, so scheme agnostic, yeah, not necessarily like some sort of... Yeah, he can work in either scheme, it doesn't matter. His chest is bigger than his thighs. He's very jittery, almost too jittery, like he has a lot of wasted movement, in my opinion. I wasn't confident enough to quite make that like a weakness for him. It was just like you know, I don't know. It felt like wasted movement to me, but I don't want to hold it against him too much. And then yeah, once again, lost 15 pounds between the Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, and the Combine. So you know, that athletic testing might have been beefed up a little bit because he took some weight off of himself. Overall, Taj Brooks was my 146th ranked prospect, going at 193 though, so you'd be happy with that. Jalen McLeod, this is my guy that I never got high on rankings wise. I was high on him early in the offseason, and then I kind of cooled off on him. I never heard too much about him, but I thought he's an interesting prospect. 7th round to preferred free agency on him. So this is going to be an F, but it is going to be an F+. And he went to where? Jacksonville. So yeah, that's nice. They could use some extra linebackers in that room. Have some guys who haven't quite developed as much as you would like. So this makes sense. In terms of Jalen McLeod, let's see what I liked about him. It's been a long time since I've touched base on him. Jalen, 1.5 feet, 247 pounds. Great pass rusher. He was an edge rusher throughout part of his career, at least. Nice initial step as an inside linebacker. Good burst and pop at the point of attack as an inside linebacker. Very good run defender. Great heft. Versatile as a hybrid linebacker / edge. They did end up drafting him as a linebacker, but he has some flexibility there. Works well in zone coverage. High effort pursuer. Weaknesses, he's not a good tackler. He didn't have a whole lot of production as a linebacker, and I did feel like he was maybe more of a tweener than he was a hybrid player. But, you know, I put that as both a plus and a negative. We'll just see where that ends up being. 5th-year senior who did show improvement through the years, so there we go. And look at this. So you're seeing guys who show improvement, guys who showed off this spring. Those are the guys getting drafted in this draft. And once again, I think more so than in like last year's draft, because the athletic freaks, the physical freaks, they already went. Now we're into the guys who they had good off seasons, the guys who showed that their trajectory is at least going north in a draft that didn't have a whole lot of great late round talent. Still some names out there that I like. You can see my top 10 list. Nonetheless, the NFL didn't feel the same way. And yeah, great last rep honors on day 2, and he won that rep at the Senior Bowl and at the Media combine, I thought he was a touch unimpressive, so yeah, that didn't help with him. Seems like a good kid who knows his goals and is attempting to reach them, just unimpressive. But maybe he was a little bit more impressive in the interviews for Jacksonville. I like Jalen McLeod. Bring some electricity as a hybrid linebacker, edge rusher, really. Here's my 256th ranked prospect. Oh, yeah, he better be. I saw that he was in town. Alright. Sorry, Detroit. I'm just going to cut him off. Luke Newman, guard, going to Chicago. Alright. Who take him? Detroit. I predicted this pick. There we go. Las Vegas and Detroit were the two teams that I had taking Ahmed Hassanin. It's such a Detroit Lion. All right, so Luke Newman going to Chicago, guard prospect there. Sweet. This isn't going to get the best grade in the world for that reaction that you just saw, but nonetheless, I predicted it, and yeah.
Let's start the drill. Let me do everything at 115%.
He and Chuck Smith were great together, weren't they?
He and Dan Campbell and these Lions are, I mean, it's perfect. Isn't it, Dan?
It wasn't long ago. He was just doing CrossFit in Egypt. And now he's a draft pick in the National Football League. Everybody that's around him at Boise loves him. They loved him where he trained. He says, look, he's still learning all this stuff, but he's got such enthusiasm. He said one of the guys that was training there was walking around with a Texas A&M shirt. He said, what's Texas ATM? What is that?
Yeah, from Egypt, CrossFit dude, learning the position still, very raw, full of attitude. Such a Detroit guy. You know they were happy to get him. Long ways to go, I think, but also I'm not, I ain't surprised to see him going here. I definitely could have put a solid 7th round grade on him, and at least he would have gotten an E here for his grade. But yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense for Detroit to go up and get him here. Not even go up, but to grab him here. And once again, this draft, you just take your guys right now. We're clearly past the portion where they were following any kind of consensus boards. Linebacker, yeah, look at all these guys. So, for the linebackers, I really want to see these guys go. I'm disappointed that my eye was not better, but I get excited about linebackers and safeties sometimes. Chandler Martin, Sean Dolak, Carson Bruner, all guys who I was high on. It's not a surprise that they are not drafted yet. So, actually, the linebackers kind of sticking within consensus. Yeah, overall. I mean, Cody Simon I was high on, actually, but not, like, to the same extent. And Jay Higgins, this makes sense for him not to go. Major athletic concerns for him, which you don't love. But Jackson Woodard, out of those top names that I have, like, still in my top 10 there, Jackson Woodard's a guy that I'd like to see go. We'll get pretty excited about some parts of his game. He'll go, I'm pretty sure. He has some portions of his game that are very exciting. But it's a linebacker who you're not ever expecting to really get too much from, so it makes enough sense. Damian Martinez, surprise, I'm guessing character concerns there. Kobe Bryant, I'm guessing character concerns. Cameron Williams, could be a lot of things, but definitely a raw prospect. Not a shock for him to be falling. Hunter Wooler, I was high on. I thought the NFL might be too. They didn't see it. I'm not gonna. I've been correct. I mean, I've been correct on linebackers and safeties that go undrafted even. So we'll see. I thought Hunter Wooler had just enough athletics to go along. I mean, Xavier Restrepo has 0 athletics. Not a surprise so far. He might go undrafted, but he probably will get drafted, I think. But it's going to be, it's not a surprise, basically. Melo Johnson has a little bit high on, but he could go at any time. Same with Zay Alexander. Brashard Smith, little surprised that he is not gone at this point, but because of how running backs are in this draft, not a complete surprise. Tez Johnson, not a complete surprise, but I did think somebody would jump on that, seeing the success that Kansas City had last year with, what's-his-face, but he's even smaller. So, not complete surprises. Houston, Green Bay Packers coming up after a commercial break. Yeah, Xavier Restrepo is, somebody who, would do extremely, extremely well at your local arena league or something like that. He's just not an NFL athlete, unfortunately, or at least his testing didn't suggest so. He had some excuses afterwards, but it wasn't like Gunnar Helm's excuse where you could see his twisted ankle and how bloated it was, and really you could twist that as a positive despite the poor testing, which did hurt him ultimately, but you could at least say, well, look how tough he is, that he went out there and tested. It would have been smart of him to just not test at all. Maybe you also say, how dumb are you to continue testing? But Xavier Restrepo made excuses for some really, really poor numbers. Really poor numbers. Wasn't pretty. And, teams might not even have believed him. And if they didn't believe him, they thought he was just making up excuses. That probably took him off their board, if the athletic numbers themselves didn't take him off the board. So he's got a limited set of teams who are probably still very interested in him. He's slot only, which is always going to hurt you. If the only place that you can play as a wide receiver is in the slot, that's not good. That you should be knocking those guys down in your grades, no matter how much you like them. They just don't succeed at a high rate at the NFL, and they take up a spot on your roster, and they're not flexible, and that hurts. I mean, typically the Browns are a team that's going to like athletics and stuff like that, but they're also out on their own. They'll take tough guys and whatnot. They appreciate that. Xavier Restrepo is definitely a tough dude. He's good. They like good players, kind of like San Francisco in that sense sometimes. So I don't know. They could like him, and in terms of being a good pairing, I mean, that would depend. If they do like him, they also like versatility. That is something they also like too that he doesn't have. If they do like him, I think that, that's a place that he could find success. And that's where, a guy like Dillon Gabriel would be the better quarterback for him, because Xavier Restrepo is going to get to where he needs to be, but he's not going to be open for long. So you got to throw with some anticipation. Whereas, Shedeur Sanders doesn't throw with precipitation. He waits till the guy's open, and then he's going to throw it too late, and he's going to throw a pick. So, Shedeur Sanders and Xavier Restrepo, bad pair. Dillon Gabriel and Xavier Restrepo, good pair. It would depend. Houston's pick is in. We're waiting for it.
If you can do that and keep this defense upright, I think Cam Ward, you're going in there, you have receiver just slipped my mind playing in Jacksonville, Calvin Ridley, right? So you have a number one guy you can go to. You have two running backs that you can run the football. They've addressed the offensive line in multiple ways.
All right, after this Green Bay Packers pick, I'm going to go get my food. Graham Mertz going to Houston. There we go.
I think Jalen Milroe's in a good spot right now because he's going to Seattle, where we know that Sam Darnold is a starting quarterback. They just traded away Sam Howell, backup, to give room and allow Jalen Milroe to help develop, probably run the practice squad. And if you think about Mike McDonald, the head coach coming from Baltimore, he went up against Lamar Jackson every day in practice. He knows the problems that he can create for any defense in the league right now.
So Graham Mertz, I don't have any strengths written down for him, which is why I have him as an undrafted free agent. 4.3% turnover-worthy play rate for him, That's bad. 2.81% average time to throw. That's bad. As a reminder, Shedeur Sanders was 3 seconds, 3.01 or something, just to show how bad his average time to throw is. Even 2.81 is bad enough to make it into my weaknesses. Because if it's just average, then I don't write it as a strength or a weakness. 14.3% pressure to sack conversion rate, so that's fine. He does have an injury history, major red flags there. Well, somewhat major. Collarbone injury in 2023. Whatever, that's not major, but ACL in October of 2024, so pretty recent that he's recovering from. But, yeah, I know he's, you know, he had a solid college career outside of all that. So, they're going for the production, I guess, on it. I don't think he really turns out to be much in the NFL, but maybe he turns out to be something. Is this Jason Taylor reacting?
It's amazing. We've really been blessed, and he's earned.
I want Mason Taylor's reaction. Jason Taylor's a good dude, though, so I can't be too mad. Come on, Green Bay. Out of Las Vegas, Philadelphia, Minnesota, down the end of the round here. Wow. Chargers, 2. 1 here, another one. A lot of same teams. There's like 6 teams picking for the rest of the round here. A little bit more than that. D-tackle Warren Brinson, Green Bay. Always going off of the board at this point. I know I have him written down, but yeah. Undrafted free agent here for Warren Brinson. Green Bay. Let's see what I've got written on him. See if I can't give that a plus or a minus. Or nothing. Warren Brinson, 6'5", 315 pounds. Hold up. This is an F. I must have watched his tape, thought he was very much unimpressive. I didn't have anything bad to write. I didn't have anything good to write. None of his testing, nothing bad, good. Let's see. Let's see how his testing went. I didn't necessarily see his pro day because I don't think he was at the combine. 8.99. He's athletic. Is that worth a plus? I don't know. What's ooh. Well, he's not necessarily athletic. He's got a high RAS score, relatively. He's got good size, which we knew that. And he's explosive. I like that combination. We'll give this a plus. All right. There's a chance. He probably creates some good knockback, I would guess, at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a little bit of penetration. Very bad 10-yard split. And no agility testing, which isn't a good sign. So, run blocker, create some knockback, maybe has a little bit of pass rusher prowess potential to him, would be my guess based on his athletic profile. They did not put Tom on screen, did they? Yeah. Oh, they might play it because they've been playing like all the Green Bay Packers. I bet you they play it when we get back from commercial. But hopefully I'll be back in time for that. Oh gosh. They're almost certainly going to play it, right? I'll wait it out.
Access to all of it.
Why did I do that? It's on commercial right now. Los Angeles Chargers took Branson Taylor. Yeah, we're really getting into... Last year, this did not happen to me. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. To this extent, this early, especially, this many undrafted types. I definitely had a lot more A's and B's last year. I don't think that's because I scouted wrong. I think that's just because this class is like that. It's whatever your flavor is. Actually, I mean, I know I was general consensus. I'm not too crazy on a lot of these because my board got analyzed along with others, and it only had like, You know, so many guys that I was too high or too low on compared to other analyst boards. Branson, where are you, buddy? I don't really remember your name. Do I have you? I should have just done this. Branson Taylor? Oh, yeah, right in front of my face, and yeah, he's one of those guys. So, minor physical concerns for Branson Taylor out of Philly. That's an NA on that one. I don't know. Don't have enough information to give you a grade, my dude. Rayuan Lane, not a shock that he goes, and I might have had him going to. He's the type. I might have had him going to Jacksonville late in one of my 7-round mock draft. I think it was Caleb Ransaw. I think he was on the menu, and I went elsewhere, or I checked to see if he was still available for them even. I was a little bit lower on him than some people out there. I think I have him as a preferred, yeah. But some people like him quite a bit. He definitely is not a nobody in that sense. Going to Jacksonville here. And at pick 200, this is still going to be an F. Not an F minus. See if I can't get to my write-up on him. 5'11", 199 pounds.
I'm there for that franchise, and now it is allowed.
Strengths, good in coverage, versatile, good footwork, good ball skills. Weaknesses, not a good tackler, very short, bad technique, tight hips. Played 4 years at Navy, 3-year starter. Received last rep honors at the Senior Bowl. Look at that. Okay, they're apparently not playing the Packers pick, at least not yet. Alright, so Kobe King will go after that. He's okay, out of Penn State. He is a guy who, at one point, was thought to be going much higher in the draft. I think I scouted him a little bit last year. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab my food. yet, huh? Not yet. Close. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna feed my cat now so that way she doesn't try eating my food. Look at that. Some carrots, some holiday ham, and scalloped potatoes with cheddar and bacon. Looks so good to me right now. You want to be fed, don't you? Early today. You're lucky button. Go. I'll be right back again. Oh, Johnny Cornelius. That's a good pick. Is the stream still going? Johnny Cornelius is a good pick for Dallas there. Washington's pick is in. Let's get some sound.
Carter at 3. The trade with the Houston Texans and make Jackson Dart second QB in the 25th overall pick, getting him the all-time leading passer now at Ole Miss. Next quarterback off the board came in 40th overall when the New Orleans Saints made Tyler Shuck the third QB. 7 years in college football, was in Trevor Lawrence's draft class, backed up Justin Herbert for 2 years,
Oh, yeah.
finished up in Louisville,
All right.
and is an exciting prospect.
Kobe King.
The Saints now and Kellen Moore, their first-year head coach. So, looking at those two guys and the quarterback situations there now.
Can you hear me eating? Do I need to stop that? Do I need to mute while I eat? Let me know.
When you look at this, Baldy, do you feel like Dart
So Kobe King,
is more likely to
I had a 5th, 6th draft grade on. That'll get you an A. Look at that. Not a my guy. And that was Minnesota. Good job, Minnesota, you jerks. And then Gavin Bartholomew, tight end. Okay, I mean, this is... He's not really a my guy, but I am going to give him a plus here. Because there are things to like about him. But I have an undrafted grade on him. So it's going to be an F+. I think F. We're still giving out Fs right now? Yeah. Going to Minnesota there. I can see why a team would like him. LeJohntay Wester going nice to the Ravens. Ooh. Ooh. I like that.
My guy Jake Hayner, who's there as well. But if you just look at the totality of the Saints, obviously Derek Carr is dealing with a shoulder injury that they really
Baltimore getting LeJohntay Wester. That is an E. We'll give that a plus. I like that fit.
played a ton of football. He seems to be more ready to go in there and give you the best.
Well, for as long as none of my top 10 get drafted, we don't even need to mess with. I'll try to catch up with the rest of my list, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so Kane, a Johnny Cornelius, nice pick by Dallas.
Now, this is the thing. Jameis Winston, we know what he likes to do.
I have a, what grade? 6th-ish? Yeah, 6th-ish. 5th and a half. 5th to 6th round draft grade on him is an A. Not quite a my guy, but it's a good pick for Dallas. And Kane Medrano out of UCLA. I wanted to like him more than I liked him, but I get it. There are some traits to latch onto with him. So, that's an F plus though. Kind of like a late my guy, even though it goes higher than I had him. Whatever.
That gives him a little bit of an edge in terms of experience, especially when you consider the success of
I better mute this one.
quarterbacks in recent years.
Well, I mean, Bo Nix, came out that program that, he started.
Buffalo, Chase Lunt. Love it. Buffalo, Chase Lunt. I love it. I don't know how long it takes just to start recording again. So that is one where 2 picks later, and that would have been a B instead. So there, my system comes into play.
Able to do all this work.
Let me know if I'm got the wrong mute going on. Let me double check.
By the way, while we're talking quarterbacks, I do feel
Yeah, you can hear me.
probably say the 190
They're talking about Quinn Ewers and how he has like all this arm pop and stuff on TV right now. Things have changed. By the way, I can do this.
And it was made by a Michigan man in Jim Harbaugh with the LA Chargers, and kind of fittingly went with an offensive tackle. Out of Pitt in Branson Taylor. So just thought we'd throw that one out there. The latest pick that we've seen is Chase Lunt, tackle from Connecticut, played for Jim Mora Jr. up there at UConn, went to the Buffalo Bills, and the Eagles pick is in. Panthers are on the clock. We'll have all that coming up here for you. But Shedeur Sanders, I mean, it is as unique a situation as we have seen for a player that was at once talked about as a potential top overall pick. Just a couple of months ago, talking about in the conversation for the number 2 overall pick of the Cleveland Browns, 3 to the Giants. All of them were there at his pro day workout.
I was there at the pro day. I was there. Jimmy Haslam. I mean, they all were there, right? Andrew Berry, the general manager, Kevin Stefanski, Bill Musgrave, the quarterback coach. They were all there to watch Shedeur. And they spent a lot of time with Shedeur's father and with the offensive coordinator, the whole group, to get to know him and to watch Travis Hunter and to see this thing slide like it did. It's pretty surprising, but I think at this point right here, Maurice, I think it's just about moving on right now. You know where you're at. You know where you're going to be. Move on.
Baldy, you're better than me. I'm not moving on nowhere. I'm stuck in this. I'm going to live in this moment forever, right? But this moment is going to really push me to be the best version of myself that I can be. Because at this point, you're saying, okay, you drafted a quarterback in front of me at the same team, right? Multiple players went in front of me, all these things. One, I'm gonna self-reflect and look at what I did in the process that pushed me to this point. One, but 2, I'm gonna use it as motivation as I get going, because a lot of times you can't fake these type of emotions and feelings. I know early on it was Charles Davis said you could take this personal. You should take it personal. Yeah. To be honest, it should be personal. And when it is personal, you're gonna work harder, because not only was your talent questioned, your heart was questioned, your love for the game was questioned in this. I feel like, and so. This should make you better. It should make you a better football player Again, you don't want to. We all get complacent when we kind of get what we want. I don't think he got what he wanted. Let's see how he takes it.
And by the way, the Browns moved up to make this happen.
Yeah.
They gave up
Fix
the
the
5th round
camera.
pick, 166, and a 6th round pick, 192, to go up and get Shedeur Sanders at pick number 144, and that was their last pick of the draft. So, all right, we're going to get back out to Green Bay when we return here. Day 3 of the draft.
Sorry about that. My camera died or something. Or it auto shut off after being on for so long. But we're back. Just having a meal. Fucking man. So Cameron Williams going to Philly. Oh, that's a great. I might have drafted Cameron Williams to Philly in like the 3rd round before. And they get him here. Look at them go. It's going to be a B plus team fit. They always do it. Oh boy. I might have to let my... Oh. No, I thought my camera died for a little bit. Something else changed. Jimmy Horn Jr. going to Carolina. Nice. And some more potential weapons in there. I have a 6th to 5th round draft grade on him. What's this, a C? 6 to 7th. At pick 208. Hey, look at that. That's going to be a C then. Just came in. 1 pick earlier, that would have been a D. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Carolina with a C there. Philly back on the board. Baltimore up next. You're all good, Michael. I'm just eating, getting rejuvenated for the rest of the 6th and the 7th round. Yeah, pretty much for the 7th round. And it feels good. First actual meal I've had since lunch yesterday. Yeah, doing a stream right now, but I'll try to remember after the stream. Give it a check for you, and if I do have any feedback, throw it over your way. How harsh do you want me to be? Do you want me to be harsher than I am on my own stuff? Edge rusher Antoine Powell-Ryland, much like Q Robinson, I thought a very interesting prospect. I actually liked him a little bit more than Q, but both of them kind of guys who can give you some juice, but are still developmental. You know, may or may not make it in the league. Was my thoughts on them. of Virginia Tech. Philadelphia getting him too. Wow. Philadelphia just adding to some of the riches. I'm not going to quite call him a my guy because a lot of people felt roughly the same as I did on him, but 5th round draft pick there will get you an A. Yeah, so Philly, once again, just having a good draft. They always do. I'm sorry, hold up.
Sam Howell today was a great move by Kwesi to, not have to
This is the
future picks and
GM of Baltimore.
kind of make a move within the draft and find the value enough to get Sam Howell to become a Minnesota Viking. A guy we did a lot of work on a few years back and got a chance to play in a bunch of games for Washington before moving on to Seattle, and really just another guy to acquire in his quarterback journey at a different point in time. Now having been at a couple spots, and we still think that there's a lot in Sam's game to develop, but also see where he can take it within our system, within our quarterback development plan here in Minnesota. We feel really good about Josh McCown in that quarterback room, and all the talent and the things we've acquired.
Baltimore with Aeneas Peebles out of Virginia Tech. Couple of Virginia Tech guys going close to each other here. Like him, once again, undersized, pass rush prowess from the interior. It's kind of what you're getting in him. I think maybe there were some character concerns that I might have heard a little peep of on him.
Head coach and play caller of this team, I feel really good about the roster we have right now.
Coach, when you look at what you've done, I mean, everybody knows about your skill positions. You're talking about the quarterbacks, but you've got to be fired up when you can get Darisaw back healthy. You draft Donovan Jackson, Ryan Kelly, Will Freeze. You got one of the most athletic right tackles in Brian O'Neill. How pumped up are you for this offensive line getting a chance to work together?
Yeah, I think, when you go in, DJ, as you know, when you go into these off seasons, when you think about free agency and the draft, you go in with a plan in place, and then as the ebbs and flows happen and you start to really see the picture come together, sometimes it doesn't always work out the way that you want. Well, I would tell you guys this, to add to the group the way we did, knowing we've got CD and Brian O'Neill on at the
Oh, that
tackle
sounds
spot,
terrible.
so, when those guys are healthy, they play as good as anybody in this league. And then to think about working your way inside out, Ryan Kelly at the center position, a big, strong center that's played a lot of football, high IQ guy that can really take a lot off the quarterback's plate just from his football understanding. And then when the ball snapped, his play style, his physicality. This guy's been a really good center in this league for a long time.
I don't know what board you're talking about. I mean, you can see on my board I have Damian Martinez up here. Xavier's not even in my top 10 available, so.
Nasty to that group finish play style. This guy loves the physicality of football to where you can really project, even before adding a guy like Donovan Jackson, a level of play style and physicality that we're hunting around here. And then to find Donovan Jackson available at pick 24, we're really excited about that and really completed the full cycle. We still have Blake Burdell, who played a lot of good football for us a year ago and still very much should be considered part of the plans, as well as some good linemen that we drafted a year ago in Juergens and Rouse. And then we brought in a guy who's played a lot of tackle for that swing position in Justin Spool.
Hey, Coach, will you invite me to next
That's
year
sound.
when you have your scrimmage and it's a call-it scrimmage?
No,
You
I don't.
mentioned which
I got
one
Damian
for
Martinez higher,
because
much higher.
On defense this year, you're bringing Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, another edge guy. And last year, your first-round pick, you got the young man out of Alabama.
Hayden Connor, I like that.
With Dallas Turner.
Atlanta.
All these edges, because Van Ginkel and Grenard gave you
I think
great
I like
presence
that.
last year. How do they fit into Brian Flores' plans? And what are you looking for from them?
Well, no, I tricked myself. I don't necessarily like that.
Charles, when you come out for that one, I'm going to let you call the plays against Flo in that group.
I think Flo would like that a lot.
I'd probably prefer that, but But no, it's exciting, and I think the really interesting thing about the free agency plan on defense, it kind of worked its way back from the line of scrimmage as well. Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, these guys are guys that have been, pretty impactful players their entire career from the inside, both in the run and the pass phase. We really wanted to get a little bit more active, with some playmaking in there to go along with, the two Pro Bowl representatives from the NFC on the edge with Van Ginkel and Jonathan Grenard. But then I hope people haven't forgotten about Dallas Turner, because I'm glad you mentioned him. Really a guy that I'm expecting a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. He really started to come on as the season went on last year. It's a tough group, tough lineup to crack when you've got those
I think
top two
LaQuint
guys
Allen's a
playing
really
like
good
they
third down
were.
back.
And then, on the back end, to get Harrison Smith back, such a leader, such a featured part of what we want to do. That guy kind of quarterbacking the defense from the back end. Get the corner position with Byron Murphy coming back, and Isaiah Rodgers is a guy that I know Brian Flores thinks has a tremendous upside and best football ahead of him, as talented as he is. And then how about Jeff Okudah? A guy that was a really high draft pick, has all the traits, very smart player. We've had our struggles against him at times, dealing with his length and strength at the line of scrimmage. So I just look at our group as a whole, and I feel like Flo has a lot of different tools to work with, and getting Ty Ingram Dawkins was another piece, because now he's a guy that can, you see him line up everywhere. He can play on
Not going to convince me to like that.
He can be very active. The way we play defensively, kind of
There's LaQuint Allen, not too far down on my list.
Unique player with a lot of upside, but also a tremendous scheme fit for what Flo and the guys want to do. So you start talking about all these pieces, and thank goodness you promised to call plays this spring or training camp whenever you show up, because I'm going to hold you to that.
I don't know that I actually did, but somehow I am.
You're in. You're
Okay,
locked in.
just check.
Coach, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Congrats on getting through the draft, and now on to making the roster cash. Thanks
Who
for the
did they
time.
take?
Send my best to JJ.
Will do. Looking forward to seeing you run here in a little bit, man. I've been waiting for that.
You're the only one in America, sir. But let's raise some money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much for mentioning that. We're gonna do our best to get some money raised. Thanks for the time, sir.
There you go. Appreciate you guys.
You got it. That's the Rainy Hood leader, Kevin O'Connell. Oh, you know how they say for players he's got the dog in him?
Yes.
Oh, this draft coverage is about
The puppies are coming.
George Clinton would love this moment.
And DJ, we have been informed by the Wisconsin Humane Society that they have gone potty.
I'd like verification.
All right. Well, hopefully they won't get any confirmation.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability.
Yeah. Shut up. Chose a bad time to eat my carrots while I turn the volume off. What we got here? They're taking forever. There we go. Oh, Robert Longerbeam. I wonder who I gave him to. Was it them? Because it could have been. Let's find out. Las Vegas. I like Robert. I think I have a 7th round grade on him. 6th to 7th. There we go. Best grade I've given out in a little while. That is a C. This is where I thought he should go. I wouldn't quite call him a my guy. There were others that were. But, nice pick by Baltimore there. Baltimore? Baltimore. Yeah. So you can see this group of guys that I liked, that cornerback, Melo Dawson, Zy Alexander, O'Donnell Fortune, they all had some pretty hefty athletic concerns, and that is preventing them. And I knew I was probably too high on them as a group. I thought maybe not on Zy Alexander, but yeah, the NFL has just decided that that's just probably not going to work at the next level at the cornerback position. Of course, you know, Jalen Smith also had some very concerning athletics. He did go, but, you know. How do you share 3 screens at the same time? I don't know. Did I get that grade done for Robert? Yeah, so a C there for Baltimore. Solid player. Should be kind of like a nickel for them. I think at least that he's a nickel. Kind of a tweener-ish. Not 100% sure where his home is. Or more so than that, I should say. Not 100% sure that he'll be good enough at any home. That he has a home base. Just maybe a def piece. Which, that's why you're taking him here, right? Are you asking how I have 3 different internet tabs up? Is that what your question is in reference to? Because there's a few different ways, but what I did is I did window capture on each one, and I just chose the source for each one. And then I was able to, you know, move each one around differently in OBS. Alright, the puppies are here.
All bark, no bite, okay? Talks a big game, but not going to be any danger here. And a big-time Puppy Bowl performance. If we want to go to Next Gen Stats powered by AWS, let's go to the puppy comparison here.
Tommy Mellotti. Mellott. I know the name. I have not going to be a good grade.
At the very top. Nacho not far behind. Nanny, I'm going to tell you right now, you're too low on Nesquik. Well, there's I want to cross-check. There's split opinions on this. I want to cross-check. If you want to comp, I'm going to go Jackson Dart is the comp. And you can see the resemblance right here. This is where I'm going. It's just something about it. I could put my finger on it, but just something about it is reminding me of Jackson Dart.
Nice. That's Nesquik right there,
way too low on Nesquik, all right?
I don't know how I know the name.
Quickly here. And look at Nesquik.
Because I don't have them written down.
A little bit on the tired side. But still
That's going to be a not applicable. Didn't even have them on my list.
Look at that from Rutgers.
Rutgers University. Okay.
Getting through the hole, you know that is hard to get a grasp. Quick, excellent ball skills. Look, catches everything. 0 drops.
There we go.
When it comes his way, he keeps. And by the way, Rich, he doesn't just get what he catches. It's yardage after.
So that was to Las Vegas. Incomplete grade. We still got Los Angeles Chargers, Vegas, and Denver left in this round.
Poise, it's called poise, Rich. Poise.
Okay, so
that must be a first-round pick if it fell asleep. It's very unconcerned.
everybody should give it up for the Wisconsin Humane Society.
Look at that puppy.
That's the QR code. Pop that on your phone and give whatever you can. Thank you for doing all this work and bringing these beautiful dogs here. Everybody needs.
Looking to see if the next coworker of mine's on screen, but I don't see her. I know she used to work there because I adopted my cat from the Humane Society that's on TV right now.
We just got a new rescue.
Snickers, do you recognize any of them?
Yes.
Probably not.
Darby is the latest member of the family.
Please adopt, don't shop. Go to a place like the Wisconsin Humane Society and make one of these.
Alright, I don't know this song, so let's just get that off there. There we go. Are we done with it? Well, now they got a country artist showing up. Brad Paisley. Gonna be doing a show. Yeah, let's keep that music down, because that's probably Brad Paisley's song. I don't got no rights to that. Oh, that's still playing. There we go. Well, now it's a commercial, so. There we go. Chargers. Come on. What's taking so long at the end of this round? RJ Miggins. Nice. Nice. All right, RJ. Safety. 6th round draft grade on him. So that is going to give you an A. Los Angeles. Congratulations, LA Chargers. You done it. You got an A. Houston got a C not too long ago. Why is that? Is this fair? Let me double check the system. No, not there. Yeah, maybe that was longer ago than I think. Pick 187. Yeah, it was long enough ago. That's just how the cookie crumbles. What was once a C is now an A. That food was good. I could eat some more, but that was good. I'm gonna go refill my water after this round. And maybe floss my teeth quick. Cam Miller? I don't know about that. I don't recognize that name. Oh, we got him. We've got him. That's gonna net you... You know... Yeah, okay. That's gonna net you an E. That's not an F. Good job, Las Vegas. Did not fail. What do I have, what do I have on Cam Miller to share with you? Not a whole lot, I'm sure. 6'1", 210 pounds. Very good at handling pressure. And he's very good with a clean pocket. So, that's good. 2.85 second time to throw. That's too long. 6th-year senior out of NDSU. FCS school, so level of competition. Definitely not what you would expect at the NFL level. Las Vegas taking a shot on him in the 6th round here, though. Like I said, I'll get you an E, or you tried. Denver on the clock next at pick 216. We're getting there, almost to the 7th round. Brad Paisley talking.
World Tour's coming, starting on May 21st in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Beautiful part of our country. So did you just get here to Breed?
I did. This is unbelievable. Hey everybody, this is crazy. I mean, what the NFL has done, making a sporting event out of something that's in the off season is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Technically, it's just the reading of names.
I know.
For 3 days.
I know. This is like it's like watching people
So
with
true.
gambling addiction just get Vegas or something. That's kind of what this is, isn't it?
You're kind of getting close to home there.
I've already lost money this weekend. So.
Well, I'm glad that you're here.
I won a couple bucks and I didn't bet any money.
Wisconsin for the draft concert series. That's going to be a lot of
Just
fun.
entered a free pool for the 1st round picks, and I got enough answers correctly to win a few bucks.
I was going to be And as fun as that is,
And actually,
as great a guy as
I
he is,
wonder.
no, I don't want to talk about
I feel like I should have gotten
He is a
another one correct, and I wonder if they changed it after the fact.
The most, I mean, has anybody ever had a post-playing career like him?
Pretty strong, isn't it?
I mean, it's crazy. He's a comedian. He's a mogul. He's a TV producer. He's a jerk.
In that order?
They haven't changed it, but
Peyton's the greatest guy, and we're dear friends, and it's always fun to collaborate. When we've done those nationwide commercials, we're like, he is so involved in what they are, and they look effortless, but you know how it is. It's really hard
To look effortless, you've got to put the time and work in.
And he's
oh,
really got
never
the
mind.
knack. I mean, he
They
knows
graded
who
it
he
correctly the
is,
first
who he
time around.
wants to be, in terms of a personality, and we kind of fall into these roles and we do that.
Denver with the final pick of this round.
My character, which is not a stretch.
Brett, I'm curious, is there scouting in music? Like, we think about identifying young talent, we're trying to project how they're going to do. Do you look back over your career, maybe you saw somebody when they were young and maybe you thought, you know what, this one's going to be pretty good, and then watch them develop?
Every now and then I was right. A lot of times I was wrong. But
I feel like I was right about Quinn Ewers, and I shouldn't have let anybody else cloud that decision. I think he's probably got medical things going on.
Would you listen to my CD? And I almost never do that because you can honestly get in trouble listening to songs and stuff. So I said, all right, I'll do it. I stick it in my truck, and I drive home from the Opry, and there's a phone number on there.
Somebody's getting the crowd jacked up for the 7th round, or is it for the Denver pick?
And that was Dirk Bentley.
Wow.
I'm batting 1,000 in that. I've missed a bunch, and I don't want to talk about it.
No, but in all seriousness, what was he doing at the time when he had?
He was like working in the tape room at the Opry sort of network thing, and was just playing Broadway and
that's pretty
trying to make it. And
Still not
just
in.
as great then as he is now.
And by the way, the draft in
Yeah, I think this guy's just talking a long time for Denver.
Seeing this, I was saying.
And he's getting booed.
Nashville, we left Lower Broadway. We were.
Holy cow, man. Just announce the pick. There it is.
On a rotation. We have to go back because
A punter. All that time for a punter. All right, let me go get some water, and I think I'm going to go to the bathroom.
they were so upset with
We could use a few less bachelorettes.
angry about it, right?
I've got to ask this, Brad. Here we are for the football people being here.
Yeah.
This is like the richest, we're talking about the person, the cathedral of football, right? With the professional football.
For sure.
But Nashville, Ryman.
Yeah, man.
So when you go back and you do something at Ryman and you walk there,
Yeah.
do you feel the ghosts? Do you feel the presence? What's it like to be in that cathedral in your world?
And it was. That's what's funny is it was a church before it was the
Before it
home of
became
country
that.
music, And really, if you like country music at all, you can thank that building. So you feel that. You feel that when you walk in. This is what's fun is I've got a bar at my house that I built. It's like a pub. It's really. I keep knocking walls out and making it bigger. It's essentially we can fit everybody in at this point. But my wife surprised me with, they tore up some of the flooring from the Ryman and sold it. And she bought it, so we have a section of floor in my bar right now. That was on the...
That all the greats have walked on.
From 51 to 2013, it was on the floor there. So there's DNA. There's Johnny Cash.
Right there.
Throw up.
Whatever. Well, you wouldn't be any fun without it. But, and Rich, I'm going to get out of the way, but I have to ask before.
Oh.
This couple, you talk about power couple. All right, you and your wife, and
The power comes from her side.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, I say you're a pretty good sidekick. I am a Hallmark movies freak.
Me too, man.
Okay, so
that is Christmas for me. It just stays on. It just stays on that.
And you know we got Christmas in July coming up, so that's a whole month before we even get there.
Taken a month off.
But what you and your wife do, I mean, how do you guys navigate with each other's careers? Because both of you on top of your games, power couple, doing your thing. How do you and Kimberly do that?
Well, you're too kind. It's luckily not really that hard now with the fact our kids are teenagers and they're kind of self-sufficient. They love it when we have a busy schedule and are gone for a week. They love it. It's grandparents' time. You find a way. If you're lucky enough to love what you do creatively, like guys like us are, it's not the biggest imposition in the world to have to travel and do some certain things and.
What's up?
Yeah, but she's luckily got some things coming up that actually film in Tennessee, so that's.
I'm hoping to see you in a cameo.
Kitty cat. Alright, we're on to the 7th round.
If you represent me, I'll do it.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom at any point, though.
You sure will. So the Trucks Still Works tour starting on
Sam Howell was traded like 3 hours ago.
New song Trucks Still Works.
To Seattle.
The digital release of Raining Inside, and then there's the set list tonight. I must imagine it's all set, right, for this evening? It's not.
I think it was Seattle, right? Or did Seattle trade him away? New York? No.
I kind of go, let's do this. And
Can't remember anymore.
whatever I throw at him.
Well, this is how we do the draft,
But
basically.
that happened a while ago.
I don't know what it's going to be.
We have zero idea.
Yeah.
We kind of have the similar idea. Charles, I mean, I'm going to defer to you. I mean,
Listen, you gotta go with it. Just go. Truck Still Works, and every now and then just say go Packers.
Yeah.
And you are done. Look, he's already dressed.
Smart.
He's already dressed. The man's there.
In this town, if you don't have green on, you're getting pinched. It's
No question.
St. Patrick's.
I've always wanted to ask you this one question.
And that's true.
Everybody just says what an unbelievable guy you are. This is the first time I've met you, and you are a fantastic guy.
Well, it's an act. So thank you. How are you?
He's a good special teams player.
Well,
because I've never met somebody who was.
I don't think he'll be anything as a wide receiver, but I mean, you know,
There's a couple of us. You're Padres? Oh, you're Padres.
you never know.
You want to get into
He's
that.
got some traits.
So, well, when I married my wife.
First pick of the 7th round. In Jay Toya. I know I have an undrafted free agent grade on him. Maybe preferred free agent. Let's find out.
That's gone. That went with the fires in that house.
Where are you, Jay? Undrafted.
You know, those are the games.
That'll get you.
Nashville had a team. There's talk. I know there's talk. More than talk, but I hope they don't mess it up. I really want to see that happen.
That'll get you an F.
I became a diehard Dodgers fan, friends with Clayton Kershaw. So the next thing you know, these are great people.
Yeah.
Doc's great. They're great. But
Agree to disagree. I know, I'm just messing. I know they're good guys.
Really going to turn the NFL draft coverage.
We were up 2-1 at home. It's a bullpen game.
Surprised.
We don't score for 2 He's working through right now. How does that happen?
We get this all the time.
I did not expect baseball questions.
I usually wear like
Surprised, not shocked.
patches on it. Just listen to him because he's got to work through a lot.
We'll see you guys in October.
I know, I hope so.
That'll be a rematch.
Hey, man, I was sitting there down the right field line with my 13-year-old at the time son. We're Yankee fans, and we watched Freddie Freeman's Game 1 home run go right across, and as soon as I turned to him, I'm like, let's go to the parking lot. The ball was being caught right there stands, you know.
I sang that anthem, the anthem at that game, and so when you do that, as you know, you carry the burden.
On you. Yes, you do.
I know, and I'm walking around, I'm sitting in the suite going, this is bad.
Let's go, Atlanta.
Next thing you know, it's out.
I like the pick.
Next day I go to the game and I filmed a little thing prior, and as I'm walking through the stands, everybody's high-fiving me. Good job.
That's it. Are you
I was a little high on him.
singer for the Dodgers?
No, but I do have one where they.
Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, out of Wisconsin. Not why I was high on him.
World Series
Gonna go. He was my guy.
history.
I'm gonna give that
Remember the one where the only game they won against the
a B plus.
18-inning game, I did that anthem. The walk-off, and then I did the Freddie Freeman ball.
What did the crowd just freak out about? Did the Packers straight up?
I hope you got a gig when you play the
I was
Padres.
about to say, the Dodgers say they're happy you're done with your tour by August.
Oh, maybe because a Wisconsin player got drafted.
Awesome.
That's what that was.
Great gig tonight.
Thanks. Have fun.
What an honor. The NFL Draft Concert Series presented by Bud Light tonight. This man, Brad Paisley. And of course, check out the Truck Still Works World Tour. Should you be when Brad is in your town? Stop the truck when we come back right here. There's the truck right there.
Get that song off of here. Stop it. Why you gotta do that to me, television? New York Giants pick is in. New England up next. Commercial break. I think I'll make that a bathroom break. Going on mute. I'm back. Martavius, Alice, you a big fan of Jack Nelson? Atta boy. Same. Gave that a good grade. Where is it? There we go. B+ for Jack Nelson, Martavius. Glad you like a pick at least for your draft. Since I left, Thomas Fedone. We knew he'd get drafted New York. This makes sense. That's a good fit. They have a little bit of a need there. I like that. That's good for them. All right. New York Giants. Getting Thomas Fedone. Is this a... This is an A. Good for them. We'll give it to you. X gonna give it to you. Boom. We're back up for Storm Norton. What a name. What a name. Yeah, he'll fit. You run a fair bit of zone, right? Inside zone. Yeah, he's good mobility. I love Brashard Smith. He's my guy. I am surprised he has not gone at this point. I would have thought 6th round at the latest. Well, maybe not at the latest, but I would have thought 6th round by then. Okay. I know you run a fair bit of gap too, because actually, oddly, what's his face is better in gap. But I don't think you're wide. I think it's just more inside zone. So, yeah, he'll be a good fit there, schematically, for that zone blocking. My top 10 players available have not been switched for some time. I am shocked Logan Brown is still available because I have been hearing from one of these top analysts out there that teams thought he was the 3rd, 4th round guy, so I don't know what happened there.
And also to show off the hard-working production staff behind the scenes that rarely gets any credit. So now here we are. It's the Truck
Marcus
versus
Bryant.
Wow, we're going international now. Picks have been made from Germany and Mexico, Scotland. You're going to be first, Daniel. Go for it. Let's see if you can stump the truck.
I got a Marcus Tate.
Let's just see if they can just get into a rhythm, see the ball go through the hoop here. Shanderick Powell, running back, Central Arkansas.
Central Arkansas.
I don't have a Marcus Bryant on here. Sorry, New England. Oh gosh, that sound. Oof.
This is a 4-4 flat 40. He can go.
Look at this.
Nicely done. From the ground. Yeah, we're sitting crisscross apples.
Who is this that they're talking about right now?
Looks like it was shot by some hardworking member of some local television for the evening.
Oh, Truck vs. World. I got.
All right, guys.
They're testing him out.
How about Carl Vansky? Decius, D-E-C-I-U-S.
Carl Vansky?
Carl Vansky.
So Jonah Monheim going to Jacksonville.
S-K-Y from Morgan State, a defensive back. Go Bears.
Uh-oh. Oh, you stumped the truck. You're part of the world. Oh my goodness gracious.
Just trying to get into the game, Rich.
All right. Do we have one from the social media world? We can read off.
Ooh, I
Because you know they send them in.
Tisn't. I'd go Ted. Well,
Pop it up on the screen. I'll represent the.
depends what you want. One of them can do special teams. One of them can't. So might go Smith actually. I don't know if Tez is a great fit.
You do? Okay.
So Jonah Monheim. Where are you at, Jonah?
Give me the name again. Christian Linehan, the offensive lineman, Oregon State.
Oh, that's a heritage pick.
There you go.
Okay. That's simple.
Well done, Truck.
6th round draft grade on Jonah. That would get you an A at this point in the draft.
This is Big Game Bengal, who's a YouTuber who's got a huge YouTube following. Okay. He hit me up with Deshaun Hill, DB, Ohio Dominican, and did the proper hashtag stump the truck.
Jacksonville. Jonah. Nice. Cody Lindenberg. There we go. Linebacker from Minnesota. Definite my guy. Well, definite's maybe a little strong, but my guy. We're going to take credit for it.
Do we
There we go. 5th, 6th round grade. That will get you an A at this point. Let me get Cody up here.
This is from the end zone.
Single-digit number guy. Take a look at it.
Spot shadowed him up. Okay. Ian Rappaport. Chime in, sir.
Alright, I get a good one. Pretty sure this is going to start to
Cody Lindenberg, 6'2.5", 239 pounds. Good to very good run defender. Explodes downhill. Twitch. Quick first step. Play recognition's good. Zone coverage, man. Zone coverage. Communication, good. Over pursues plays. His change of direction's an issue. He doesn't flip his head very quickly. Will linebacker kind of projection there. Yeah, I'm not as high on him. We'll give it a plus here.
Let's see what we got here. There he is. Okay.
What we'll do is an AA plus. Not quite a full my guy, but kind of. Damian Martinez. Good job, Seahawks. Oh my gosh, they just keep adding running backs. Good running backs. Insanity.
This kid can get drafted. Is that the very Cam Scatterbush, huh?
Oh, he bounces off.
That is the top player on my best available board there in Damian Martinez, Seattle. Doesn't matter who their head coach is, they just like running backs. Maybe they could trade one away, get some capital for him. Definite my guy from Seattle. That'll get you a B plus at this point in the draft. But I do love it.
2 points, that's her game. She just crushes them. Look, and there's accountability that she provides for that truck, keeps everybody in check. Just look, 2-time first team, no stump selection. And look at her doing the Bosa sack celebration.
I like it. They're going to go celebrate by jumping in the pool.
Nice.
Hey.
Yes, nothing but applause. Thank you all.
Thank you to everybody.
All right, 224, Keontae Hamilton. I don't think I've got him. I don't think I've got him. Let's see. I got a list.
Thank you to them. To all of them.
Nope. I know he's not higher. No Keontae Hamilton of Rutgers. So, sorry about that one. How many more picks? 1, 2, 3, 4. 41 total. 8 in the book, so 33-ish more picks. Get off of my TV, you commercial. Damian, my guy. Hell yeah, man. Damian's freaking awesome. I love that Jarquez Hunter went higher than Damian Martinez, though, because my original running back rankings, way back, the first time I watched them in January, they're like first or second position I did. I had Jarquez Hunter ahead of him, and I had him ahead of him for like a month or two. I mean, I didn't update them, at least not too much throughout that time period, but I did have Jarquez Hunter higher than him for a while. I didn't understand why nobody was talking about Jarquez Hunter until like this last week. I finally heard some people talking about him a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think Jared Ivey's good. I assume he's got some character issues at this point. I'm pretty sure he is a defensive lineman and not an edge rusher at the next level. But, you know, the NFL would know that, so I don't know why, you know, a little surprised that he hasn't gone. His athletics are pretty terrible. That's one thing that you're seeing in this draft is if guys didn't have good athletics, if they didn't impress in the spring, which Jared Ivey, I don't really think he did during Senior Bowl or anything. You know, they're not getting drafted because the guys who did do those things are getting drafted. So it's, you know, there he is, Jared Ivey, 10th on my undrafted list, 122nd prospect overall. So, yeah, I mean, I would have been comfortable with him much higher. Comfortable might be a little bit of a strong word. I would have felt pretty excited about him much higher in the draft and the potential of him. But I don't know. I don't know if it's too much of a tweener. maybe the NFL, so nobody really has a home for him. They don't know what to do with him. Would also be a part of the equation of why he's falling. Just no home. Yeah, I mean, allegations that are still very, very much open at this time, unfortunately, will just kill you. And that's what happened to Isaiah Bond, so. Here we go. Here is a my guy, baby. Safety, Keaton Crawford out of Nevada. I will give you my report on him. Where is he going? Carolina, Arizona. There we go. Nice pick, Arizona. Keaton Crawford, my number 9 safety prospect. That's a 4th round grade will get you a B+. I don't know about team fit and all that, but he is a my guy. So, safety. Other end up here, Keaton Crawford. I want to hear if they have anything to say up here. A lot of notes on him. 5'10.5", 202 pounds. Very good to great. That's elite in coverage. Very good to very good. Forcing incompletions, a 16.7% forced incompletion rate. Allowed a 47.4% passer rating against himself. That's pretty darn low. Great athletic upside. Very good acceleration and speed, even for his size. Extremely good explosive potential. Very to extremely good agility and quickness. Versatile alignment, played deep in the box and in the slot some. Good click and close. That's a good trait to have in zone coverage. Gets aggressive downhill at the line of scrimmage, something I always like. And he's got a fairly durable build. He is very short. He's unreliable as a run defender. He's unreliable as a tackler. He can be overly aggressive. So, you know, there are some negatives there. He pitched on an offense at Nevada. That just kind of shows you his athleticism. 5th-year senior, spent 4 years at Texas, never broke the starting lineup at Texas. You know, that's a concern. Transferred to Nevada, started, had a really good season. So, level of competition issues there, you know, on his track record. He has a 9.9 RAS or something like that. Extremely good athlete. Once again, you know, highly touted coming out of high school, but wasn't able to cut it, apparently. I mean, there's some very good safeties that came out of Texas in recent years.
Arizona State, and boy, that was a big moment for, at the time, the Cardinals organization for sure. Not really knowing who you're drafting, and then now there's a statue of Pat outside.
Pittsburgh up next. San Francisco, New England, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Miami. We are at the last pick of this grading scale, and then it's going to move so that the worst you can get will be an E at that point. There will be no more Fs after, potentially, already, but after this pick for sure. Impossible.
The pick coming here, and send things to the stage.
Here we go. That's a good fit. This you're going to get 2 pluses, I think.
Thank you. It's an incredible honor to be here in my home state representing the Pat Tillman Foundation and all the Tillman scholars who continue to carry forward Pat's legacy. And now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select
Pips.
Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington.
My guy. This is my guy. 6'1". I want to hear them.
Mark Bruner's dad, 30 years ago, drafted by the Steelers. Very cool. And Mark Bruner
Legacy pick.
working in the Steelers front office in the personnel department, so I know he's a proud papa watching his son get drafted right here. Watch how he plays. Big time instincts. I mean, if you want to know where the football is, you will find him very close by. He plays with an aggressive, I wrote down, almost reckless abandon. He's a fantastic special
That's why I like
teamer,
these guys.
who's gonna help him make this team very good.
So yeah, they talked about his ball skills, great in coverage. He was a team captain at Washington, very high production, great communicator. He is very in control and disciplined. He rarely looks like he's going at a full speed, but he's a very physical downhill player. And I remember this about him, like he's just very in control, but like hard hitting. It's kind of a weird combination. Elite agility, change of direction, and short area quickness. He's not out, which is not always apparent on tape. However, you do see it in bursts, and he always manages to keep his balance. So some of those things do show up if you really look for it. And great play recognition and IQ. He is unreliable as a run defender, and he's an inconsistent tackler, unfortunately. And his special teams production is a complete plus, and this is what was pretty much going to guarantee him a draft spot on a team, is that he is a really, really good special teams player. And I think, obviously, by putting him in a 5th round draft grade on him, I think he's more than that. We'll see. We'll see where his career leads to. I liked him a lot. There's a lot of things that I like on tape. And that athletic profile enticed me a little bit. That did bring him up a little ways. Also, my guy of, why can't I think of his name? The Bootleg Football Cat podcast. I see the name and then it's going to piss me off. Brett Coleman. Brett Coleman apparently loves him as well. Might be the guy where I got his name from. Alright, we're still on commercial. Not directly from him. I'm not in cahoots with Coleman. Ooh, Curtis, my guy. Ooh, Curtis. Curtis Rourke. Alright. Good for him. I did have a draft grade on him. Boom. 6th round. So we are at pick 227 on that one. I gotta pick 227. 6th round draft grade is gonna get you a B, according to my chart. A pick earlier would have been an A. How the cookie crumbles. Where'd he go? San Francisco with Curtis Rourke. There we go. He wasn't really my guy, but I think it's a solid pick there. Smith, your guy. Brashard? There we go. Brashard Smith is, what is this? 6th on my top 10 left list. I had him 117th overall in my rankings. He finally goes here at 228. And yes, my guy as well. To Kansas City. Okay, I know this. I had him going to Kansas City in my mock draft. My 4-round mock draft. Yeah, it must have been my 4 round. Because it's not in my 7 round. Quite sure about that, because I remember talking about him being a natural replacement for Jerick McKinnon. So Kansas City, that's going to get a B++ for the fit, and for the need, another plus. That, folks, is a sweet pick. Good job, Kansas City. Remain patient at the running back position, and you get an absolute steal, fit, all of the above in Brashard Smith. That is fantastic. I think Kobe Bryant would be a good fit for the Browns. I'm not 100% sure. I want to say mentality-wise, physical play, I think yes. Dante Kent, cornerback. Yeah, for a defensive system that's been around and together as a unit for a while in Cleveland, I really don't know a whole lot about that defense. Probably because it hasn't changed in the period of time that I've been doing this, so I haven't had to, like, figure it out. Dante Kent, cornerback, out of Central Michigan. I don't know. Nope. I don't have him. Nothing. Ain't got nothing on that one there. I wonder if this is going to be a record, like, low amount of defensive backs, cornerbacks specifically, taken in this draft. Corey Kiner, another running back that I like quite a bit. This deep of a running back class, not going to be too much of a surprise if he don't go. Yeah, there we go. Dante Kent to Pittsburgh. I like Maxine Hook. I wanted to like him more. Good physical, big dude. Might get drafted because of tools, you know, because of size, but might not. I'm pretty sure I have a 7th round draft grade on him, maybe 7th to preferred. Should be right there. Yeah, 7th to preferred. Malik Verdon, I think, is also an interesting name there. Not too surprised to see Sebastian Castro. He is another guy. Athletics, not good. Hunter Wooler. I think, man, somebody's missed. I think the NFL is missing out on that one. Dan Jackson's awesome. Where the heck do I have you, Dan? Where the heck is he? Is he a linebacker or something? Am I in the wrong position? He's a defensive back, isn't he? Oh, yeah, okay. He's a wide receiver. Jeez. Minnesota, though, right? Right? That's what I was thinking. There we go. Oh. So I got him and Daniel Jackson a little bit confused. I do feel like I liked Dan Jackson, though. If he gets drafted, I assume he did. I'll have to pull up his chart here. I thought I remembered liking him a fair bit. Six foot, 194 pounds, high effort, click and close, good acceleration, special teams contributor, good long speed, takes bad angles in pursuit, very bad against the run, bad tackler, almost 20% missed tackle rate. His wingspan may impact his ability to ever become a tackler and make some plays. Bad agility. In his first year as a full-time starter, he did not live up to expectations. Had a good second day at Senior Bowl. Look at that, another Senior Bowl guy. So yeah, preferred free agent for me. That'll get you an E. That'll get you a D these days. There we go. D for Dan. To Detroit. High effort guy. Special teams. Makes sense for Detroit at this point in the draft. They just show the run, Rich, run? Or they're showing him practicing? We can't see the time because you're covering it up with all your junk. A 647.
644. 6 flat. I like your time. Great day, everybody, here at the Rose Bowl. Let's raise as much money as possible for St. Jude.
There goes Quinn to
Great time, Amy,
Miami.
Trey, Ian, and Lizzie.
Interesting.
Let's raise as much money for them as possible. Hands in, everybody. Hands in, on three.
That will be a B minus. Not a big fan of Quinn. Don't know that he's going to pan out. But I do think that he's got a ceiling.
Like I said, for the grace of God, go anybody. And my wife Susie was there that day talking to Lizzie's mom. I'll share this. And Lizzie's mom said it was one of the first days where they felt normal.
Yeah, I wonder if I missed Logan Brown.
That's what kids should do. They should be outside. They should be playing. They should be running. They should be forgetting about any cares or woes or anything like that. And it's through largesse of folks like you out there. If you can, donate whatever you can. NFL.com/RunRichRun. The NFL community comes together. The NFL Network and the NFL Legends community and the folks at NFL Network and Steve Bisciotti. I'll call him out. He every year I text the.
It's pretty surprising.
And he donates more and more every year. Tony Khan has donated again. Remember last year he donated his.
The rest of it I can you know, I understand why those guys haven't been drafted. Logan Brown.
Co-owner of the Timberwolves.
A little confusing.
The Lakers. He donated again. He has been part of this run for quite some time. Steve Tisch of the Giants. He received an email today. Asking for funds, he immediately donated.
Miami is a good spot for your Quinn. Yeah, definitely not a bad spot for him. If that coaching staff could say, I would say the one worry would be another bad year, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a change in that coaching staff. So, we'll see if they're able to improve this year.
For the crew, for Dallas Hitchcock's crew, and the time here.
I was a little surprised by their lack of creativity last year and improving that play calling. There we go. Indianapolis. There we go. My number 3 best prospect left on the board. My 111th prospect in this class. Hunter Wohler out of Wisconsin. A player who I think deceptively has just enough athletics that will translate at the next level to be pretty good. Just don't ask too much of him. Kind of a strong safety, but he can move around. Should be able to play man up against your tight ends, a tight end eraser type of prospect. Apparently the NFL didn't see it, but look, I've gotten safeties correct before. Ardarius Washington, Geno Smith, that find success in the league, that go very late to undrafted. Those are just 2 names that come to mind from a while ago off the top of my head. The 2 names that they went undrafted and like I loved them, kind of like Hunter Wohler here. So, 3rd to 4th round draft grade on Hunter, going to Indianapolis here. That will be a B+, I believe.
The memory muscle kicks in because you start and you pop and
Yeah.
then you remember to
B+.
stay well, and then you're off and going. But you know, you come out.
And then Kyle Manangai going to nice pickup here laid for Chicago. That's smart. I like that for them. I don't like them. 4th round draft grade on him. That will be a B. Not quite a my guy, but not too far away. Actually, he's kind of a my guy. We'll go with the old slash.
Every penny is crucial.
Your running back 12. My running back 18. He's limited, but kind of like Cam Scatterbo. He's like a Cam Scatterbo Jr. light. Just, you know, just root for him. He's just so easy to like. You gotta love his run style. Highly physical, easy to root for. He'll be the guy that I think, you know, the crowds in Chicago will have some sort of cheer for every time that he gets a first down for him or something. But yeah, a chance at getting their Thunder to their Lightning They already have Roshan Johnson on the roster, so he's going to have to try to beat out Roshan. But, I mean, he could. Plus, you know, he's got the fact that this staff drafted him going in his favor. Very nice pick up there for Chicago. Who is better, Q or Samson? Well, I like Quinshon Judkins more than Samson. You can see that on the screen there. But I have them in the same bucket, you know. Not like a massive difference. Quinshon, I felt more like back end of round 2. Dylan Sampson, I felt more like very early round 3. But they took Quinshon real early, so he is the worst rated running back outside of Trevor Etienne in terms of the draft grade. Because you know what? You could have had Dylan Sampson. Oh, you did. That's right. You got both of them much later in the draft. See how that works? You could have, and you did. I forgot that. Tez to Seattle. There we go. I knew somebody would take a shot on him eventually. Be careful with how early you're spoiling these, but you know, it doesn't matter. In case we ever have a big crowd in here, though, be careful. Don't spoil it before it's on the screen in general. At least. So yeah, Taz Johnson going to Seattle. That adds a different element for them. Probably be a punt returner, I would assume. Not going to take him off this list yet, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If indeed he is the pick here, would be my 6th best player available on the board. I'm holding, joking! Well, how am I supposed to know? You haven't lied about any of them yet. I don't think. Maybe one earlier. Mason Richman. I don't know. Mason? I feel like I would recognize that. But I do have a list down here of guys who I really didn't get to. Are you on that list, Mason? No, you're not. What about over here? No, it doesn't look like it. No Mason Richman on my draft board. The Bucks did take Taz. There we go. Bucks add another guy. Special teams, I assume. Punt returner. And gadget guy. Tez Johnson. Upside, of course. Tez, somebody who, after the Combine, after Senior Bowl, there was some people chiming for him to be a first-round type of pick, saying he could be the next Tank Dell. These people, of course, were crazy and wrong, saying he could be the next, the guy who went to Kansas City last year, who, you know, his career is still not written, from Texas. Once again, these people were completely wrong and out of their realm, and Tez is not those guys, even in terms of his size, because he's much smaller than them. And, unfortunate for him, he ran a really bad 40, so that's why Tez falls. Size, athleticism, neither one of them is good, and when you don't have either one of those going for you, it's pretty tough to get drafted. That's part of the story for another different wide receiver that I like, who actually does have athletics going for him, which, by the way, on the field, Tez is electric and does have plenty of athletics going for him, and his agility testing was really good. It was just his speed testing. I had a third to fourth round draft grade on him. I moved that up a little bit when I tied him up with Savion Williams. I had him at a 4th, and I'm not surprised that he fell. I mean, I always saw there was a possibility of it because of that combination, but I did think that the league might kind of ignore that 40 time because of what he looks like on the field. I think it was more so his size, but that 40 definitely didn't help. So that goes to Tampa Bay there. That's going to be a B. He's not a my guy. In fact, he's a minus. Actually, is this a B? Yeah, it's a B minus for me. I do have big concerns about him actually being successful, but hey, you get a B because of, you know, being drafted this late. It's worth a shot. Undersized, quicker than fast, Tutu Atwell comp. I mean, see, that's like the comp where, okay, now we're in the realm. Ooh, nice pick here for Jacksonville with a little bit of running back need for them. Do they take 2 running backs in this draft then? Yeah, they got Bashaw Tootin. Nice, some difference in them. Both had them both in the same bucket here. That's gonna be another B. LeQuint Allen, not really my guy, but I do like him a lot. Brings a lot to the table. Good receiver. Good pass blocker. Maybe the best in this class. There's about 3 guys who are maybe the best pass blocker in this class. Travion Henderson, who I think does more of a job of it. Consistency isn't necessarily his game, but he does lay down some amazing blocks. LeQuint Allen, just a really solid blocker. Taj Brooks, a really solid blocker. On a consistent basis for those guys. Let's see if we can get Lan Larison drafted. Really hoping for him that he goes. And then wide receiver Joey Hobart, I believe it is actually. Can he get drafted? Both of those two. And Andrew Armstrong. I am rooting for down the stretch. Elijah Badger, not too far behind. Afton Chisholm, definitely rooting for him. That's the other slot-only guy that I was talking about in the same booklet as Xavier Restrepo here. But Afton has more athletics. Still has an athletic concern for Afton Chisholm. So yeah, he's probably not going to go, especially with how this draft is going. Same with Nick Nash. That's why I was lower on Nick Nash. But I just liked Afton Chisholm's tape a little bit better. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Did this happen suddenly? No, they didn't. Yeah, this is their pick. There's Tom Grossi. Giving the old Tom Grossi smile.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. How the hell are we doing?
This guy's good people. Thinking about raising money for St. Jude. He did a lot of
I
that.
fell in love with this team when I was 6 years old, and 28 years later to stand in front of you in Green Bay to announce the Packers pick. It doesn't get.
I know who this is.
Good people. Good for him. It's a big moment. He means what he just said.
I appreciate the hell out of you. With the 237th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay mother-loving Packers select Micah Robinson, DB, Tulane.
Of Tulane, there we go. Nice job. Nice and quick, but filled with a little bit of charisma. Alright, so I don't think I've got Micah Robinson. This is a very Packers draft. Which, you know, we'll see how it turns out. Nope. Nope. Not seeing him. Not seeing him at all. Micah doesn't exist. Not a person. Seattle on the clock next. I think we got one more Green Bay Packers pick to go. Can they take somebody I love? A lot of times they do later in drafts. A lot of times I feel better about Green Bay Packers 4th through 7th round than I do their 1st through 3rd. So we'll see. But I liked their 1st and their 3rd this year. There goes Ricky White to Seattle. Special teams extraordinaire. Wide receiver out of UNLV. Got some athletics to him. Minorly concerning athletics. And that is part of why I pushed him down. But I think on tape he looks fine. So Ricky White, I know you've been talking about him there. Michael goes to Seattle. That's an A. Might be an A- for me. I'm not really a big Ricky White guy. Let me double check what I got to say about Ricky. Let's cover him. 6'1", 181 pounds. He destroys zone coverage. Usually I like those kinds of guys. He's incredibly efficient with a 2.93 yards per route run. So when he was running routes, he averaged a lot of yards per route run. Lineup versatility. He can play on the outside. He is an X. Good game IQ. Good ball tracking. Very poor speed and minus acceleration. Poor yak. Very slender. Slight at 6'1", 181. Below average in contested catch scenarios, which, makes sense with that. All of that combined. Slips out of his breaks too often. Overall, not the best flexibility. He's not good when he's asked to be precise with his routes. He's someone that you're better off letting just kind of get to the spot. Not a very precise route runner. 2024 was actually a down year after exploding onto the scene in 2023. 120-plus snaps as a boundary receiver for 2 years in a row. He reminds me of a smaller, lighter Devontae Adams. I think some weight could be added onto his frame without causing any issues and could actually result in him being a little better after the catch. Yeah, we'll leave him. We'll leave him as is, just an A there. Good, good value pick according to my board. So we'll leave it. Ooh, Caden Prather, Phil Maffa. I have an undrafted. I was not impressed by Phil. I know some people really liked him a lot. So let's get that in a second. Let's get Caden Prather done with. Big fan of Caden Prather. 7th round grade on him. That'll be a C. C+. We'll give him. Going to, out of Maryland, going to Buffalo. Oh, yeah, see. Buffalo knows what's up. Buffalo knows what's up. And before that, Dallas, taking Phil Maffa. We'll see. We'll see. I do think that he was draft worthy. That is going to be a D-. Once again, he was not in my guy. I barely wanted to give him that grade that he got. While we've got the wide receivers up, we can go to Caden. We can talk about him for a moment. 6'3.5", 207 pounds, good hands, above average versus man coverage, NFL size to play along the boundary, which is always a plus. Mildly threatens at all 3 levels of the field with some decent route running. So it was a plus there. Mildly threatens at all 3 levels and some decent route running. That was a positive. Unreliable as a blocker. That happens. Bad in contested catch situations. That happens. Not very efficient, 1.25 yards per route run. Extremely poor explosive profile, lacks any kind of wiggle or creativity after the catch was a note that I had that fit that note coming out of his athletic testing numbers. I thought he showed some nice route running off at the East-West Shrine Bowl, however, so they're like, oh, I'm thinking of the other dude, right? Yeah, with the route running. So yeah, some, I said decent route running, and then I thought some even showed it off a little bit more there at the East-West Shrine Bowl. So, Caden Prather, I like him. He didn't explode off the paper or anything like that this spring, but he did enough to get himself drafted, and I agree with that. He's definitely one of those names that I felt confident that he would get drafted. Not too unlike a Jimmy Horn. Kanata Mumfield was probably in there. LeJontay Wester. I would have said the same about Nick Nash, Pat Bryant, probably. Definitely Jonte Thornton, but Keandre Lambert-Smith would have been in that same bucket. And probably Elijah Badger as guys who, they'll get drafted by somebody before the end of the day. So that's a nice addition to that wide receiver room for Buffalo. Did they take 2 wide receivers in this draft, or is that it? No, yeah, that's good. I like it. I think they get a guy who can contribute year 1. get my next 10 up on the board here. Jack Nelson got drafted. Keaton Crawford got drafted, my 142nd overall prospect there. Quinn Ewers was my 150th prospect. Antoine Paul Ryland, that was a while ago. My 167th ranked prospect. Denzel Burke, that was a while ago, 170th. Carson Bruner, a while ago. Mitchell Evans, a while ago. Pretty sure Bear Carter went. Who? Pretty sure I don't have him. Nope. I'm not surprised. I didn't have a whole lot of tight ends. It was not the longest tight end list. I knew there were some more out there. No, not necessarily. More of a zone blocking scheme guy. I think you do some inside zone, but aren't you mostly a gap scheme offense? You got Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, you got 2 gap scheme running backs. I don't think so. Not in particular. I think a guy like Holland Pierce, they could be very interested in. Right there, Holland Pierce, Gerard Christian Laxton, Brandon Crenshaw. I think Luke Kandra would be a fit for guard. I don't remember on a lot of other guys exactly what kind of blockers they are or where their strengths lie. Fryer? I don't know. I don't think I know about Fryer. Yeah, I don't have a Fryer on my draft sheet. So I definitely didn't look at them. Because I've even got some guys who I didn't look at all in here. A few. Stop that. Get that music off here. Robert Irwin. Well, he's aged since last time I saw him.
42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kanate Muckfield, wide receiver.
There, like I said, I feel comfortable that he will get drafted. There's another one.
Absolutely. Okay. So how about this kid from Pittsburgh?
A lot of quick screens, a lot of quick hitters, and run after the catch and make you miss. Play inside, can play outside. Does a nice job of setting up defenders.
One spot ahead of Caden Prather. They were very much similar to me.
Not a ton of speed. Ended up running just under 4.6. Has a lot of wins on some double moves as well, CD. But I got to be honest with you. Puppies I can do, but if we ever decide we're going to have snakes on set, I'm out. No, you and me both, brother. Yeah. Listen, I don't care that Jim Stafford did.
All right, Kanata going to the Rams. Fit. They don't always need the most athletic kind of guys. They like physical players. So let's go look at Kanata here.
Like see a game there. I think we are.
Yeah, we're headed there. Rams, no question.
That's what we got.
5'11" and a half, 187 pounds. Good contested catcher. Showed off a sweet release at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Those are my positives. I do have quite a few negatives. And then otherwise than that, he's kind of like, you know, good. But I liked him. Major physical concern, extremely short arms, extremely small hands. Unreliable as a blocker, unreliable hands. So, yeah, the blocker part's a little bit of a surprise for the Rams, but, you know, they probably like him otherwise. Team captain, they like that kind of guy. Athletic concerns for him, very poor speed, but they're not going to ask him to go deep. Yak is not his strong suit, below average against man coverage. 4-year starter with no improvement. On day 1 of the East-West Shrine Bowl, Kanata struggled with a few things early on at practice, but went on to build a quick connection with quarterback Brady Cook and had a nice showing. So yeah, I liked Kanata more, probably leading in the early portion of the process. You know, I'm even gonna say compared to Caden Prather, well, yeah, reading that back, you know, I feel like I didn't like him a lot, but I know I did. So I guess I just liked his film. Well, I guess a lot of that had to do with his athletic and physical testing. Most of it did. Otherwise, it was pretty fairly split between the goods and the negatives there. I like him. You know, he's never going to be anything more than a wide receiver 4 for a team, but I do think that he's got a pretty good shot at being that. There goes Garrett Dellinger. I thought he'd probably go in this draft. Said his name a few times. Where does he go to? The Ravens. Look at them. Really filling in that offensive line with a lot of picks. Fifth-and-a-half round draft pick on him. That's going to get you an A. Congratulations. Might even be an A+. Let me go look at Garrett Dellinger. Been a while since I did his, looked at him. I just know that teams like them enough. I thought good enough. Garrett Dellinger, 6'4", 325 pounds. Very good pass blocker. Good to very good run blocker. Better in zone. That's what I thought. Very girthy, very heavy. Would you like that? Senior from LSU, 2-year starter at left guard with no signs of improvement in 2024. Injured mid-season of the 2024 season. They had tightrope surgery in November. So I should have had a little red highlight over him for injury concern. But yes, supposed to be a pretty good dude, and he's big. Baltimore likes their big dudes. So it all makes enough sense. Nice pick. Not gonna make him a my guy, but I don't have any weaknesses written down for him. Wasn't anything that was so bad that I felt worthy of writing it down. LaQuint Allen was drafted, right? Kyle Mayangai was drafted. Yep. There we go. Getting some names off of here. There we go. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt enters my top 10 available. So you were a kid, I would assume. Jake Majors, the Browns, you need some center help? Detroit up next again. Have they gotten a wide receiver in this draft yet? I thought they did. Yeah, Isaac Tesla. That's right. Linebacker, cornerback. They got some offensive line. Edge. They did do that, right? Didn't have a whole lot of picks. But maybe not. Oh yeah, they got Ahmad Hassanin. That's right. Which is just a fantastic fit. Did I call him a my guy? I gotta take one of these pluses away. Ahmed was not a my guy, necessarily. But great fit. maybe a borderline my guy. That'll help earn that second plus. Safety Kirby Joseph, that was a my guy. Probably my favorite guy of that draft. Yeah, Giants have had a pretty fun draft. Dominic Lovett goes here. I was correct to assume maybe wide receiver is my first guess there. Even though they did already address it. Out of Georgia, I like Lovett. Not enough for him to be a my guy. I don't remember, did I have him as draft worthy or not? I did at one point, but I had to push a few guys down. Where the heck is Lovett? There we go. Preferred free agent. That'll get you a D. I'm gonna give that a D plus. I did like him. There's a bit of a jag, but that's okay sometimes. Let's go look at that, verify my plus. Good game IQ, smooth route runner, solid yak, willing blocker. Yeah, I'll keep him as a my guy there. 5'10", 183 pounds. He has a poor explosive profile. He wasn't very efficient. Slot only kind of guy. Made a nice, smart heads-up play in 11-11 drills at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Another guy who stood out at the Shrine Bowl, and look at that. Gets himself drafted. Feels like everybody we look at, there's a note about them at the Shrine Bowl, at the Senior Bowl, at the Combine. Lovett was a your guy, and he's pretty good. Pretty good. A little bit better than a jag. There he goes to Washington. My 136th prospect. Didn't play a snap, or he played one snap in 2024 at Arizona because of an issue with his eligibility. So he wasn't allowed to play. There was some clerical errors made, was my understanding, and unfortunately it did not work well for him. And I think it was not really his fault, from my understanding. So, Washington. Going to add a really good running back here. And Ja'Cory Crossing-Merritt, he was the best player at the East-West Shrine Bowl. On both sides of the ball, on the field, he killed it. I had a 4th-round draft grade on him, so that's going to be a B+. I'm a pretty big fan of him. B+. Maybe not quite a my guy, but darn close. Kind of like Corey... Kyle Manan guy. Both those guys were kind of just on that borderline. Hey, there goes Corey Black. There we go, Oklahoma State. He was not on some pretty large big boards. I don't recall how I got his name. I couldn't find a whole lot on him, but I found enough for me to think that he could be draft worthy. And he goes. Right there. 7th / preferred free agent. That'll get you a D. We'll call him a my guy. I'll take that credit if he turns out. Otherwise, we'll never have to look at him again. For the New York Giants there, and adding to that secondary, nice draft pick. I don't have a lot on Corey. I know that. Yeah, I didn't even take the time to write him up in here. Apparently, whenever I did look at him, unless he's in my safeties. Oh no, that's my wide receivers. I know there's one guy, or maybe two, who I don't have written up anything for. Corey Black, plus athletics, good long speed, some explosiveness, high energy, good motor. 3-year starter at Oklahoma. Visited with the Eagles and the Saints, at the very least. Went to New York. Yeah, the NFL was looking at him. He was going to go. And he did.
From Ole Miss, they got value there in the second round. Adam Peters has been doing this a long time, not as a general manager, but when you look at what he did with New England, then he was in Denver, then he was in San Francisco, winning has followed him everywhere he's gone, partly because he's a very good evaluator, and now he's taking it now in his second draft in Washington. I think he did a nice job.
I really feel like the GMs over the last 5 years or so, when they've gotten their first shot, they've hit pretty well. Remember Bobby Ossenfort's first draft with the Cardinals, just came right in and got after it. Just, you know, Nick Caserio, what he has done with the Texans. I can go on, but have either one of you been to D.C. and been to headquarters since Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, those guys took over?
Sir.
Let me help you with this one, guys. Atmosphere, you have no idea the change.
Crowd just blew up.
It is incredible to walk in that building now. Used to go there to cover a game.
Did Green Bay somehow trade up?
Done. Fine by me. Atmosphere was not great there.
Green Bay would do that. Trade up 4 spots in the 7th round, even though they love draft picks.
Expectations of winning, confident air about what we're doing around here. That's Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, all the way up to ownership. You're using places in that building that were never used before. Remember that old turf that was there from God knows when? That's gone. Adam Peters able to get that cleaned out. We actually used a conference room that was Dan Snyder's that no one else could ever use. That's what we use now for meetings. It's just one of the neat places now with the neat organizations. You just enjoy everything about it. Everyone working there, you feel good walking in that place.
Yeah, one Dan was an addition, another was a subtraction.
Huge.
And you add up, and now they're a team in the mix with the 4th to last pick in the draft of the first round after they go 2nd overall, and Jaden Daniels was an absolute revelation and is exactly what you're hoping your first round drafted quarterback turns into right off the bat. And it just permeated the entire franchise and sideline.
And did it without show. I'll give you a quick thing on it. He would show up early to do things, didn't want people to know. Zach Ertz actually called him at 6 in the morning, and he said, please don't tell the team, I won't think I'm a tryhard. Just let me do my work. That's what he was about.
Final Cowboys pick of this draft.
With the 247th pick in the 2025.
I don't think I got this guy.
The Dallas Cowboys select Tommy A. King Bisto, defensive tackle, Maryland.
Hey, there we go. Undrafted.
Two of them to study this year, and Tommy's got some real knockback. He's got a little pop in his hand.
Dallas just taking all my undraft-worthy dudes. That's an E. But I'm going to give that an E- at this point, because E's the lowest I can go.
At this point in time, you're hoping there's a little bit more upside and development there. But someone at 6'3", 3/4", 306 pounds, you've got a nice sized body to work with.
Yeah, I caught a basketball tape of his, DJ. Crossover, broke the ankles of the defender, carried it to the hoop. Just see the stands go crazy. And by the way, he wasn't doing it at a spelt 215 at all. I'm talking about 260, 270, whatever in high school, doing his thing and ready to get that nice light feet. And you can see the bounce that he has.
Oh, fine. I'll just give him an E. You talked me into it.
247th overall pick. 57 is the last one.
248. Hey, Maliki Matavio, tight end. I like him. I said San Francisco could be in on him. Goes 1 spot before San Francisco. Thought the athletics might prevent him from going, maybe.
At 254, so you're going to hear.
There we go.
With the 248th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Maliki Mataval, tight end.
I mean, this would be a C. 1 pick later. Should I give him the credit? Let's give it to him. He earned it.
A lot of contact catches. You'll see him in crowds be able to pull the ball in. I thought is a little bit rigid as a route runner, but to me it's about his ability to show that toughness.
Definitely rigid as a route runner.
Also got nice instincts, just settling in zone. So
Yep.
a big tight end you can get out in the slot, CD, and let him run and go get it.
Yep. Let's see how that compares to my my analysis on him.
Monteval was a guy that caught people's eye while they were there that week in Mobile.
Did you ever have a job, DJ, of calling kids in the last 8
Montevau, 6'5.5", 263 pounds. Oh, I didn't. Why didn't I write more on him? Very girthy. Doesn't have good deep speed. Yeah. I mean, I agree with their analysis on him. I don't know why I didn't write more on him. I guess I just didn't feel too strongly, too many ways about him. But I like him. Would have been a D+ or a C, so we just gave him a C. Because we are now in a new category for grading. Nice. Alright,
And every draft is contractually obligated to have an Iowa guard, so you know.
Ain't that true? At this point, 5th round grade or lower is a B. A 7th, 6th to 7th, 6th, 5th to 6th is an A. A 7th round draft grade to preferred free agent is a C. Undrafted free agents, a D. There is no E or F anymore.
You've been to those Iowa practices, haven't you? You want to find Kurt Barrett? He's down there with
Connor Colby.
So that was pick 249. We're at 250, and you can hear.
We're down the final stretch.
Does belong to Green Bay. Every single
Green Bay Packers, baby. Let's go. Connor Colby, preferred free agent. So that's going to get, they're going to be a C for San Francisco. Nice pickup. I thought he had some promise. Like as a whole, I liked this little group right here, especially these top two. Enough. No. Liked in terms of 7th, undrafted types of guys. Who it is? Am I supposed to know who this is? Amanda Hill. John Williams, I think I've got a decent grade on him. I think. Yeah, there he is. 5.5 round grade. That's going to be a B. We'll see if we can get a B+ for a fit or something. Oh, you know what? That's an A. Look at that. Look at that, Green Bay. I told you I like their late picks from Cincinnati, is it? Yes, I remember him. This might be an A+.
You saw him in the run game. He can wash defensive linemen down the line of scrimmage. He's got some power there. Just like to see him finish a little more consistently in pass protection. At times he can get a little bit narrow and struggle with speed. I think all these issues that he has will be alleviated to a degree with the kick inside the guard. So they see the feet and they feel like we can get him inside.
And Packers like, okay, they're going to get him as a guard. Yeah, Packers like their tackles turns into guards types of guys. So he's definitely a fit there. 6'4", 323 pounds. Very good to great pass blocker. Great, that's an elite number. Didn't lose a single rep at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Look at that. Another guy who stands out at the Shrine Bowl. One of those things, and he does well. Got the last rep of the day at practice at the Shrine Bowl. Extremely large hands. 2-year starter at left tackle. He might be prepared to play day 1 in the NFL, I wrote. That's how much I like. This is an A+. And we're going to call it a system fit because of the tackle to guard thing. Look, I need this, okay? My Packers have not had my favorite draft in the world. Some fun, exciting things, and I'm sure that, they know better than me on 1 or 2 of the picks as well that I didn't necessarily like. So let me get the 2+ in here. I've given them like 2 or 3 Fs today. So, nice pick. I like it, Packers. And they do a decent job in the 7th round with some offensive linemen. They're good at this thing. I would have bet more money on that being Logan Brown, but obviously something's up with Logan Brown. He is not of Wisconsin, by the way. He's of Kansas. I'm pretty sure.
Did you really need to buy 2 camo dinners for our emergency kit? I can't help it. 2 for 1. We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency. Thanks, Pizza.
Here's a photo from a friend of mine at the
Well, good thing we kept all the lights we used for the Denali. I've got the battery pack.
My phone powered so we don't miss any alerts.
What about game night?
There we go, you know. Right near stage. Up front. There we go.
I've got the evacuation route loaded on my phone. I've got an updated list of dad's men.
It's like mostly Green Bay fans left.
If that doesn't convince them that we thought this through,
That was about a half hour ago.
start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
San Francisco's pick is in. Oh, long snapper Julian Ashby went. I do believe I have long snappers. Let's see. Julian, do I have you? No. I have other long snappers. Is he otherwise on my list, though? Nope. Darn. Thought I might have gotten them. I didn't scout those long snappers. I just know that they're long snappers. Guessing around at least 100K there again today, apparently. I mean, the crowd still looks pretty significant. It looks like it's picked up, actually. I think a lot of people were waiting until the end to come and show up. Yeah, it's gotten heavier there. People probably thinking, well, I'll go when it's less crowded, and then so many people did that now it's more crowded than it was like an hour ago. I'm pretty sure 100% of the town of Green Bay and the surrounding cities, so like 250,000 people, out of those 250, everybody but the people who are in the hospitals probably went to this thing. There's no way you live in Green Bay and you didn't come and check this out. Just not possible. So Junior Bergen of Montana goes. I feel like I've heard of him. I don't think I have him on my list, but I feel like I heard of a Montana wide receiver. Maybe as late as yesterday. Yeah, I don't have him written down, but I'm almost certain I did hear of him. So, there we go. Zeke Biggers, hey, yeah, figured he'd probably get drafted. Size, athletics kind of guy. Nose tackle, big dude. Going to Miami. Nice pick. Add some size in there.
But he's got good football instincts. You'll see that on screens where he'll just redirect, go out there and get him. Has a nice little arm over move as a rusher. Just doesn't have that big time twitch. That's why he's going at this point in time. But you've got a big body and someone who I think sees the game well.
And the 88, every time I see an 88 on a defensive line, I think of Alan Page, who actually played undersized. Alan Page was like the original Aaron Donald, played way lighter than you would expect in the trenches, and no one could block him.
So, the moments
4 picks left. 3 more, and then we got Mr. Irrelevant coming up.
When a coach or a general manager or an owner calls up the player and says, welcome to the NFL, here's some of the best from this past week.
How you doing, man? This is Mike McGones with Tennessee Titans. We couldn't think of anyone more deserving to be this #1 pick here and to represent this franchise.
We're trading up in the draft. We're moving from pick 5 to pick 2, and we're doing it because you're the one we've been hunting up.
Abdul.
Yo.
You've been waiting for this call, right?
Yes, sir. I know what it was.
Man, I can't wait to get you up here, man. You're one hell of a football player, and I look forward to working with you, buddy.
Congratulations, man. We're going to make you our first-round pick here in New England Patriots. Man, thank you. I appreciate it.
Membo, what's up, brother? Just be mean, nasty, and go be
Kellen, this is Kellen Moore. You are a New Orleans Saints player with the 9th pick in the NFL draft.
Let's go. Come on now. We cook to a hot grease now, man.
Hey, Miguel. Hey, how you doing?
My man is
John Lynch.
And we've been sitting here nervous about going up. I tried to go up, didn't work, but we got you here.
Yeah, who is this? You know who this is. Hey, man. Are you sure? You said you're ready for the smoke. You sure?
Mike McDaniel always sounds high.
Man, we couldn't be more excited, dude. Congratulations.
Hey, Jalen Saucer, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you excited to stay home?
Fadil Diggs goes. Not a huge surprise. I wasn't as high up on him as some people. Some people thought he'd go much higher, but here we go. Fadil Diggs going to New Orleans. Nice late pickup there.
Man, you did a great job in this whole process, and got a lot of confidence in you. And
Man. Josh Joyner, Kyman Rucker, edge rushers. I thought I was onto something there. Luke Lachey does go. All right. I think this has a lot to do with the fact that he comes from Iowa myself. But, you know, some people like them quite a bit. Some thought he'd go a lot higher. There we go. A lot of several tight ends. I'm a little surprised it didn't go. There he is. That's going to be a C minus. I wasn't too impressed with him. Houston. Hey, thought Houston might go tight end. Look at that. They do. Jalen Conyers, I'm surprised, did not go. Hayden Prisco, not surprised at all, but I love the good. I don't know what I'm seeing that others aren't. That doesn't exist. But I see something in him I like a lot. So I'll be able to brag about that in 6 years when he rocks out. 2 picks, 1 away from Mr. Irrelevant. Kansas City, or New England acquired this in a trade with Kansas City, actually. And the Los Angeles Chargers have this pick, 256.
New England with the final pick of the 2025 NFL Draft.
What Brock Purdy's done, though, is he's made everybody stay with us. Because you know, this very last pick could be the most important pick in your franchise.
And so the Chargers are...
Hey, I don't have the rights to that song. Oh, boy. YouTube's gonna kill me. Oh, man. Just letting that happen. Hopefully the talking over it was enough, but, you know, probably not. I gotta stay on top of that some more. I'm not used to this. I'm used to this. So the pick is in. Mr. Irrelevant is currently finding out that he is Mr. Irrelevant. And as we know, Mr. Irrelevant can be relevant.
That's what I said. I'm like, really?
Still got that song going on there. Nope, nope, none of that. Woo, Packers! Packers! At least everybody who visited Wisconsin now understands why, on average, you know, Wisconsinites are a little bit heavy. Between the food, the weather, you just gotta be. Well, You don't have to be, but a lot of people are. And it's okay. Maybe. Their doctors would say otherwise. Martavius Ellis dropping in at the end just to say, good stream, bro. I appreciate you. Or maybe you've been there hanging out. I don't know. But I appreciate you. Either way. Really. It's very kind of you either way to say so. Go Pack, go Chance going. Let's go. Kobe is still there. I'm glad you've been listening in, man. That's awesome.
With the 256th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select
I don't know who this is.
Bridges, defensive back,
Florida. I don't know who this is.
huge defensive back. You see, over
I don't believe. Let's double check it.
pounds, spent 5 years at Oregon.
Nope.
Before he ended up with the Gators, but this is a
Safeties just in case.
didn't play a ton of man coverage.
Oops, wrong way.
30th in
Safeties.
in man coverage, but you've got somebody who can press someone who's going to be physical
Nope.
against the run. And to me, just more
Don't
than
know
anything,
him.
just the size that you're bringing into the fold.
Will Shiloh Sanders be Mr. Irrelevant? Well, who's picking right now? New England? You'd think it'd be like an offensive lineman here, right? But wide receiver, offensive line. I mean, whoever's highest on their board. Who can we not go without? Jared Ivey? He could be a fit for them. Hyman Rucker, I feel like they could like. Edge rushers. They could add an edge rusher. Probably good on defensive linemen. Special teams guy, Chandler Martin, Sean Dolak. Jackson Woodard, linebacker. Maybe. Kobe Bryant. Good. They could bring in a cornerback. I don't remember who they've drafted so far. My boy O'Donnell Fortune or Zy Alexander, both them my boys. Look at that. The athletic concerns there. Did the Bucks play today, or are they playing? Maxon Hook, could he be the final pick, or Malik Verdon? I like them. Melvin Smith Jr., like him enough. Are we going to commercial before we do it? They're playing a song that I don't have any rights to. The final song. Pick of the draft. Who's this coming out? She's good looking.
Thank you, Green Bay, and we've saved the best until last. Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob Euchre of the field. They're way to hang in there, Green Bay. I'm not old enough.
CEO of Irrelevant Week.
Looks like only with friendlier people. Thank you to Green Bay. We like that you're a community event, just like Irrelevant Week. We've been doing it for, this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to thank Fran Orsini for being good to us and feeding us cheese curds and ribs. Go Fran! And McKim at the Union Hotel.
I have a feeling these daughters didn't eat too many of the cheese curds.
So we'll see you in Newport
And
Beach,
ribs.
the final pick of the 2025 draft. We'll see you in Newport Beach. You can visit newportbeach.com or go to the Bay Club, come party with us. Bring your cheese heads, we like that. The 257th pick in the 2025 NFL draft by the New England Patriots is
Andrew Armstrong.
Kobe Minor, a defensive back from Memphis.
I don't think I got him. I'm so upset Andrew Armstrong didn't get drafted. Several of my guys did not go. Guess that's why they're my guys, right? Not everybody's guys. Is this Kobe Minor? Well, I'll just search him.
Quite honestly, I had not watched, so this one was a true flyer. They stumped me.
Okay, yeah. If he doesn't have him, I don't have him.
They stuffed everybody.
That's okay, man. You got 3 schools.
Yeah, I don't know who this is.
I was gonna say there's
Memphis.
gotta be a
All right.
trade in there that they're
Memphis did have some players that
identifying that fits
I liked.
what Mike Vrabel likes, et cetera,
Sean
et cetera.
Dolak.
So we'll see
He's from Memphis, I believe.
more power to him. Maybe
Or no, not Sean Dolak. Chandler Martin from Memphis. Could have been him. Screwed up New England.
Brock Purdy, that means you're about to be paid $50 million a year.
You really
Not too bad.
I would like to be Brock Purdy.
Not bad.
All right.
Hey, thanks to everybody here on
Yeah.
the set.
Same.
The cameras.
Thank you, guys, for joining me, giving me purpose for this stream. Some people will watch it after the fact. Probably won't make it to this point. Might make it to this point. Might be sleeping by the time that this point happens. So, I appreciate you guys. That was fun. Definitely a less accurate board than last year for me, in part because I went a little bit more with my guys, but also because that was the draft this year. The teams started picking wildly in the 3rd round. You know, I mean, as early as the 3rd round for some of these teams, they were taking guys that were going, you know, pretty late on a lot of people's boards, in the public at least. So, that was this kind of draft. So who doesn't go here? Max Brosmer, Brady Cook, Taylor Elgurzma wasn't a surprise there, but yeah, I mean, not a huge surprise there for the quarterback. So all of them kind of go that are anticipated to go. Xavier Restrepo doesn't get drafted. That is a surprise. Nick Nash will be a surprise for a lot of people. Isaiah Bond will be a surprise, but that was, you know, sexual assault concerns will do that. And those are really the only surprises there. Maybe Antoine Juice Wells will surprise some who haven't paid much attention to this offseason but watch college football. Corey Kiner, not a surprise. That was definitely my guy. Norris Larison. Raheem Sanders, surprise. He would have been a minus if he would have gone. Honestly, like Woody Marks probably is too in that same book. Marcus Yarns, not a surprise to me, but a lot of people loved him. Donovan Edwards, not a surprise, but a lot of people, you know, would have expected him to go. I think Jalen Connors, bit of a surprise. Jake Brenningstool, bit of a surprise there for the tight end position. Malik Carr, keep an eye out for him. You won't miss him once you see him if you know him, or if you realize that it's him. So keep an eye out for that name. Interesting guy. You know, probably won't do anything. Logan Brown, definite surprise. Gotta be injury or off-the-field concerns. Jake Majors, surprise there. Holland Pierce, you know, I think surprise. Same with Brandon Crenshaw, Gerard, Christian Leighton, bigger dudes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning was. Brandon Crenshaw would have been his athletics in part, probably. I think those are the most surprising offensive linemen. Safeties, people might be surprised that Sebastian Castro didn't go. Once again, another guy with athletic concerns. So, wasn't the biggest surprise there. Yep. Bond, I mean, don't sexually assault somebody 2 weeks before the draft, because even if you didn't do it actually 2 weeks before the draft, they're probably not going to find much. But, I mean, I think it was one of those things where it kind of almost probably happened. There was an immediate arrest, you know, it wasn't a complaint. It was a phone call and a situation. So, that will happen. That's my understanding of the situation, by the way. All of this, unverified, whatever, you know, whatever disclaimers. I'm not saying that as fact. I'm just saying that is my understanding of what happened. And, you know, off-field concerns were already existent with him. And then potentially can't keep your nose clean leading up to the draft. Yuck. Jordan Clark is somebody I think would have been an interesting draft pick. Kobe Bryant, definite surprise that Kobe Bryant did not go. Not so much a surprise for these guys. I think a little bit of a surprise that Zy Alexander doesn't go. That's about it. If you watch college football, Jabbar Muhammad, Elijah Huzzy, Aiden White might be names. BJ Adams, I think he was pretty productive. Might be names that you're familiar with from college football. Not too surprising that they don't get drafted, but they should be highly, you know, they might have homes already, some of them. Kind of killed his draft stock. Yeah, a little bit. Well, I mean, on top of that, he was already, like, his draft stock was already hurt because, well, he's stupid, and he did that whole, I'm going to run faster, I'm going to run a 4.19 or something, and then he runs like a 4.47, which obviously isn't a terrible time, but nowhere near breaking the record like you said it would. Linebacker surprises, you know, Jay Higgins, once again, major athletic concerns. The NFL was not interested in touching athletic concerns this draft for sure. Jackson Woodard, I'm a little surprised he doesn't go. People might have thought Jamon Dumas Johnson, Jalen Walker, might be surprised that they don't go. David Gabenda, Texas guy, he was an interesting prospect, but not a surprise. Jared Ivey, definitely surprising that he doesn't go. I think Ja Joyner, Kyman Rucker, both expected to go. Chaz Chambliss, a guy who I like. Look for his name, preferred free agency. Same with Steve Linton, there's a guy that I like. And Sean Martin. So keep an eye out for those guys, but not a whole lot of surprises otherwise. Thor Griffith, a really cool name. Simeon Barrow, I was high on. And I don't know why I never got lower on, because I did rewatch him, and I probably could have been lower on him. Howard Cross, that's probably a surprise for a lot of people at Notre Dame. Honestly, I moved him up last second because I thought he probably would get drafted. So I just gave him a bump thinking he would go, but he doesn't. A lot of defensive tackles did go. Yeah, Ty Hamilton, not a surprise. That's it. Those are the surprises. So, I don't know, what? 10-ish actual surprises that don't get drafted. Outside of that, there's reasons for a lot of the other ones. So I appreciate you, Metro, for coming on through. Metro, by the way, you didn't stop in. Are you still there? Your last pick, did you like it? It was I was curious what your response was going to be. It might not even been the last one, so hold on. I'll give you a moment to respond after. 2025 draft picks. Gavin Bartholomew, Kobe King, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. You know, maybe I wasn't too curious about your thoughts on him. But, I mean, solid-ish, interesting prospects there. Kobe King, Gavin Bartholomew. You care about those picks? 6th round. I'm going to give you about 45 seconds before I'm getting the heck out of here. Ish. If I can actually find my way out. But otherwise, there we go. Interesting draft. Yeah, that's what I always say when I absolutely love my team's draft too. Like, interesting. I would actually, you know what? I think I could say something similar for the Packers draft. It was an interesting draft. Don't be too down on Donovan Jackson. You're protecting your young quarterback. That's never a bad thing. Ty Felton could be your quarterback of the future. Keep an eye on it. Definitely no guarantee on that. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is a solid pick. Kobe King's a solid pick. Gavin Bartholomew has some upside, and, you know, it's a 6th round tight end, so who knows? Yeah, my Packers took more than 2, but we also had more picks than you. In that same situation. Anyways, everybody that stopped in, hung out, listened, all the above last couple of days, I appreciate you all. And that does bring us to an end here. And I will be putting out videos with rankings for each division. By division. Well, by like east, west, north, south. So keep an eye out for those. Peace out. Have a good one. Good night. Take care. May the Forge be with you as well. Bye-bye. Ending it.